This is Chad Vanksness, the CPA from Chicago, Illinois, from the Windy City in the 96 Pontiac Firebird. His first outing of the 2022 season, 46 green at the Christmas tree and through the 8th mile. 6:58, 103 miles per hour for Vanksness in the Firebird. Hey, we are tuned in live on Byron Dragway TV, the YouTube channel, totally free to tune in and watch. If you can't be here in person, we hope you get a little taste of the action online. And if you are within driving distance of the Playground of Power, well, you know what? Nothing beats the actual experience of being at the track, the social atmosphere. To hear the cars, to feel the earth rumble, to smell the fuel, to be a part of the action. Make sure you come on out and see it live. That's the best way to experience. But if you cannot be here, perhaps you're in the pits and you've got family across the country that want to tune in and see what's going on. Well, it is safe for work. They can tune in from wherever that may be, and they can watch the action all weekend long, streaming live on Byron Dragway TV. That is our YouTube channel with all the action. And we continue on with the no box time trial session. Yes, we are looking for yellow no box door cars. Yellow no box door cars. We are looking for yellow no box door cars. Taylor Schlater, Todd Hone coming up now. Hone all the way from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. In the Pontiac Firebird right-hand side. Schlater left-hand lane. The Chevy S10 pickup truck from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Hey, this is the first time we've seen Jim Sibley in the 2022 season. He's got that beautiful Nostalgia type. Looking like a pro stock. Monza, left-hand side from Chillicothe, Illinois. Sibley in the left-hand lane, paired up with Troy Bogner. Looks like we're going to go down for just a moment. A little bit of smoke out of the rear of the previous pair of cars, so we're going to go on hold for just a moment, make sure the track is in tip-top shape before we resume. Well, if there's ever a car to stop on the TV screen that would deserve a little bit of recognition over the Byron Dragway TV, that would be that of Troy Bogner. I think he's actually out of the frame just a little bit on the live stream. But a beautiful 68 Chevrolet Camaro, and he holds the distinction of, so far, 2 weekends in to the Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series, he remains undefeated in the Pro Eliminator quarter-mile category. So like we said online the other day, it truly is the best of the best in bracket racing right here at Byron Dragway. It is an honor to just be in the presence of some of this talent that we see here. Everywhere you look, every direction, there's a hitter here, a hitter there. And this is truly going to be some world-class bracket racing throughout the weekend. And there are just any number of drivers. Any one of these drivers has a chance at the $30,000 today, the $100,000 tomorrow, and the $30,000 again on Friday. And I would certainly keep my eye on that Camaro on the right-hand side of Troy Bogner, undefeated in Pro Eliminator at Byron Dragway this year. So, although that is quarter mile, he certainly has the track figured out already in 2022. So keep your eyes on that green Camaro as the weekend goes on. Looks like everything is clean and clear at the big end of the racetrack. We are ready to refire these Chevrolets at the starting line. Jim Sibley and Troy Bogner kicking things back off here with the no-box door cars. .007 red for Troy Bogner, right inside. He'll go 6:04 laps time, 115 miles per hour for the Camaro of Troy Bogner. Jim Sibley, the Iaconio and Allen Chevrolet Monza, 589, 117, his first outing of the year at Byron Dragway. Welcome to Jim Sibley. Jordan Ansel was a runner-up just 2 weeks ago in Pro Eliminator. She is in the 65 Chevrolet Malibu, left-hand side of Morris, Illinois. Paired up with Mark Marusik, his first outing of the year in that beautiful 1991 Chevrolet Camaro, a car that he debuted out here 1 year ago at Byron Dragway. From Minooka, Illinois, Mark Marusik. And both drivers chopping at the bit, a little bit anxious at the starting line. 005 red for Ansel, 11 red on the tree for Mark Marusik. Now, we are looking for the first best reaction time to determine the potential bye come round number 1 of eliminations. 2 potential byes in round 1. 1 on the door car side, 1 on the dragster side. So while we keep no box and box door cars separated, they are still one side of the race. So there is only one Byron, only one potential Byron on the door car side. It could be a no box, it could be a box. But there is never 2 Byrons on the door car side. 006 reaction time for Kenny Norup in the Thunderbird right-hand lane. Chad Cannon, Camaro from Winnebago, Illinois. 30 on the tree, 6:44 is his elapsed time. Very consistent car for Chad Cannon. 5:86 elapsed time, 150 miles per hour for Kenny Norup in the T-Bird. So a final call for yellow no-box door cars. Yellow no-box door cars. Final call for you. If you are a yellow no-box door car, we are looking for you at this time. One and only time trial session to begin the day today. This day number one, $30,000 to win of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Patrick Hill from Chicago Waterjet Incorporated, a proud sponsor of Byron Dragway. In the flat black, vinyl top, Chevrolet Malibu left-hand side out of Arlington Heights, Illinois. He's paired up with John Hickson, the beautiful Buick GSX from Plainfield, Illinois. He is double-entered, making his second lap of the day already for John Hickson on the right-hand side. $12 on the tree for Patrick Hill. 6:38 is his elapsed time at 1:06. Hickson, 6:20 elapsed time, 113 miles per hour for the Buick. And your next pair, this is Jason Huggins in the Monte Carlo right-hand side from Morrison, Illinois. Paired up with Darren Burkhardt, the Pontiac Grand Prix from Winnebago, Illinois. 009 red for Burkhardt, 002 green for Jason Huggins. Which, don't quote me on this, but I believe that is unofficially our best reaction time to this point. 002 for Huggins. That is Michael Chucky Olson of the 70 Chevelle from Stoughton, Wisconsin to the right-hand side, a regular in the Midwest Index Shootout Series at Byron Dragway and trying his hand at the bracket racing this weekend. He'll go 697. 100 is his speed in the Chevelle. Cameron Mason, she picked up a $30,000 payday out here in 2019, looking to get back into the winner's circle this weekend. 680 elapsed time for young Cameron Mason. Cameron, I'll have you know that when she is not racing out at Byron Dragway, she often spends her weekends working in the fire safety team here at Byron Dragway. So great to see Mason on track this weekend. Here comes Roger Morris, double-entered for the Divine Concrete sponsored Red Dragon Buick Regal, left-hand side of McChesney Park, Illinois. Paired up with Mike Southwick, and car owner Rick Robertson have been thrashing to get the motor done and put into that Chevelle. This is their first appearance of 2022. 6:36 elapsed time at 1:06 for Mike Southwick in the Rick Robertson and Robertson Construction owned 70 Chevelle. And we are still underway with no box time trial session, one and only today. That is a beautiful 57 Chevy of Brian Dumdye on the left-hand side. Paired up with a car that is listed under Rick Carker. That is not his usual car, however. Looks like he's in a borrowed hot rod this weekend. 5:89 elapsed time for Rick Carker of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Not his trademark, beautiful Ford Falcon, but the backup car he has been relegated to this weekend. 005 reaction time for Brian Dumdye in the 57 Chevy. Brandon Schmall in big block, Sean Anderson. Your next pair, Anderson on the right-hand side. 2015 Chevrolet Camaro from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Talented engine builder with a big block under the hood, as you would assume from a guy with a nickname of Big Block Sean. Brandon Schmall, left-hand side, one of a number of Schmalls in competition this weekend. That Fastronics Solutions sponsored 68 Chevrolet Nova from Palo, Iowa. That is Brandon Schmall. And we're going to put the first call out now for blue box door car. Blue box door car to the staging lanes, please. Blue box door cars to the staging lanes, please. .621 for Schmall, 638, 110 miles per hour for Big Block Sean Anderson. Once again, we're looking for blue box door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Blue box door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Blue box door cars. We are looking for you. Here comes Dusty Weinrich, right-hand side from Cornell, Wisconsin. He is a dock builder by trade. If you're ever in need of a little shore-up of your pier, well, there's the man you're looking for, the dock builder, Dusty Weinrich in the pickup truck, right-hand side. He'll turn a 6:38 elapsed time, 106 miles per hour for Weinrich. And Chris Wicker, his Buick, double entered, 7:10 elapsed time, and 93 miles per hour for Wicker. Bring up a pair of double-entered racers. This is Chad Vanksness, his second hit of the day today. In the Pontiac Firebird from Chicago, Illinois, Vanksness left-hand side, paired up with another Pontiac in the right lane. That is Nick Hastings, the one they call Nasty Nick from Shelby, Ohio. Double-entered in the 1981 Pontiac T1000. .655 at 5 for Chad Vanksness in the Pontiac. 618 at 109 for Nick Hastings. Was 005 red at the starting line. Kyle Riley coming up now. That is a Tesla Model Y, I do believe. It's kind of the SUV-looking Tesla of the bunch. Paired up with Brando Carlson, another double-entered car with the Camaro right-hand side. There it is, the first perfect light of the weekend. Trip Zip Green. Brando Carlson. Unofficially the first perfect light. Let's check out the computer. Yep, that is it. The first perfect light going to Brando Carlson, who will be your potential buy come round number 1 eliminations on the door car side. All right, a second call goes out for the blue box door cars. Blue box door cars. Second call, blue box door cars to the lanes, please. All right, box drivers, be suited up and ready to go. You are coming out. Blue box store cars, be suited up and ready to go. You are coming out. One and only time trial session today. If you are double entered, you do get 2 time trials, a refresher and a reminder that if you are double entered, each entry with a unique car number does get a time trial. So if you are double entered, yes, you do get 2 time trial sessions. Blue box store cars, we are looking for you. Be suited up and ready to go. You are coming out at this time. Blue box door cars. Here we go. These are the blue box door cars. Randy Folk, Brian Folk, your first pair of box door cars. Brian to the right-hand side of nearby Durand, Illinois. His uncle Randy Folk all the way from Bradenton, Florida. In the 64 Chevrolet Corvette left-hand side. 12 green for Randy Folk on the left-hand side. 5:32 laps time for Brian Folk in the right-hand lane. 1:31 the speed for Brian in the red Beretta. 5:97 to 1:14 for Randy Folk in the Corvette. And that'll bring up Colin Hurley and Buck Davenport. Davenport on the right-hand side. The 1967 Chevrolet Camaro from Roscoe, Illinois. Paired up with Colin Hurley. Has a pair of entries, I do believe, for the 1993 Oldsmobile Cutlass left-hand side of Waterloo, Iowa. A final call for blue box door cars. Final call, blue box door cars. If you are not in the lanes, we need you there at this time. Blue Box Store Cars, you are on track and running. Colin Hurley, 5:09 elapsed time. He was 007. James Bond Green at the starting line. 137 the speed for the Cutlass of Colin Hurley. 597 to 118 for Buck Davenport in the Camaro. All the way from Nampa, Idaho, comes Tim Wirtz in the left-hand side of the 63 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. One of the longest tows to be here from Idaho. Paired up with Aaron Milton. Beautiful Pontiac in the right-hand side. Always look forward to seeing that car every year on this weekend. Aaron Milton, Gene Milton, and the whole crew from Minnesota. 5:13 elapsed time, 135 miles per hour for Tim Wirtz in the Corvette. Aaron Milton, 593 at 117 in the Pontiac Firebird right-hand side. Once again, we already had a perfect line on the door car side. That belongs to entry number B372, Brando Carlson. He is your potential buy come round number 1 of eliminations indoor car. Mike Schlater coming up now, the 1970 Olds 442 from Cross Plains, Wisconsin, owner-operator of Mike's Mobile in Cross Plains. A very photogenic Oldsmobile. Paired up with Joe Hansen. 001 reaction time for Hansen in the Monza. And he'll cross the finish line first. 598, 117 the speed for Joe Hansen of Williams Bay, Wisconsin. Well, here's one of the drivers that lent his talents at Byron Dragway, helping to restripe and renumber the staging lanes. That is Ed Nemec, right-hand side, the 2000 model Chevrolet Corvette from Chicago, Illinois. Nemec on the right-hand side, paired up with the Agitator. That is Byron Street, Minnesota-based racer in the Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side. Double 09 red for Nemec. You'll need to tame it down just a touch come round 1 of eliminations. 5:34 elapsed time, 1:32 the speed for Ed Nemec in the right-hand lane. And the Agitator, Byron Street. 6:82 elapsed time, 99 miles per hour with an 0:25 reaction time for the 68 Chevrolet Camaro from Minnesota. That was Byron Street. Well, they had just picked up a Dragster and just got the thing finished and put together this week, but could not figure out the gremlins, so they're going to double enter the Monza on the right-hand side. That is Vince Magracina. I'd say one of the more versatile drivers we have out here. I believe he's been to the winner's circle twice in the last 3 years, each time racing a different vehicle. So Magracina, 11 on the tree in the Monza, 5:70 elapsed time, 122 miles per hour for Vince Magracina. Wendell Curley in the Camaro left-hand side out of Rock City, Illinois. He'll turn a 6:82 elapsed time and 97 miles per hour for Wendell Curley. Here comes the always photogenic Aaron Schott, that Z28 Chevrolet Camaro from Waterton, Wisconsin. He's in the right-hand side. Paired up with Ryan McCann out of Madison, Wisconsin, a former track champion here at Byron Dragway in the Super Pro category. That is the second perfect light of the day today. Ryan McCann, trip, zip, green, chopping down the tree. And out the back door, he'll go 684, 99 miles per hour in the 8th mile for Ryan McCann in the Nova. Aaron Schott, 5:59 elapsed time in the Camaro. That'll bring up a pair of Camaros, Dave Ansel and Mike Hobson. Hobson the right-hand side, the purple and yellow Camaro from Freeport, Illinois. Paired up with Dave Ansel. 2000 model Chevrolet Camaro from Morris, Illinois. You saw his daughter earlier today already. She was racing to Malibu on the no-box side. Ansel in the Camaro on the box side. Final call, Blue Box Door Cars. Final call, Blue Box Door Cars. You are on track at this time. Well, a problem for Machine Gun Kelly. Looks like Oliver took the track. So no time for Oliver. Taken off before the tree is activated. That'll make a single run now for Machine Gun Kelly Spears of New Milford, Illinois. 1970 Plymouth Duster on the left-hand side on a solo run. For the double-entered Spears, racing both a dragster and a door car here this weekend. This obviously being his door car entry, 20 on the tree, 544 for Kelly Spears. Andy Schmall, David Hearn at the starting line. Hearn, wow, what a beautiful 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. That is a gorgeous car. Carefully just bumping that car into the stage beam. Paired up with Andy Schmall, the always tough, always competitive driver from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Now, he was a winner on a Friday night of the first Firecracker 100 grand a weekend. Picked up what was a $25,000 win on Friday back in 2018. Schmall trying to create some Friday magic once again. Here comes Colin Estes and Pat Gillespie. Gillespie on the right-hand side, the 1985 Dodge Daytona from Pecatonica, Illinois. He is on the right-hand side. Colin Estes, and probably the only Pontiac Acadian you'll see streamed on YouTube racing down a drag strip this year. He is in the left-hand side. Colin Estes of Rockford, Illinois. Pat Gillespie from Pecatonica. Both drivers 004. One is 004 green. That's Gillespie. He'll go 5:39 for an elapsed time. Colin Estes 004 on the red side of the Christmas tree. 6 flat with a 0. 116 miles per hour for Colin Estes in the Pontiac. Well, from Rockford, Illinois comes Kevin Swartz in the Chevrolet Malibu left-hand side. Usually about a low 7-second Chevy left-hand lane, paired up with the very quick Charlie Hama. That is your third perfect light of the weekend so far. Charlie Hama, Trip Zip Green 490 with a 443 miles per hour. For the digital delay, sponsored Oldsmobile Cutlass out of Davenport, Iowa. Kevin Swartz, 724, 93 miles per hour. For the Malibu from the Forest City of Rockford, Illinois. Here comes the driver in the very car that made it to the final round in the 2020 edition of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. He was the $100,000 runner-up to Wade White 2 years ago this weekend. That is Nick Folk in the Chevy Cobalt right-hand side. 005 reaction time for Folk. Hike in the front tires up in the right-hand lane. He'll go 5.74 for an elapsed time. 121 miles per hour for Nick Folk. And Tim Folker of Freeport, Illinois. That two-tone 72 Chevrolet Corvette looking tough in the left-hand side. Luke Bogacki from This Is Bracket Racing Elite out of Carterville, Illinois, in a 2015 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster on the left-hand side. Wow, that is a tough-looking Roadster. In the left-hand lane, paired up with the newly refurbished Chevrolet Camaro of Andrew D. Piazza. Totally redid that car over the offseason. The talented crew of Nick, Vince, and Tony Mastrada from Car Star Collision. Talented bodymen redid that car top to bottom. $19 on the tree, $4.76 for Luke Bogacki in the left-hand side. Andrew D. Piazza, 005. Red at the starting line, 5:10 is his elapsed time at 1:35. All right, and we continue. Mitchell Vincent, Ed Bousman. These are the box door cars. $17 green on the tree for Mitchell Vincent. $5.81 for the Chevrolet Camaro from St. Charles, Illinois. Ed Bousman, the new 55 Chevy. $5.57 for Bousman on the right-hand side. I guess it's not really a new 55 Chevy, but it's new to him. He brought it out just this year, and it is tough-looking car. Scotty Richardson and Jim Zink coming up now. Richardson on the right-hand side. One tough customer from Kentucky. He's in the Chevy 2 right-hand lane, paired up with another Chevy 2. That is Jim Zink, who himself picked up a $10,000 win at the Fall Bracket Nationals about 6 years ago this fall. And the first call is going to go out now for the yellow box door cars. Yellow box door cars. We will take yellow box door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Yellow box door cars, we are ready for you. 004 red for Scotty Richardson on the right-hand side. 10 green at the left-hand lane for Jim Zink. All right, here is a entry that is new to us, one that is not on file. That is the Chevrolet S10 on the right-hand side, number 522. Once we get caught up with tech cards in the tower, we'll get some more information on the Chevy S10 pickup right-hand lane. It's paired up with Brian Lynch. Lynch at the left-hand side. Normally you'll see him in his Dragster. I understand that he hurt that car, so he has resorted to a backup car on the left-hand side. Brian Lynch, 7:21 elapsed time, 94 miles per hour, and the S10 on the right-hand side, a 6:13 elapsed time, 1:11 for the pickup. Mark Nettesheim and gentleman Jim Laughlin. Laughlin is double entered in that Malibu right-hand side, racing both in no box as well as box. He's in the right-hand lane, paired up with Mark Nettesheim of Heartland, Wisconsin. In the Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side, a little bit early for Nettesheim. He'll be 12 red at the starting line. He will cross the finish line out front, 6:22 with the 2, 111 miles per hour for Mark Nettesheim. 6:50 with a 7 to 1:04 for gentleman Jim Laughlin in the Malibu. So a second call now goes out for yellow box door cars. Yellow box door cars. We are looking for yellow box door cars to the lanes, please. All right, check your stub. If you have a yellow box door car, we are looking for you. Odd left, even right, yellow box door cars. We are looking for you. Jason Spittle and the right trailer sponsored Camaro. Right-hand side, 003 reaction time for Spittle. He'll go 5:20, 532 miles per hour for Jason Spittle. Kevin Wilbur, Chevrolet Nova from Burlington, Wisconsin, 5:81 elapsed time, 117 miles per hour. A couple of solo runs right here. Brent Vincent from right here in Byron, Illinois, part of the Vincent Motorsports team. 1991 Chevrolet Camaro. Vincent, you'll recall 2 weeks ago he was in a backup car on Sunday. Looks like they've got the Camaro figured out and fixed up and ready to go. Back behind the wheel of his familiar third-gen Camaro. 004 reaction time for Brent Vincent. And he'll go 6:23 with a 910 miles per hour for Brent Vincent. And now the second entry of the day today for Big Block Sean Anderson in the 2015 Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Dusty Weinrich and Gary Williams. Williams on the right-hand side, the Overkill Motorsports FTI Performance. S10 on the right-hand side. Check out the big American flag that drapes across the truck bed of Williamson's pickup truck. 568, 121 miles per hour for Gary Williams. Making the tow all the way from Bradenton, Florida to be here. Welcome to the entire bunch from FTI Performance. Dusty Weinrich, double entered from Cornell, Wisconsin, a dock builder by trade. 6:39 at 1:06 for Dusty Weinrich. Looks like we've got the yellow box door cars. And quite literally, with the first one coming out, that is Jerry Van Howen, and that is a yellow box door car through and through, not just on the tech card, but the car itself. From Out of the shop there at Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. Hey, the whole bunch took off work today. They are here. Special welcome to Carla Pontillo. There is Tanner McDonald. Brenda Van Howen, Tony Pontillo, thank you for making the trip down. And they're just patiently waiting for the dragsters to come up for the whole Pontillo crew. And we're ready to go. These are the yellow box door cars. Coming out now, a one and only time trial session to get the day underway today. Camden, it is a picture-perfect day at the Playground of Power. A gentle breeze at this time coming out of the south. Currently 80 degrees. High today forecasted to be 92, mostly sunny, so make sure that you are staying cool when you can. Try to seek some shade. Try to find a little bit of air conditioning. And make sure you are pushing the fluids. Dehydration can certainly sneak up on you, so don't just look out for yourself, but look out for those around you. And sometimes you might notice dehydration and heat exhaustion in your neighbor more than you know it in yourself. So look out for one another and make sure you are consuming plenty of fluids and staying cool on this hot weekend at Byron Dragway. Hey, if you need refreshments, don't forget the Dragway Diner is open all weekend long, even serving breakfast on the mornings of this weekend. They got all kinds of goodies down there. They've got water, they've got Gatorade, they've got energy drinks and soda. You name it, they've got it. And those little things we call the bubbler. I hate to admit it because it's not the most masculine thing to drink, but it is good. I can't deny it. Swing on down and try out one of those. All right, Jerry Van Howen and Brandon Schmall. Schmall on the right-hand side, Chevrolet Nova from Palo, Iowa. And Jerry Van Howen from Seward, Illinois, truck driver by trade in the 79 Chevrolet Malibu, as sponsored by Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. $16 green on the tree for Jerry Van Howen. He'll go 624 with a 109 miles per hour for Van Howen. 617, 111 on the right-hand side for Brandon Schmall, a double-enter door car, making his second hit of the day today. So this is the start of yellow box door cars. Once we get through the yellow box door cars, we will be calling green dragsters next. So if you are a dragster and if you had a green tech car or if you kept the green stub off your tech car, then you will be the next class called. Green dragsters are on standby. Green dragsters, don't come to the lanes yet, but we will be calling you soon. Here comes Randy Folk and Alex Rissy. Rissy on the right-hand side, the 91 Chevrolet Beretta from Altoona, Iowa. 25-year-old X-ray technician. Don't try to play any tricks with Alex Rissy on the right-hand side. That X-ray technician will see right through it every time, Camden. He doesn't play games at the starting line. Rissy on the right-hand side. Randy Folk, his second entry. And the 64 Corvette from Bradenton, Florida. How about that? The fourth perfect reaction time of the day today. Rissy, trip zip green, 565, 122 for the Beretta in the right-hand lane. Randy Folk, 597 elapsed time at 115 miles per hour. And we continue on. This is Don Schomer, left-hand side of Oswego, Illinois, the 1971 Maverick left-hand side, paired up with Troy Williams Jr. of Daytona Beach, Florida, in the Pontiac Firebird right-hand side. 009 reaction time for Troy Williams Jr. And 27 green to the left-hand side for Don Schomer. .620 with a 0 for Williams on the right-hand side. 110 is his speed. Schomer's going to cross the finish line first at a 6:02, 113 miles per hour for the Maverick. from Oswego, Illinois. I'll go on hold here for just a second. Chief starter Jeff Spearling wheeling out the blower. Might be a rock or two deposited at the starting line from the Firebird of Williams. So we're going to get that blowing off. And we'll be back underway here in just a moment. Just a little touch-up of the starting line. Well, here's the young man that helped repaint the staging lanes. That is Doug Cruz, left-hand side. 1991 Chevrolet Camaro out of Rockford, Illinois. He is in the left-hand side. Paired up with the double-enter Troy Bogner in the Chevrolet Camaro right-hand lane. 009 reaction time for Bogner on the right-hand side. 006 for Doug Cruz, left-hand lane. Through the 8th mile, 5:93 elapsed time for Troy Bogner on the right-hand side. 115 miles per hour. For the talented driver from Sparland, Illinois. 667 for Doug Cruz. 104 the speed for Cruz on the left-hand side. Aaron Milton and Tim Wirtz on track at this time. Wirtz in the Vet Roadster across the finish line first. 5:13 elapsed time. 008 reaction time for Wirtz. Steve Folk in the 62 Chevy 2-door wagon on the right-hand side. Beautiful wagon, 10 on the tree. He's going to go a 6:18 elapsed time, 110 miles per hour for Steve Folk, the one they call Crane on the right-hand side. Shane Boney, 007 red, 5:92 elapsed time, 115 is the speed for the truck driver from Bellevue, Minnesota. Making the long tow all the way from Idaho Falls, Idaho to be here. That is Jamie Schmall, left-hand side. Beautiful blue Chevrolet Nova in the left-hand lane. Paired up with Rob Livingston in the Pontiac right-hand side. From Waterloo, Iowa, that is Rob Livingston. Livingston is 10 on the tree, 5:14 elapsed time, 135 miles per hour for Rob Livingston. Jamie Schmall, 6:59 at 1:02 in the Nova. David Bones Johnson in the Ford Mustang left-hand side out of Edwards, Illinois. He was a race winner out here last fall. Might have been late summer for that matter. Probably the August race. Johnson to the left-hand side. Colin Hurley in the Cutlass right-hand lane. And Hurley will go at 5:09 elapsed time. 137 miles per hour for the Cutlass. 5:72 at 1:21 for David Bones Johnson. Ricky Pena coming up now, the Rum Runner Chevy 2 from Palos Park, Illinois. He's in the left-hand side, paired up with Jeff Baldridge of Machesney Park, Illinois. 72 Oldsmobile Cutlass in the right-hand lane. These are the yellow box door cars. A final call, yellow box door car. If you've got a door car entry and if you have not been down the track, we need you there now. We are almost through with the one and only time trial session for the door car side of this race today. So Ricky Pena well out front. He'll go 6:44, 106 miles per hour for Ricky Pena. And perhaps a problem for the Cutlass of Jeff Baldridge in the right-hand side. 9:12 elapsed time, 84 miles per hour for Baldridge in the Cutlass. That'll bring up Melissa Heldman of Yorkville, Illinois, the nurse in the left-hand side. The 1996 GMC Sonoma paired up with Clay Schleter, who was double entered in that Malibu right-hand side out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. So Schleter right-hand lane, Heldman in the tower side. Both drivers very sharp on the Christmas tree. 10 on the tree for Heldman, 003 for Schleter on the right-hand side. And through the 8th mile, Schleter gets there first, 6:26 at 1:09, 6:65 at 1:04 for Melissa Heldman. Ryan McCann coming up now in the Chevrolet Nova left-hand side out of Madison, Wisconsin. I believe that he is double entered this weekend in the Nova. Double entered today. I believe he picked up a Friday entry from another driver, so double entered here on the $30,000 to win Friday race for Ryan McCann. Paired up with Myron Street in the right-hand side. That is the Agitator Chevrolet Camaro from St. Cloud, Minnesota. And they are side by side at the stripe. McCann gets their first 683, 100 miles per hour for the Nova of Ryan McCann. Myron Street, 680 at 99 miles per hour. .001 red on the right-hand side for the Firebird from FTI Performance. 6:57 elapsed time at 1:03 in the right-hand lane. 6:09.112 is the elapsed time and speed to the left-hand side for entry number 4X. Attention to the pits. The first call goes out for green dragsters. Green dragsters to the lanes, please. Odd left, even right, beginning the lanes 3 and 4. We're looking for green dragsters to the lanes, please. Green dragsters to the lanes, please. For your one and only time trial session, green dragsters, we are looking for you in the lanes, please. Green dragsters to the lanes, please. Odd left, even right. Well, a former junior driver from Byron Dragway out of Orland Park, Illinois. That is Zach Manasiri. 6:21 elapsed time, 108 miles per hour for the S10 of Zach Manasiri in the right-hand lane. Here comes Bill Curtis in the Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side. I believe that this is Bill Curtis Sr. doing the driving duties. Yes, it is. Bill Curtis Jr. is sharing a dragster with Ted Cannon, I understand, this weekend. So Curtis in the left-hand side paired up with Joe Hansen in the right-hand lane. Hansen is double entered today only. Into the Monza, 597 for Joe Hansen to the right-hand side, 116 miles per hour. 565 at 127 for Bill Curtis, Sr. in the left-hand lane. Driving for Winnebago Walt Gray. Here comes Andrew Seymour. Wow, that is a beautiful 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. Barely a sticker on that car. It is clean. It is mint. From Chesterfield, Indiana, that is Andrew Seymour on the left-hand side. Paired up with Andrew DiPiazza, also driving a Camaro. This one from Long Grove, Illinois. 4th generation model. Wow, beautiful wheels up launch as well from Andrew Seymour. Beautiful car and highly photogenic as well. 6:22 elapsed time at 1:09 for Andrew Seymour on the left-hand side. Andrew DiPiazza, 5:10 elapsed time at 1:35 in the right-hand lane. That'll bring up Colin Estes and Vince Magracina. Magracina right-hand side of Pecatonica, Illinois. The bulletproof concrete coating sponsored Chevy Monza, 1980 model on the right-hand side. Paired up with Colin Estes, his second entry in the Pontiac Acadian from nearby Rockford, Illinois. All right, Camden, one pair left of door cars, then two singles to follow. We'll go down for just a moment for some starting line maintenance and prep work. It'll be time for dragsters to take the track. So Colin Estes, Vince Magracina headed on down the 8th mile. At the stripe, Magracina's going to get there first. 569, 122 miles per hour. 6 flat. And I mean really flat. 6,000 for Colin Estes at the left-hand side. 116 miles per hour for the Pontiac Acadian. His second run of the session. Double entered. The Chevy S10 coming up in the right-hand side. Driver not yet on file. Entry number 3X. We'll be retrieving some information on that driver here shortly. And what will be the final door car in this time trial session? This is Mike Schlater, double entered in the Oldsmobile 442 out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. 006 reaction time for Mike Schlater, 6:64 laps time at 1:02, and that is a wrap for the door car half of this race. Time trial session complete for the door cars. Dragsters getting suited up and getting ready. They are coming out next. Quick touch up at the starting line area. Track owner B.J. Vangsas wheeling the Kubota. Give it a nice smooth drag from the tree back. Big tip of the cap to your chief starter this weekend. That is Jeff Spearling out there with the mop, joined by Jake Stetter of the starting line. And we'll do the whole roll call of all of our cast and crew here at Byron Dragway. Before we go into round number 1 of eliminations, it takes a true team to make these events happen. And we will tip our cap to them here shortly later. And this one is dedicated to Brian Steele by request. These are the Dragsters' first and only time trial session on day 1 of the 23rd annual Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in if you're watching the live stream. Dustin Loans all the way from Pitchney, Michigan. He's on the left-hand side. Not sure if that's Goonco TV or Go On Co TV. It's a drag racing TV channel, apparently. That's his sponsor to the left-hand side. You think it's Goon like the Goonies? Okay, Goonco. That's what we're going to go with until somebody comes up and corrects us. He's paired up with Jeff Highland on the right-hand side. Highland, boy, he spent a lot of time out here in the off-season helping to prep the facility and get it all scraped and ready to go for the 2022 season. He's on the right-hand side of Oswego, Illinois. And heck, his daughter's working to the back of the staging lanes, helping out with the rear of the lane. So big tip of the cap to the Highland crew for all they do here at Byron Dragway. Jeff Highland, 472 elapsed time, 146 miles per hour for Jeff Highland. Dustin Loans, he is double entered in that Dragster from Michigan, 492 elapsed time, 139 miles per hour. Your next pair, Jeff Cheney and Dustin Wirtz. Wirtz on the right-hand side, all the way from Nampa, Idaho. What a beautiful dragster. I believe we've seen the Wirtz crew out here the last 3 years at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Gosh, it was, I think, 2020. They had such terrible luck towing out here. If you could break it on a motorhome, I think they broke it. It turned what would probably be a 20-some-hour drive into about a 3-day drive for the Wirtz crew a couple of years ago, but that did not deter them, and they are back for their third outing at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Dustin Wirtz, 454, 152 miles per hour with a 006 reaction time. Jeff Cheney out of Cambridge, Minnesota, 471 elapsed time, 147 is his speed, 10 red on the tree for Cheney. Lee Burkholder of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and Nick Mastrada, they are your next pair. .456 for Nick Mastrada, right-hand side. One half of the Mastrada brothers from Frankfort, Illinois. .456 at 151 for Mastrada. Lee Burkholder, .485 at 142. Here is the young Jesse Lassick. Just 17 years of age, and boy, did he razzle-dazzle out here a couple of weeks ago. In his first outing in the Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series, a accomplished junior driver, trying his hand at the big money bracket racing scene. He's paired up with Scotty Haas from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. Haas grew up out here as well. 481 elapsed time, 142 for Haas at the right-hand side, 505 at 135 for Jesse Lassick in the left-hand lane. Dominic Bowden and Carla Pontillo. Coming up now, Pontillo on the right-hand side out of Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Kenosha. Starter and alternator right there in beautiful downtown Kenosha, Wisconsin. Camden, have you ever been to Kenosha, Wisconsin? Put it on your bucket list, and while you're there, stop on by, and you will be in awe of the shop there at Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. They can truly do it all, from drive shaft, construction and remodeling. From drive shaft construction to refurbishing, all the way to full-on engine repairs, rebuilding, and from the ground up, they can do it all. MIG welding, TIG welding, they can do every bit of the job right there at Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. Dominic Bowden, left-hand side, the owner of Manhattan Collision in Manhattan, Illinois. 440 elapsed time for Bowden to left-hand side, 488 for Carla Pontillo at 141 miles per hour for the black Dragster, right-hand side of Carla Pontillo. Again, we are looking for green Dragsters. Green Dragsters to the lanes, please. We are still looking for green Dragsters to the lanes, please. Looking for all green dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Green dragsters, if you are a dragster with a green tech card, then we need you to the lanes, please. Green dragsters to the lanes, please, for your one and only time trial session. Pink dragsters will follow. All right, Chris Sullivan to the left-hand side. Paired up with Jim Prevost of Mundelein, Illinois. Through the 8th mile. Wow, identical elapsed times. Two very quick cars. 4:50 with a 5 for both Sullivan on the left-hand side and Prevost in the right-hand lane. Prevost will get there first on the back of an 0:20 reaction time to the 0:40 bulb of Chris Sullivan. Tech Director Dave, he has come to report that he does believe that Chad Covert's dragster here, the Covert operation, is without a doubt one of his choices for concourse, the best appearing perhaps of the weekend. Will Holloman, 15 on the tree, 4:53 on that run on the right-hand side. Yes, this is a beautiful car. Covert operation, new dragster from Saukville, Wisconsin. This is Chad Covert in the left-hand side. You cannot miss this car coming up on you. He's on the left-hand side, paired up with Ken Barsima in the right-hand lane of Fulton, Illinois. That's a small town, but they've got a lot of racers in the whole Fulton, Illinois and Morrison, Illinois area. Hey, we have had a lost time slip turned into the tower courtesy of Joe Hansen. Thank you, Joe. And it's not just a time slip, but it also has all the weather data for that run. It is a time slip for either car number 392Y or 328A. This might be an old one, Camden. June 13th is on here, so this is from a couple of weeks ago, but they're probably still looking for this data. We have a time slip turned into the tower, entry number 392Y or 328A, with all the weather information attached. Thank you, Mr. Hansen. That was Blake Vangsness, a 008 reaction time. 5:22 with a 929 miles per hour for Blake Vangsness on a solo run on the right-hand side. Looks like we're going to get a solo run now for Jeff Jones as they push back the dragster of last year's $160,000 champion. That is T.C. Williams. With something the matter with the dragster here on the opening time trial session. Hopefully nothing critical or too serious that they can't get fixed before eliminations here today. 002 reaction time for Jeff Jones in the right-hand lane. 480, 342 miles per hour for Jones on a solo run on the right-hand side. That is a new hot rod in 2022 for Eric Pavicic. Just his second weekend out with the car on the right-hand side. From Polo, Illinois, Eric Pavicic, right-hand side, paired up with Stefan Liss Jr. in his first appearance at Byron Dragway this year. Liss is in the left-hand side, Pavicic in the right-hand lane. Well, from Rock Island, Illinois, that is Mick Magner, right-hand side. Chassis Concepts, custom race cars, Dragster, right-hand lane. He is in the right-hand side, paired up with Brian Folk in the left-hand lane. Brian double-entered in the door car as well as the Dragster side. From Folk Race Cars out of Durand, Illinois, this is Brian Folk in the left-hand side, paired up with Mick Magner. A 004 reaction time for Magner in the right-hand lane. He'll go 499, 139 miles per hour for Magner. 18 green on the tree for Brian Folk. 464 is his elapsed time at 148 miles per hour. A final call, green Dragsters. Final call, green Dragsters. We're going to be calling pink Dragsters here in just a minute. Pink Dragsters, you are on high alert. Pink Dragsters, be ready in your pit. We will be calling you soon. So a solo run for Jeff Larson Sr.'s 16 green on the tree, 5:27 elapsed time, 130 miles per hour. For Jeff Larson Sr., Adam Sweet burning out across the starting line. He's going to be paired up with Kenny Rapaz. Rapaz in the right-hand side, I do believe, from Bradley, Illinois. The white and blue Dragster right-hand side with a white roll cage. Don't often see a white roll cage on these cars. Rapaz in the right-hand lane. Adam Sweet in the left-hand lane. Owner-operator of Modern Solutions Pest Control out of Davis, Illinois. We're going to put the call out now for pink Dragsters. Pink Dragsters to the lanes, please. First call, pink Dragsters. We'll take you to the staging lanes at this time. First call, pink Dragsters. Adam Sweet, 488, 525 for Kenny Rapaz. Derek Dignitz, Monty Fisher on track. Monty Fisher is celebrating 50 years of racing to Byron Dragway. She'll go 19 on the tree. 490 with a 539 miles per hour for Monty Fisher on the right-hand side. Derek Dignitz, 16 green, 496 at the left-hand side. Well, a 001 reaction time for Mike Bonebright in the right-hand side. 494 is his elapsed time in the right-hand lane. It'll be a solo run for Ted Cannon on the right-hand side. I believe that he's going to share driving duties of his car this weekend with Bill Curtis Jr., I understand. Teddy on the right-hand side. He's been very good this year. Can he strike at the right time? 5 flat with a 336 miles per hour for Ted Cannon. 22 green on the tree. Camden. When I say Camden, we're talking to our clock operator up here at this time. Camden, I don't believe that I have seen a perfect light yet. It looks like the 001 for Mike Bonebright stands currently as the first best reaction time. I counted 4 perfect lights already on the door car side. And so far, a big goose egg for the Dragsters. Hard to imagine that'll stand before this is all said and done. Here comes Tom Dauber all the way from Medford, New Jersey. He's on the left-hand side. Can see the Manhattan skyline from across the river. And Mike Pavicic, the cement finisher from Dixon, Illinois. Now they'll leave side by side. 22 green for Dauber, 20 green to the right side for Pavicic. 466 for Dauber. Wow, that is a quick dragster. 148 miles per hour for Tom Dauber. 514 at 133 for Mike Pavicic in the right-hand lane. Well, we just gotten people used to hearing Camden's name on the PA as our clock operator when our first team All-American clock operator, Sedona Griffey, just walked in the door. So she'll take over things here come round 1 of eliminations. Here is an entry from Overkill Motorsports. Not on file at this time. We'll dig up the information on entry number 2203 on the left-hand side and find out who we have. But he is paired up with Daryl Forsyth in the right-hand side of Bethalto, Illinois. 457, 152 on the right-hand side. Very quick dragster for Daryl Forsyth in the right-hand lane. 465 at 149 at the left-hand side for entry number 2203 from Overkill Motorsports. So we are looking for pink dragsters at this time. Looking for any and all pink dragster entries to the lanes, please, for your one and only time trial session. Kevin Swartz, a late buy-in as a double entry. Couple of late buy-in double-entered cars, so they are just jumping in with the dragsters to get their hit for Kevin Swartz, 728, 93 miles per hour. And a problem on the right-hand side for Machine Gun Kelly Spears of New Milford, Illinois. It's going to be a solo run for Mitchell Vincent in the left-hand side. Vincent double-entered in the no-box door car side as well as the dragster category. 484 for Mitchell Vincent on a solo run, so the crew's going to go out there and push back the dragster of Machine Gun Kelly Spears from nearby New Milford, Illinois. And they're going to work on that dragster and try to get things fixed up and ready to go for round 1 of eliminations. They're pushing that car back at a feverish pace, so make sure we do have room back there. Make sure the way is clear for the Spears dragster to make its way out. And please make sure that we do keep the golf carts out of the lanes. If you want, you've got lanes 1 and 2 available at this time. We do want to keep the staging lanes clear of golf carts. Keep that for race cars only, so please do. Just use the far lanes if you need, but please try to keep the golf carts clear of the staging lane. A little bit of a gaggle there by lane number 12, so please do keep the staging lanes clear of golf carts. Thank you. All right, we are still looking for our first perfect line on the dragster side. Will we see it? We are not quite at the halfway point here for the dragsters. One and only time trial session. Could happen here. Charlie Hama and Nick Folk. Folk on the right-hand side. The touring professional from Folk Race Cars out of Durand, Illinois. And Charlie Hama double-entered in the door car and dragster side. This is young Grace Haas, high school graduate from Stillman Valley, Illinois, to left-hand side, paired up with Brandon Phillips. Nate Kelly and Lee Burkholder. Burkholder double-entered in the dragster right-hand side out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And he's got a fast car, 480, 342 miles per hour for Lee Burkholder in the right-hand lane. Nate Kelly, 491 at 141 at the left-hand side for the young man from Tinley Park, Illinois, in the Gone Batty rear-engine dragster. This is the Amazing Grace, Eric Grace from Brooklyn, Wisconsin. We've gotten so used to seeing him out here in his beautiful split-window 63 Corvette, but he did get a dragster just a couple of years ago. And it is a quick one, a mid-4-second dragster coming up now on a solo run for Eric Grace. Hey, a second call for pink dragsters. Second call for pink dragsters to the lanes, please. Second call to the stage lanes, pink dragsters for your one and only time trial session. If you are double-entered, yes, you get a time trial session for each of your entries. Please, please, please make sure that you make your unique car number very clear, very obvious to the tower. Try not to just shoe polish over the old number. Make sure you put some sort of tape. Make it as clear and obvious as you can to avoid any sort of mistakes. 447, 154 for Eric Grace on the right-hand side. And a very quick rear-engine dragster. Here comes your next entry. This is Sean Dieters of Moline, Illinois. Wow, that's kind of a slipstream body on the back of this car. Little extra panels right there around the mono wing. Dieters on the right-hand side of Moline, Illinois. Got a couple of single runs here while we get cars paired up. We are switching over to our next color of dragsters. We're down to our final pairs of green dragster and pink dragsters. Are making their way up now. Well, considering Tony's wearing shorts and sandals, I'm guessing that Carl is doing the double duties. Is that right, Mr. Pontillo? It is. It is. Carla doing the driving duties for the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop crew out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. Hey, we got cars paired up once again. Jay Allen. In the left-hand side, looks like we're going to do one more single before we get into the pairs. A solo run now for entry number 5016, a car that is not yet on file. Another car that is not yet on file. Beautiful green dragster on the right-hand side at a 471 laps time, 146 miles per hour for the solo run on the right-hand side. Okay, we are all paired up again now, Sedona. We are a two-wide strip, and we're sending cars two wide again. Jay Allen and Vince Mastrada, two tough customers, two regulars at Byron Dragway. Allen, a former NHRA division champion as recently as 2019 in the Super Pro category. He's in the left-hand side. And Vince Mastrada from the Car Star Collision Shop in New Lenox, Illinois. Mastrada in the right-hand side. And it looks like Dad Tony must be at the shop today because his brother Nick is looking on. 006 reaction time for Jay Allen in the left-hand lane. Allen, 5:06 last time, 135 miles per hour. Vince Mastrada, 23, green, 460 with the 6, 150 the speed for Vince Mastrada. Dustin Wirtz and Jared Bulk. 003 reaction time for Wirtz to the left-hand side. 450 with a 953 miles per hour. Jared Bulk, 515 at 132 in the right-hand lane. Brian Loans in the left-hand side. In the Dragster left-hand side, the Goonco TV sponsored entry in the left-hand lane, paired up with Jeff Cheney. A pair of cars that are double entered. Almost identical reaction time. Dennis DiValerio reached the final round 2 weeks ago. Look for a low 4-second elapsed time. If I had to predict from where we stand, he's going to drive it outside the groove. DiValerio shuts it down early. He is the original $100,000 winner of this prestigious event. That car was consistently going 4:26 elapsed times 2 weeks ago. No problem for Dan Narschwitz on the right-hand side. 450 with a 354 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. .007 reaction time for Joe Kerner, left-hand side, 490 with the 440 miles per hour for Joe Kerner from Coon Rapids, Minnesota. It looks like a good catch from Mr. Bill at the starting line. A cap or a part coming off of the dragster of Chad Coverts. We're going to do a single run now for Shane Pope in the right-hand side. Pope, a $10,000 winner earlier this year, not in the dragster you see at the starting line, but rather in his familiar Ford Pinto. But he is oh so good no matter what he's driving. I would argue you could park a wheelbarrow on the starting line and Shane Pope could wheel that thing to a victory. 474 with an 845 miles per hour for Shane Pope in the right-hand side. And it looks like they've got the cap reinstalled from whatever that came off of for Joe Covert's beautiful rear-engine dragster to the left-hand side. I believe the dragster belongs to his son, Chad Covert. And I believe Joe Covert's Pontiac is broke, so they're going to double enter this dragster. Joe Covert with a 5:32 elapsed time, 139 miles per hour. And here is the young man that won it all last year. You'll recall he had a rain last year. It was a combination race, $160,000, the richest race in Byron Dragway track history. And the win was awarded to the 20-year-old, now 21-year-old on the left-hand side, T.C. Williams of Winnebago, Illinois. He is in the left-hand side, paired up with another Williams, no relation, I don't believe, of Troy Williams Jr., right-hand side out of Daytona Beach, Florida. The FTI Performance sponsored dragster of Troy Williams Jr. BJ, it doesn't matter where you look, every direction you turn this weekend, it is one heavy hitter after the other. The racing fan in me wants to go out and collect autographs, but I know we have to remain professional up here. But they are just that good. The absolute best that bracket racing has to offer, they are here. They have converged on 7287 North River Road in Byron, Illinois, For 3 days only, the best in bracket racing right here at the Playground of Power. T.C. Williams and Troy Williams Jr. Almost identical reaction time, 16 green for Williams, 17 green for Williams Jr. Troy Williams Jr., the quicker of the two, 4:63 elapsed time, 149 miles per hour. Dominic Bowden and Bruce Call, 51 years of bracket racing at Byron Dragway for Bruce Call in the right-hand side, all the way from Okeechobee, Florida. He is in the right lane, paired up with Dominic Bowden, who was double-entered with the beautiful dragster to the left-hand side. No, he does not double-enter the same car twice. In fact, he's got two dragsters with identical paint schemes. You can park them side by side and never tell the difference. That is how talented of a body man and painter he is. Dominic Bowden on the left-hand side. A 003 reaction time for Bruce Call, 23 green for Dominic Bowden. Very fast car for Bowden, 4:66 elapsed time, 148 miles per hour. Well, this may well be the fastest car on the property, at least this time trial session. The Pro-Charged rear-engine dragster of Kevin Robertson from Port Washington, Wisconsin, to the left-hand side. Consistently a 4:30 elapsed time at over 160 miles per hour. He's going to go 4:38, just shy of 160, 159.53 miles per hour for Kevin Robertson. And that'll be your new low ET and new top speed of the weekend from Kevin Robertson. 005 reaction time in the right-hand lane, 4:55 at 151, with a driver that is not yet on file. This is 22-year-old Donovan Williams from the FTI on-site racing team out of Overkill Motorsports. 4:71 elapsed time, 146 miles per hour for the 22-year-old professional drag racer of Donovan Williams. Gary Williams and Brad Antonioni coming up next. Antonioni on the left-hand side. He's going to share driving duties of that dragster later on this weekend with Josh Goyke, a local from Stillman Valley, Illinois. But right now, solo entry, Brad Antonioni out of West Bend, Wisconsin, to the left-hand lane, paired up with Gary Williams, the FTI on-site sponsored entry from Bradenton, Florida. Gary Williams, you'll remember 2 years ago, make it 3 years ago, was the bridesmaid. He was the runner-up 2 days in a row during the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. 001 red for Gary Williams on the right-hand side. 18 red for Antonioni. 4:75 at a 5 at 144 for Gary Williams. Maybe this will be the breakout race twice a finalist. Will he go the distance this year? Gary Williams, he sure hopes so. And here's one of the drivers that's been one of the hottest at Byron Dragway in 2022. That is Tim Vincent, left-hand side. A regular at the Playground of Power. From Marengo, Illinois. Paired up with Jessica Bogacki. This is Bracket Racing Elite and Mosier Engineering sponsored dragster from Carterville, Illinois. .465 for Bogacki, 148 miles per hour, 483 at 142 for Tim Vincent in the left-hand lane. Well, another car that is not yet on file, the dragster to the left-hand side. He is paired up with Blake Vangsness, the 20-year-old from Rockford, Illinois. Hired driver for Jeff Land of Durand, Illinois. Vangsness right-hand side from Rockford. And he is one tough customer. 17 green on the tree for Vangsness. They'll go 2,129 miles per hour. 464 at 149 to the left-hand side for the driver that is not yet in our system. So a final call, dragsters, pink dragsters, final call to the lanes, please. If you are a dragster and if you have not made a run down the track for your entry, then please do make sure you get to the staging lanes as soon as possible. Final call, dragsters, if you are entered, if you are double entered, if you have not been down the track with your entries, then please do make sure you get to the lanes as soon as possible. Dragsters, we need you now. We are almost through the time trial session. If you have not been down the track, maybe you're even a door car that missed your session, this is your chance. Make sure you get on track before time trials are through. We need any time trial car that has not made their run down the track. You need to be there right away as we are almost through this time trial session. Scotty Haas and Carla Pontillo. Pontillo on the right-hand side. Haas into the left-hand lane. .481 for Haas. .483 for Carla Pontillo. Well, a pair of former track champions from right here at Byron Dragway. Scott Labuddy, a multi-time track champion, right-hand lane. As recently as 2021, he is in the right-hand lane from Freeport, Illinois. That is Scott Labuddy. Paired up with Ryan Fasano, the all-white rear-engine dragster from Salem, Wisconsin. Again, we are almost done with time trials. If you have not gotten your time trial, you need to be in the lanes stat. We need you there right away. Chop, chop. If you have not been down the track for your time trial run, you are almost out of time. We need you, and we need you now. If you have not made your time trial run, you need to be in the staging lanes ASAP. .481 elapsed time for Ryan Fasano. 142 is his speed. Scott Labuddy, 474 at 146. A couple little drips at the starting line, a small trail. We're going to check things out, get things cleaned up and restored, and we will resume this one and only time trial session here in just a moment. If you have not been down the track yet today with your time trial, then please do make sure that you are in the staging lanes. We are almost done with the one and only time trial opportunity. So if you are, whether you're single entered or double entered, if you have not been down the track with each of your entries, make sure you are in the lanes as we are almost through this time trial session. So we need you in the lanes. We need you there now as we are almost through with time trials. Jeff Jones and Eric Pavicic on track at the finish line. 470 with a 546 miles per hour for Pavicic in the left-hand lane. 484 and 141 for Jeff Jones. Both drivers double entered in the dragsters here today. Chris Bear coming up now. I believe an Ohio-based driver to the left-hand side. Actually, I understand that Will Holloman appears to be doing the driving duties of the Bear Motorsports entry left-hand side from Pine Level, North Carolina, full-time drag racer Will Holloman. Holloman is paired up with Machine Gun Kelly Spears from New Milford, Illinois. Spears had a problem earlier today. Did the burnout. Car did not seem to want to run after that. They've pushed it back. They've got it fixed up back together. And they make it up in time for this time trial session. 006 red for Holloman. He'll go 454, 151 miles per hour for Will Holloman. Machine Gun Kelly Spears gets the car back together. He'll go 33. Green, 485 at 141 in the right-hand lane. There it is, the first perfect light, I do believe, for the Dragster side. Trip Zip Green, entry number 095. Wow, it almost took it all the way to the end of the class. We had 4 perfect lights on the door car side, and that's our first on the Dragster side. Sorry for being absent on the PA there for just a moment. Had to handle some paperwork in the tower. But there it is, perfect light. We have to dig that one up. That is a car that is not yet on file. And that is the second quickest run of the day, 444. With a 157 miles per hour for entry number 095, and a perfect light to boot. How about that? Almost done with the Dragster time trial session. If you have not gotten your time trial in, if you have not been down for your time trial session, this is it. This is your last chance. We got about 8 or 9 cars left, and then we're going to be rolling things off with our blue no-box store cars here in short order. So blue no-box store cars, you are on standby in your pits. We will be calling you soon for round number 1 of eliminations. All right, that was Dustin Long from Mitchell, South Dakota, entry number 095. And let me double check, but that looks like to be our first perfect light. I believe that to be Dennis Lund Jr. in the right-hand side. 4:43 elapsed time, 157 miles per hour for Lund of Lebanon, Tennessee. Double away reaction time, 4:83 for the Dragster to left-hand side. Entry number J233. That was Johnny Brannon of Dunedin, Florida. I believe this to be Jason Folk coming up into the left-hand lane of Bradenton, Florida, paired up with T.C. Williams, the $160,000 champion of this event from 1 year ago. T.C. Williams double entered for the 21-year-old from Winnebago, Illinois. Double 09 reaction time for Folk in the left-hand side, and we are almost done with this time trial session. Looks like one pair and a couple of singles yet to run. And then we'll get things underway here in just a moment. All right, these are the final 2 cars in time trials. Once these 2 cars go down track, then we are all done with time runs for the day today. It will be all eliminations from here on out for the duration. And what should be our final entry of this time trial today? This is Tucker Cancelar. The rear engine dragster on the left-hand side for the Iowa-based racer. Hey, for round number 1 of the door car category, entry number B372, Brando Carlson. Brando Carlson is the potential buy in round number 1 of the door car side. On the dragster side, entry number 095, Dustin Long is the potential buy in round number 1 for the dragsters. At this time, we are now looking for blue no box door car, round 1. Blue no box door car to lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4, odd left, even right. Odd left, even right. If you want the left-hand lane, you'll be looking for an odd number lane. If you desire the right-hand lane, you're looking for an even number lane. We're looking for blue no box door car, round number 1 of eliminations. To the lanes, please. Blue no box door cars to the lanes, please, for round number 1 of eliminations. So a second call for blue no box door cars. We're looking for blue no box door cars. Second call to the lanes, please, for blue no box door cars. A reminder to Brando Carlson. Brando, you are double entered in entry number B372. Make sure that's the number you use for your Byron when you come back around the potential buy. So B372, Brando Carlson. You're double entered. Make sure you use the correct car number for your double entries. B372 is the entry for your potential buy. We got a report of a missing part. They're going to do a quick inspection of the racetrack before we go into round one of eliminations here. So we'll just be on hold for just a moment looking for a possible lost part on the racing surface. So we'll be on hold for a moment. And as soon as we do retrieve the part or rule it as missing, then we'll get things started here for round one. All right, we get the all clean and clear from the track crew, and we are ready and set to get round number one of eliminations underway for this day number one of the 23rd annual Firecracker Bracket Nationals. $30,000, that is the top prize here today. $100,000 to six-figure check tomorrow, and another $30,000 race to cap it all off on Sunday here at Byron Dragway. On behalf of the entire staff and crew at Byron Dragway, we say it often, but we cannot say it enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here at Byron Dragway. Truly, world-class racing set to be on display here all 3 days this weekend. The best of the best in bracket racing are amongst us here this weekend, and we cannot say it enough, but thank you for being here. And just as we do every race day before round one of eliminations, we will ask all to please rise. Gentlemen, remove your caps, as we will have our invocation followed by the playing of our national anthem. Before we go into our prayer today, we do want to remember a longtime shareholder of Byron Dragway, a pioneer of motorsports in the state line area, the tragic loss of Jody Deary at 97 years old, true pioneer of the sport here in the area, longtime partner in Byron Dragway. So we do want to remember Jody Deary today, as well as the wife of Mr. Bill Swarm, both of which have passed recently. So we'll keep them in our thoughts and prayers this weekend. Please join us in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us together amongst family and amongst friends this weekend. We pray for safe racing for all the competitors. We pray for a safe weekend for the entire track crew and all the spectators and crew for the teams here this weekend. We are grateful, Lord. We are just thankful to have the health and the ability to be here and enjoy this sport. And in your name we pray. Amen. We are ready and set to go round one of eliminations. Of course, we cannot do any of this without the talented and hardworking crew here at Byron Dragway. All the way at the rear of the staging lanes, thank you to Madeline Highland for assisting with the back of the staging lane operations. The man of steel, Brian Steele, is your staging lane director today. Waterbacks area, we're pleased to have the man who starred in a Super Bowl halftime commercial. That is Mr. Bill, joined by his apprentice in training. That is Camden Isley, who drives probably the second, maybe third most popular car in American folklore. That is a white Chevy Bronco. Jake Stetter assisting Jeff Spearling, your chief starter in the starting line operations. A big tip of the cap to the entire fire safety crew down track. Ian Knapp, it time slips. A talented and hardworking crew from Sam's Drive-In operating the Dragway Diner. Ray Smith overseeing the Sunoco Race Fuel Station, as well as souvenir sales on this Firecracker Bracket Nationals weekend, as well as the buyback tent. He is doing the buyback tent there at the blue top tent beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Of course, it is a re-entry this weekend, do not forget. That is a re-entry available at the blue top tent. Your clock operator extraordinaire is Sedona Griffey. Mark Stiles, Dave Losher down at the tech department area. Racetrack consultant Terry Simpson. Out at the front gate, we are pleased to have Rhonda Vangsness, Trudy Young, Monty Fisher, Sue Smith, Sedona Griffey, and the entire crew out at the front gate. A big thank you to Doug Cruz, very big thank you to Andy Schmall, Ed Nemick, everybody that helped spruce up the place with the stage lanes and getting things ready to go for this weekend. With that, we are ready. We are set. To go. This is round number 1 of eliminations. These are your no-box door cars to lead the way. John Coyle and Sarah Kaler. Kaler on the right-hand side, the 2021 Ford Cobra Mustang with a 740 dial-in. 100% street legal, and she's actually going to give the head start to Coyle in the left-hand lane. Coyle, a former division champion in the Chevy 2 left-hand side. He'll get the head start, and he is going to get there first and get the win. 7-69 on the 7-62 dial-in. John Coyle will advance into round number 2. That'll bring up big block Sean Anderson. Your next pair, Sean Anderson and Jason Huggins, coming up now. Huggins on the right-hand side of the 72 Vega wagon from Morrison, Illinois. 659 is his dial, and slight head start for Huggins. Up against big block Sean Anderson. And late model Chevrolet Camaro at the stripe. Double breakout. Big block Sean's going to come away the winner. That'll bring up the Tesla. This is Kyle Riley, Tesla Model Y with an 857 dial-in from Sauk Village, Illinois. Paired up with Brando Carlson. Brando sits on the potential bye with his second of 2 entries, and he's going to get the round win right here. Riley will go red. 38 red for Riley, and Brando Carlson, we'll see him back around before the round is over, as he is sitting on the potential bye. Coming up next, Kip Norup and Chris Wicker, pair of regulars here at Byron Dragway. Wicker on the right-hand side, that 76 Buick in the right-hand lane from McChesney Park, Illinois. 709 dial-in for Wicker, a 648 dial-in for Kip Norup, an elected official and the 2013 NHRA Division Champion. The National Championship runner-up, Kip Norup, in the Thunderbird. Red light start for Kip Norup, and a win light to Chris Wicker at the stripe. Wicker goes 7-11 on the 709 dial-in, and we'll see him again in round number 2. Don't forget that re-entries are available at the blue top tent beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Swing on down to pick up your re-entry at the blue top tent beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. So Troy Bogner and Brandon Schmall, pair of double-inner door cars. Double breakout. Win light's going to go to Troy Bogner on the right-hand side. Bogner is actually undefeated in Pro Eliminator at Byron Dragway this year. That'll be one car to keep your eyes on all weekend long. Here comes Mel Knott in the 48 Pontiac. Very unique entry. Very cool car. He is paired up with the Chevelle on the right-hand side. Wow, wheels up launch for the Chevelle. Entry number 5X13. The driver is not yet on file, but he is going to turn on the win light. 007 reaction time, 677 on the 666 dial-in. And the 69 Chevelle is going to advance into the next round. That'll bring up Dusty Weinrich and Richard Mason. Mason to the right-hand side, a 676 dial-in for the Buick from Winnebago, Illinois. And Weinrich, the pickup truck from Cornell, Wisconsin, with a 641 dial-in. Very close race. Almost identical reaction times. 008 for Weinrich, 007 for Richard Mason. Mason's going to get there first, takes him through by 5 thousandths of a second. He'll go 2 over the dial-in and get the win. Richard Mason in, without a doubt, the closest race of the day. It's going to bring up Chad Vangsness, the accountant from Stillman Valley, from Chicago, Illinois. In a 1996 Pontiac Firebird, 657 dial-in for Vangsness. Paired up with Clay Schleter. Chevrolet Malibu, double entered from Verona, Wisconsin, 629 dial-in for Schleter. Slight head start to the Pontiac. And the win line's going to go to Chad Vangsness, dead on 7, 16 on the tree. Schleter breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Vangsness moving on to round number 2. That'll bring up John Hickson and Rick Carker. Carker doing the driving duties of a borrowed car on the right-hand side. As a 94 Probe in the right-hand side. And a red line start for Carker. Win line's going to go to John Hickson. Both drivers are actually red, but true start still not necessarily altering the outcome of this one. Well, actually, it did, because Hickson left first, but red light was even more so on the case of Rick Carker. Hickson is your winner by virtue of true start. Shane Boney and Bob Moeller, your next pair. We're looking for yellow no-box door cars. Yellow no-box door cars. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Yellow no-box door cars. We need you to the lanes, please. Yellow no-box door cars to the staging lanes, please. Yellow no-box door cars. We are looking for yellow no-box door cars. Moeller's going to go 007 red. Win light's going to go to Shane Boney, left-hand side. 13 green on the tree, 594 on the 595 dial-in. Bring up Roger Morris and Andy Schmall, pair of drivers doing double duty this weekend. Schmall on the left-hand side, the 88 Chevy Beretta from Idaho Falls, Idaho. 597 dial-in for Schmall, 673 dial-in for Roger Morris, the Red Dragon Buick from Machesney Park, Illinois. Very close race at the stripe by 14 thousandths of a second. Win light's going to belong to Roger Morris over Andy Schmall in the opening round of no-box competition. Shane Pope and gentleman Jim Laughlin. Wow, this will be a good one. Laughlin on the right-hand side. 653 dial-in for the gentleman from Albany, Wisconsin, paired up with Shane Pope. Pope in the Pinto has already been to a $10,000 win this year in the left-hand side. And Shane Pope is going to go red by 2 thousandths of a second. Jim Laughlin, your winner on the right-hand side. 651 on the 653 dial-in. Shane Pope goes dead on 1, but was 002 red. Laughlin is your winner. Yellow no-box door cars. Yellow no-box door cars. We need you. We need you now. Yellow no-box door cars to the lanes, please. Yellow no-box door cars. We are looking for you. Ricky Pena and Bob Dish. Two tough customers, two Chevrolets. Dish is out front in the Vega wagon. Here comes the Rum Runner Chevy 2. At the stripe, Ricky Pena, your winner. He is 2 over the dial-in. 19 on the tree, takes him through by 0.03 of a second. Ricky Pena is your winner over Bob Dish. That'll bring up Gene Milton in a 1988 Ford Ranger pickup truck from Somerset, Wisconsin. I think Milton had a Challenger before, a late model Dodge Challenger, but it looks like she has traded it in for the pickup on the left-hand side. Almost heads up, 665 dial-in for Milton, 664 for Jeff Billiter, your overall runner-up last year in the Firecracker. 006 red for Gene Milton, and Jeff Billiter is going to come away the winner of this one. Out the back door, 665 on the 664 dial-in. Jeff Billiter advancing into round number 2. That'll bring up your next pair, Dave Hamilton and Doug Lancaster. Lancaster on the right-hand side of Morrison, Illinois. That is a no-box roadster for Lancaster. Hamilton, meanwhile, making his first appearance at Byron Dragway in about 10 years. Raced the 1970 second-generation Pontiac Firebird on the left-hand side. From Hanover, Minnesota, 621 dial-in for Dave Hamilton. He's going to leave first. And the roadster of Lancaster will try to chase him down. At the finish line, win light goes to Dave Hamilton by 4/10,000ths of a second. Wow, check this one out. Dead on 9 for Hamilton, dead on 2 for Lancaster. Hamilton had the starting line advantage, 35 to a 42.0004. That's the margin of victory for Dave Hamilton in the left-hand lane. Coming up next, this is Nick Hastings and Brent Rutherford. Rutherford picked up a new car this year, the Pontiac Firebird on the right-hand side out of Swanson's Discount Vacuum in Machesney Park, Illinois. 682 dial-in for Rutherford. He will leave first. Chasing him down is going to be Nick Hastings, the 1981 Pontiac T1000. Wow, photogenic Pontiac for Hastings. Leaving with the tires high up in the sky at the stripe. Hastings is going to get there first, get the win by 13/10,000ths of a second. Wow, come get you some. What a drag race this one was. 002 reaction time for Hastings. 006 reaction time for Rutherford. Rutherford is 12 thou over his dial-in. Hastings 15 thou over his dial-in. Win light to Hastings by just over 1 thou at the finish line. So we wait for some more cars to show up. We're looking for our yellow no-box door cars. Final call, yellow no-box door cars. We are looking for yellow no-box door cars at this time. To be suited up and ready to go, yellow no-box door cars, you are coming out. Hey, we got our next pair of cars ready to go in the water box. This is Patrick Hill and Mark Marusek. This is the first time we've seen Marusek in 2022. Great to see him in attendance. Beautiful 1991 Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane. Did the bodywork, did the paint job all himself. 585 dial-in for Marusek in the right-hand lane. Patrick Hill, 639 dial-in for the Malibu left-hand side Out of the shop of Chicago Waterjet Incorporated in Arlington Heights, Illinois, this is Patrick Hill. Going dead on 5, Patrick Hill is your winner. Left-hand side over Mark Marusic. Marusic will break out. Patrick Hill, 19 green on the tree, dead on 5. We'll see him again in round number 2. Here comes the Iaconio and Allen Chevy Monza. Jim Sibley of Chillicothe, Illinois, a 590 down in the left-hand lane. He'll give a head start to Brandon Schmall from Palo, Iowa. Engineer by trade of the 1968 Chevrolet Nova, right-hand side. Brandon Schmall and Jim Sibley. Pair of bow ties here in the opening round of door car class competition. These are the no-box entries. So final call goes out for a yellow no-box door car. Final call, yellow no-box door car. Sibley is going to break out, and Brandon Schmall is your winner. 621 on the 618 dial-in. Brandon Schmall is your winner. Right-hand side over Jim Sibley. Brian Dumdye, Todd Hone coming up now. Almost heads up. 598 dialing for Hone of the Pontiac. Dumdye dialed in at a 6 flat. Clean green. Away they go. Very good race off the starting line and at the finish line. Dumdye is going to go dead on 1. Move on to the next round with this 57 Chevy. Hone got there first. Breaks out 595.6 on the 598 dial-in. Win light to Brian Dumdye. Bring up Taylor Schleter and Aaron Johnson. Johnson on the right-hand side, a 635 dial-in for the Chevrolet Camaro from Polo, Illinois. 680 dial-in for Taylor Schleter, left-hand side, the 1996 Chevrolet S10 pickup truck from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. At the finish line, double breakout. Win light goes to Aaron Johnson, breaking out by just 8 thousandths of a second. He is the lesser of the two breakouts. Schleter, 678.1 on the 680 dial-in. With a 19 thou breakout for Schleter. Coming up now, Cameron Mason and Kenny Norup. Mason, left-hand side, a $30,000 champion of this race from about 3 years ago. She's in the left-hand side in the Camaro, paired up with Kenny Norup from right here in Byron, Illinois. 587 dial-in for Norup. Almost a 1 second head start to Mason. Here comes the Thunderbird at the stripe. Win light to the Thunderbird. Kenny Norup's going to get there first, going 1 over the dial-in. 18 on the tree. 18 ten-thousandths of a second. That is the margin of victory for Kenny Norup. A red light start for the Tesla of Kyle Riley and Randy Wolf in the Durango is your winner. An all street legal lineup right there. And the Durango of Randy Wolf, 40 green on the tree, is your winner on the right-hand side. Jordan Ansel and Roger Morris. We've seen Morris once already this round. He is double entered, and he is 2 for 2 in the opening round of no box competition. Morris, 18 green on the tree, gets there first, gets the win by 5 thou at the stripe over the Malibu of Jordan Ansel. Chad Cannon and Mike Southwick, your next pair. Well, a problem for Cannon in the left-hand side. He is shut off at the Christmas tree. And Mike Southwick, in a car that they just got the motor dumped into just this week, is going to be your winner on a broke buy. How about that? Southwick, first time out this year. They're going to go dead on one. 639-1 on the 639 dial-in. A tough break for Cannon, as they're going to push that Camaro back. And what appears to be a water leak from the Camaro of Chad Cannon. We'll get that dried up, get the starting line restored. And we'll be ready to resume here door car class competition in just a moment. Hey, while it is quiet, this is as good a time as any to give special acknowledgement to a very special person to the Playground of Power. That is one, Brett Michael. I see him hanging out by the water box area at this time. Brett, give a wave if you would. Draw a little bit of attention to yourself. There he is. This is the man that is responsible for, well, they're normally the lush green grounds of Byron Dragway. Bit of a drought at this time, but he is responsible for every blade of grass at Byron Dragway, every weed that is non-existent at the Playground of Power, every scrap of paper you don't see blowing around the pits at Byron Dragway. That is all a compliment to one Brett Michael. Brett Melolepsy, that's his actual name, but we all have come to know him as Brett Michael, a name given and christened to him from Ron Leake years ago. But Brett, thank you so much for all you do here at the Playground of Power. It does not go unnoticed. The number of compliments that the track gets week in and week out, I don't know if they find their way to Brett every weekend, but thank you so much to Brett Michael. All right, buckle up. This should be a good one right here. Darren Burkhart, Troy Bogner, your next pair. These are no box door cars. Bogner on the right-hand side. Double entered. He's already got a win light once already this round. He's undefeated in Pro Eliminator, if you haven't heard of the word. He's in the Camaro right-hand side. 593 dialing for Bogner, giving about a 1-second head start to the Pontiac Grand Prix of Darren Burkhart. transmission specialist from Winnebago, Illinois. Clean green, away they go. We've got ourselves a very good track race, and at the stripe, win light to Troy Bogner. Wow. 006 reaction time, dead on one, 7th thou total package for Troy Bogner. I called it earlier today. That green Camaro is going to be one to watch all weekend long, and certainly flexing his muscle early in the day today, but that's the key word, early. We are early in the day this Friday, early in the weekend. A lot of world-class drag racing set to unfold this weekend. Michael Chucky Olson to the right-hand lane. Olson in the Chevelle from Stoughton, Wisconsin. A red light start for Olson. Win light to Shane Boney. 593 on the 590 dial-in. Shane Boney in the pickup truck, advancing into the next round. Morgan Hickson of Ruston, Florida. So all the way from Ruskin, Florida, Morgan Hickson sharing driving duties of the Buick GSX with her father, John Hickson. Paired up with Chad Vangsness in the Pontiac from Chicago, Illinois. And the win light to Vangsness in the left-hand side. We're looking for our blue box door cars. Blue box door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Blue box door cars, lanes 3 and 4. A red light start in the left-hand lane. A win light to Jason Huggins. 005 reaction time. 1 over the dial-in. Huggins is your winner. Ricky Pena, Nick Hastings, 2 tough customers. Hastings, kind of a touring pro, if you will. In the Pontiac T1000 right-hand side, Ricky Pena. Well, heck, he's doubled up on one of these holiday weekends before at Byron Dragway at the stripe. Dead on 4, 004. Nick Hastings with an 8th thou total package gets there first, gets the win. Pena's going to break out. Hastings is your winner. We're looking for blue box door cars, blue box door cars. Looking for blue box door cars. To the lanes, please. Blue box door cars. We are looking for you in the staging lanes, please, at this time. Blue box door cars. We are looking for you. All right, our final no box entry, that is Chris Wicker on the right-hand side. A 7-11 dial-in for Wicker, so... And Kevin Swartz with a box entry in the Malibu. Jamie Schmall and Gary Williams. Williams in the pickup truck right-hand side of 573 dial-in for Williams, 658 dial-in for Jamie Schmall. That'll bring up Tim Wirtz and Steve Folk. Folk in the wagon right-hand side. And Wirtz into the Corvette Roadster left-hand lane. Close race at the stripe. One line's going to go to Tim Wirtz all the way from Nampa, Idaho. 516 on the 514 dial-in. Wirtz is your winner over Steve Folk. That'll bring up Stephen McCrory, I do believe, racing the Pontiac Firebird right-hand side. A 622 dial-in for McCrory. And a 644 dial-in for Big Block Sean Anderson in the Camaro. 005 red for Anderson. 25 green for McCrory in the right-hand side. Oh, and 618 on the 622 dial-in. Colin Estes, Myron Street coming up now. Street on the right-hand side. The Agitator 68 Camaro from Minnesota. 681 dial-in for Street. 604 dial-in for Colin Estes in the Pontiac Acadian out of Rockford, Illinois. Street leaves first. Here comes Estes. Pair of green lights. This will be decided at the finish line. Stripe win light to Colin Estes. 609 on the 604 dial-in. 004 reaction time for Estes. Gets there first, gets the win by 9 thousandths of a second over Myron Street. Ryan McCann, Tim Fulker. Red line start for Fulker, and Ryan McCann's going to advance into the next round. 005 reaction time for McCann. He is dead on one. That is a 6 foul total package for the Nova of Ryan McCann. One of the best appearing cars. Clean car, barely a sticker on it. The Rally Sport 67 Chevrolet Camaro from Chesterfield, Indiana. Also leans with the front tires in the air. 622 dial-in for Andrew Seymour. Paired up with Mike Hobson, second generation Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side from Freeport, Illinois. 558 dial-in for Mike Hobson. How about that drag race? One of the best of the day. 006 reaction time for Seymour. 009 reaction time for Mike Hobson. Seymour's going to get the win, going one over the dial-in. Hobson got there first, took too much stripe. He breaks out. Andrew Seymour, photogenic 67 Camaro, leaving with the front tires in the air, is your winner. All right, this may well be the marquee matchup of the box door cars in round one. Dave Ansel, Andrew DiPiazza, two tough customers. DiPiazza right-hand side, 512 dial-in for his Camaro. Ansel tower side, 526 dial-in for his Camaro. And these are two old gunslingers doing their best. Then at the finish line, the win line's going to go to Andrew DiPiazza. Wow, what a drag race. 009 reaction time for Ansel. 003 line for Andrew DiPiazza. Ansel got there first by 9 thou, breaks out by 2 thou. And Andrew DiPiazza goes over the dial-in, and he will get the win on the right-hand side. Machine Gun Kelly Spears and Buck Davenport. Davenport right-hand side, 595 dial-in for the Camaro from Roscoe, Illinois. Spears in the Duster from New Milford, Illinois. And the win line's going to go to Kelly Spears on a double breakout. Wow, check this out. Davenport is going to have some real heartache when he gets back to the pit area. He was trip, zip, green. Got there first. He had room to spare and breaks it out. Double breakout. Machine Gun Kelly Spears is your winner. Do not forget that re-entries all are available at the blue top tent beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Re-entries are available at the blue top tent beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station for today's $30,000 to win Friday edition of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Randy Folk in the left-hand lane in the Corvette. Wow, Folk is very, very late at the starting line, but his opponent takes him through by over a car length, breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second, and Folk is going to get away with one. This is Lane Dickin in the Chevy S10 left-hand side. 008 reaction time. Dickin is your winner. 4 over the dial-in. Aaron's shot was dead on 7, but left a little bit too much at the starting line. And Lane Dickin, S10 from Lebanon, Tennessee, is your winner. Coming up next, Mitchell Vincent and Jim Oliver. Oliver on the right-hand side, the 66 Chevy 2 from New Lenox, Illinois, with a 560 dial-in for Oliver. Mitchell Vincent in a 67 Chevrolet Camaro. Been in the family for over 40 years, this car. Probably pushing 50 years at this point. 582 dial-in for Mitchell Vincent. At the finish line, Vincent, 3 over the dial-in, 31 on the tree. He is your winner over Jim Oliver. And here is the touring professional driver, the podcast host, and the owner-operator of This Is Bracket Racing Elite. That is Luke Bogacki. On the right-hand side, the Mosher Engineering-sponsored Corvette Roadster. In the right-hand lane, paired up with Wendell Curley. Curley in the 67 model Chevrolet Camaro, as sponsored by State Line Solar from Rock City, Illinois. 675 dial-in for Curley. He'll get about a 2-second head start over Bogacki. And Curley's going to get there well out front, but he's going to break out. Win line's going to go to Luke Bogacki. 480 with a 1 on the 477 dial-in. Bogacki advances to round number 2. Dusty Weinrich and Mike Schlater. They are your next pair. Schlater on the right-hand side, a 665 dial-in. For the Olds, 442 from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. 642 dial-in for Dusty Weinrich in the pickup truck from Cornell, Wisconsin. And at the finish line, win line's going to go to Dusty Weinrich. Schlater had the starting line advantage. He was 005 on the Christmas tree, but unable to run the number. Weinrich, 34 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in, comes away the winner. Kevin Wilbur and Vince Magracina. Coming up now, Wilbur left-hand side, a 583 dial-in for the Chevrolet Nova from Burlington, Wisconsin. 570 dial-in for Vince Magracina. Double enter to the 1980 Chevrolet Monzo, right-hand side from Pecatonica, Illinois. We are looking for the yellow box door cars. We're looking for yellow box door cars at this time. We are putting the first call out for yellow box door cars. Red light start for Wilbur, and Vince Magracina is your winner, right-hand lane. That'll bring up Scotty Richardson, left-hand lane. I believe he is a track operator now by trade. Has made his living behind the wheel of a bracket car for many years. 604 dial-in for the Chevy 2 of Scotty Richardson, left-hand lane from Kentucky. And a 634 dial-in for the S10 right-hand side of entry number 265. And the S10 by 7 thousandths of a second is going to be your winner. 007 reaction time and 2 over the dial-in. Richardson 1 over the dial-in, but he was 22 on the tree. 7th out at the stripe in favor of the S10. Yellow box door cars. Yellow box door cars. We'll take yellow box door cars. Jim Zink and Ed Nemec. Wow, what a drag race. 005 reaction time for Zink, 008 reaction time for Ed Nemec. At the stripe, both drivers 1 over the dial-in. Zink is your winner by 4 thousandths of a second in the left-hand side. That'll bring up Aaron Milton and Brian Folk. Folk on the right-hand side, the red Beretta from Durand, Illinois. Part of the Folk Race Cars team. 535 dial-in for Folk. 592 dial-in for Milton in the Pontiac. At the finish line, Aaron Milton is your winner. Dead on 6, getting the win in the Pontiac. Folk will get their first breakout by 9 thousandths of a second. He had room down there to tighten it up, but it was just too tight at the stripe. Breakout for Folk, win light for Milton. That'll bring up Brent Vincent and Nick Folk. Nick Folk on the right-hand side, a runner-up in this race 2 years ago in that Cobalt. 579 dial-in for Folk on the right-hand side, 624 dial-in for Vincent in the Camaro left-hand side. And at the stripe, Vincent's going to get there first, and Vincent will get the win. The 626 on the 624 dial-in. Gets there first, takes him through by 13 ten-thousandths of a second. Folk had the starter line advantage, but just could not get around Vincent at the stripe. Brent Vincent is your winner. Mark Nettesheim and Charlie Hama coming up next. Hama in the right-hand side. The Cutlass from Davenport, Iowa, 491 dial-in for Hama, 623 dial-in for Nettesheim. Nettesheim leaves first. Can he stay out front without breaking out? No, he'll get there first, but break out by 7 thousandths of a second. Charlie Hama with a 001 reaction time, 1 over the dial, 11 thousandths total package for Hama in the Cutlass. Your winner over Mark Nettesheim. Brian Lynch in a backup car from Clinton, Iowa. He's at the left-hand side, paired up with Ed, the boss man, Bousman at the stripe. Hey, whether it's the Dragster, whether it's the door car, Brian Lynch can wheel it to a win. Going dead on one. 19 on the tree, 20,000. That's the total package for Brian Lynch, your winner over Ed Bousman. Kevin Swartz and Jason Spittle at the starting line. Spittle in the Camaro right-hand side out of Salem, Wisconsin. A 525 dial-in for the right trailers. Sponsored entry. Paired up with Kevin Swartz. Swartz already a winner this round. Can he be 2 for 2 in the opening round of box door cars? Well, a big 2-second head start to the Malibu. He's out front. But who's going to get there first? Win light to Kevin Swartz. 2 for 2 in the opening round. Crossing the finish line ahead by 13 ten-thousandths of a second. Kevin Swartz is your winner. What a drag race. 16 on the tree for Swartz. 13 on the tree for Spittle. Spittle's 2 over the dial-in. Swartz, 18 thou over the dial-in. A little over 1,000th of a second. That's going to be the margin of victory for the Malibu of Kevin Swartz. So the yellow box door cars are beginning to make their way to the lanes. Filing in, filling in, where we've got cars that need to fill in for pairs. Looks like Pat Gillespie is probably going to be the last of our blue box door cars, and we should be all the yellow box door cars from this point on. So, Donna, we don't often check in on the live chat for Byron Dragway TV, but my goodness, if you ever had a question, these guys are getting pretty detailed here, all about, they're almost diagnosing each other's cars here in the live chat, talking about reading spark plugs, finding knocks, all sorts of little tidbits and knowledge to be gained. So it's not just entertaining to watch the live feed on Byron Dragway TV, but you will probably walk around with some sort of expertise. Dylan Pennington and all sorts of members here on the live chat certainly bestowing their knowledge in the live chat section of the stream here today. All right, Andy Schmall, Pat Gillespie. Yeah, what should be a very good matchup. Gillespie in the Dodge Daytona right-hand side of 542 dial-in. 597 dial-in for Andy Schmall in the Beretta. Off and running. Almost identical reaction times at the stripe win light to Andy Schmall. Dead on 9 for the Beretta. He is your winner. Gillespie got there first, but he breaks out. 539 with the 3 on the 542 dial-in. Win light to Andy Schmall. Tori Williams and Rob Livingston. Your next pair. Livingston in the Pontiac right-hand side with a 516 dial-in. You'll give a head start to Williams, left-hand side of the Chevrolet Nova from Winnebago, Illinois. In the tower side, Williams. His son, T.C. Williams, was the $160,000 champion of this prestigious race 1 year ago on this weekend. You'll remember, with all the weather we had 1 year ago, the whole race was comboed, 3 races into one, becoming the richest race in track history. Rob Livingston is your winner. Get in there first, get in the win by 5 thousandths of a second. 16 on the tree to Williams is 25. Livingston 1 over the dial. Williams dead on 8, 5 thou. That's the margin of victory for Rob Livingston in the right-hand lane. It'll be a battle of the Malibus here in this next pair. Jerry Van Howen and Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Laughlin to the right-hand side. The shop owner of Jim's Mechanic Shop in Albany, Wisconsin. And Jerry Van Howen, the truck driver from Seward, Illinois. 79 Malibu left-hand side, 624 the dial-in for the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop sponsored Malibu of Jerry Van Howen. About a quarter of a second, that'll be the head start for Jim Laughlin in the right-hand lane. In an all-Malibu matchup. And this race was all Van Howen from start to finish. 31 green on the tree. 3 over the dial-in. He'll be back for round number 2 for Jerry Van Howen. All right, here comes Don Schomer and Myron Street. Street on the right-hand side, the Agitator Chevrolet Camaro from St. Cloud, Minnesota with a 681 dial-in. He'll get a pretty sizable head start against the Maverick of Don Schomer. Schomer, very photogenic Maverick at that. 71 model out of Rich Kent Motorsports in Oswego, Illinois. Well, 006 ran for Don Schomer. Win line on the right-hand side for Myron Street, going 683.5 on the 684 dial-in. Myron Street advances to round number 2. This is David Bones Johnson, the IT director from Edwards, Illinois, with a 572 dial-in for the 2009 model Ford Mustang, the left-hand side. Paired up with the 82 Oldsmobile Cutlass, that is Jeff Baldridge. Out of Machesney Park, Illinois, 635 dial-in for Baldridge, 572 dial-in for Johnson. Still in the opening round of box door cars. David Bones Johnson, that's going to be your winner. 21 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. Johnson, a winner from out here last summer, looking strong already this Friday afternoon. Yes, it is afternoon, 12:31 p.m. to be exact. Now's as good a time as any to swing on down to the Dragway Diner because lunch is being served. They've got hot dogs, they've got hamburgers, they've got cheeseburgers. Sedona, you know my personal favorite, the walking taco. With all the fixing. They did add jalapenos as well. And I know they did install a fryer just a couple of weeks ago. French fries, cheese curds, all kinds of neat little baskets they're putting together now. So swing on down to the Dragway Diner this lunchtime hour. And make sure you stay fueled up for a long weekend of bracket racing here at Byron Dragway. Great race. Win light, left-hand side, entry number 4X. The right trailer sponsored Chevy 2. Dead on 4. Picking up the win left-hand side by 9 thousandths of a second over Zach Manasiri. Ryan McCann and Alex Rissy coming up now. Rissy in the right-hand side had a perfect light in the time trials session earlier today. A 5:68 dial-in for Rissy in the Beretta. 687 dial-in for McCann in the Nova. Close race, double breakout, win light to Ryan McCann. Breaking out by just 3 thousandths of a second. Reese breaks out by 5 thou. McCann breaking out by 3 thou. 2 thousandths, that's the difference in breakouts. The lesser of the two is Ryan McCann. He is your winner. Doug Cruz and that is Joe Hansen. Joe Hansen into the right-hand side. Chevrolet Monza with a 605 dial-in. Double entered here today. Paired up with Doug Cruz, who just does so much for Byron Dragway, from setting up the lights to restriping the staging lanes. At the finish line, win light's going to go to Joe Hansen into the right-hand side. A 006 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in. Joe Hansen lights the win light here in round number 1 of Door Car Class competition. Melissa Heldman and Clay Schleter, they are your next pair. Schleter right-hand side, 629 dial-in for the Malibu from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. 668 dial-in for the GMC Sonoma from Yorkville, Illinois. Slight head start of the pickup truck of Melissa Heldman. Well, a last and final call for yellow box door cars. Last and final call, yellow box door cars. We are winding down this round. Final call, yellow box door car. At the finish line, Melissa Heldman is your winner. 2 over the dial-in, 670 with a 4 on the 668 dial-in. She was 18 on the tree to Schleter's 14 on the tree. Schleter 7 over, Heldman 2 over. A big wheels-up launch for the Chevy 2 wagon of Steve Folk. He's out front, and he's going to get the win. 10 on the tree. Dead on 5. Steve Folk Chevy 2 wagon is your winner over Tim Wirtz in that pair. That'll bring up Andrew DiPiazza and Bill Curtis Sr. Curtis in the left-hand side, driving the familiar Camaro, as owned by one Winnebago Walt Gray. 565 dial-in for Curtis on the left-hand side. 511 dial-in for DiPiazza, right-hand side. Double-entered Camaro in the right lane. Hey, we're looking for an 1 5/8 freeze plug for a small block Chevy. 001 red for Bill Curtis. Win light to Andrew DiPiazza. Again, we're looking for an 1 5/8 freeze plug for a small block Chevy. If you have an 1 5/8" freeze plug for a small block Chevy, please stop up to the tower. We will get you connected with the racer in need of an 1 5/8" freeze plug for a small block Chevy. A red line start for Colin Hurley by 0.02 of a second. Win line to the pickup truck. 6:33 on the 6:34 dial-in. A red line start for Vince Magrosino. Win light to the Folk Corvette. 5.99 on the 5.97 dial-in, 17 on the tree, 2 over the dial-in. And the Vet will advance to round number 2. Colin Estes, Lane Dickin at the starting line. Dickin in the pickup truck, Estes in the Pontiac. Slide head start to the S10 on the right-hand side, 6:18 dial-in. Close race, and at the stripe, Colin Estes is your winner. 18 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. Estes over Dickin. All right, sounds like the freeze plug has been located. Thank you. Thank you generously for helping the driver in need of the freeze plug. It has been located. 2 very photogenic cars. This will make a great photo. Andrew Seymour and Mike Schlater. Schlater on the right-hand side, the Olds 442 with the 669 dial-in. Seymour, the 67 Camaro from Chesterfield, Indiana, 623 dial-in for Seymour. And at the stripe, Schlater's going to break out. Seymour's going to go on to the next round. 624 on the 623 dial-in, 13 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. Andrew Seymour is your winner. That'll bring up Aaron Milton and Scotty Richardson. Richardson looks like a funny car over there with the little flap on the roof. 604 dial-in for the Chevy 2 from Barberville, Tennessee. Track operator and drag racer Scotty Richardson. Hey, we're looking for green dragsters. Green dragsters to the lanes, please. Round number 1 of green dragsters to the lanes, please. Almost identical reaction time. 17 on the tree for Milton, 16 on the tree for Richardson. Dead on 6 for Milton, dead on 4 for Richardson. Richardson gets there first, gets the win in the Chevy 2. So Brandel Carlson, patience does pay off. Now he is the no-box entry. There is only 1 Byron in all of Dorcar. So as the no-box car, he ran the risk, I suppose, of pairing up with a box car. Odd number of cars, so that's not the case. He's going to collect that bye and punch his ticket into round number 2. Carlson is 2 for 2 in the opening round of Dorcar class competition. So we will use the bye on the Dorcar side. There will be a new bye for round 2 of Dorcars. And we're looking for green dragsters to the lanes, odd left, even right. Green Dragsters to the lanes, please. So a reminder, entry number 095, Dustin Long, 095. Dustin Long, you are potential buy in round number 1 of Dragster class competition. Entry number 095, 095. Dustin Long, you'll report to lane number 1 at the end of the Dragster class. You'll be the last one out. Entry number 095, Dustin Long, potential buy, round number 1 of Door Car class competition.
All right, here we go. Round number 1. Dragsters. Dustin Wirtz, left lane, 451. Right lane, Mike Bonebright, 495 for Mike. Dustin all the way from Idaho. Mike, local racer, Rochelle, Illinois. Pair of green lights, finish line, win goes to Mike Bonebright. 495 with the 7 on the 495. Dustin better at the starting line, Mike better at the finish line. Left lane, 493. Right lane, we got Jeff Hyland with the 473 out of Oswego, Illinois. Red light start for Jeff Hyland. Left lane, your winner, goes 491.9 on the 493 dial in. Right lane, T.C. Williams. Last year he was our big winner. He took home $160,000. The left lane, Jeff Cheney, 472 for Jeff. 478 for TC. Win light, T.C. Williams, 479 on the 478. Jeff Cheney, 474 on the 72. T.C. Williams, your winner. Re-entries are at the blue top tent right next to the Sunoco fuel station. Re-entries right at the blue top tent next to the Sunoco fuel station. Jeff Larson Sr., Beloit, Wisconsin, left lane, 530 dial in. Monty Fisher, local racer, out of Rockville, Illinois, 491 to dial in for Monty. Monty has been racing here for 50 years. Monty Fisher out of Rockville, Illinois, 50 years at the Byron Dragway. Raced motorcycles for many years. Finish line, give the win to Monty Fisher. 005 on the tree, 91 with the 3 on the 91. Jeff was 31 on the 30, couldn't get there. Monty Fisher, moving on, round number 2. Sean Crewman, left lane, 459 for Sean. Nick Mastrada out of Frankfort, Illinois, the Auto Tech, 459 for Nick. Heads up, 459 apiece. See if we can see which car moves first here. Both cars taking their time getting in. 459 a pair here. Sean's in. Here comes Nick. Here comes the tree. 4,000 separates them at the start line. Wind light. Sean Crumman, he goes dead on 7 on the 59. Nick 61 on a 59, 2 over. Nick was a few thousandths better on the first at the starting line, but Sean better at the finish line. Stephen McCroy, left lane, 460 dial in. Right lane, 447. Right lane, your winner, 448 on the 447. Will Holloman, left lane, 456 dial in. Out of Pine Level, North Carolina, Jim Prevost, right lane, Mundelein, Illinois, 452 for Jim. Will racing out of the Bear Motorsports stable. Will goes dead on 5 with the 29 light for the win. Jim Prevost, he was dead on 1. Not good enough with the starting line. Will Holloman will move on, round number 2. Next up, Scotty Haas, Stillman Valley, 483 dial in. Right lane, Carla Pontillo, Kenosha, Wisconsin, 483 dial in. Another heads up, second one we've had. Wind light, Scotty Haas, he goes dead on 9. Carla was 2 over. Jeff Jones taking his Byron, 485 dial in, jumpable 482 on the 485 on the competition buy. Williams, your red light, or your winner, he goes 476 on the 479. Right lane goes red by 9 thousandths. Gary Williams, moving on.
Lee Burkholder and Donovan Williams. Williams, 22 years of age, from Sarasota, Florida. 476 dialing for Williams and Lee Burkholder. In the right-hand side, win light to Burkholder. 005 reaction time, dead on 9. 14 thou total package for Lee Burkholder of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Stephen Liss Jr. and Scott LaBuddy. LaBuddy is double-entered, picking up an entry from Bruce Call. Bruce with an intermittent problem with his car. 476 dial-in for LaBuddy in the right-hand side, a multi-time track champion from Byron Dragway. Stephen Liss Jr., 517 is his dial-in with a driver from Elgin, Illinois, to left-hand side. And Scott LaBuddy, dead on 5, is your winner over Stephen Liss Jr. That'll bring up Dominic Bowden and Dan Kike. Kike on the right-hand side. The welder from Brandon, Wisconsin. 471 dial-in for Kike. 441 dial-in for Dominic Bowden, owner-operator of Manhattan Collision in Winooka, Illinois. No, that's not the same car. Double-entered by Dominic Bowden. He's got 2 cars, identical paint schemes. Talented painter is Dominic Bowden. Close race off the starting line and at the stripe. Win light's going to go to Dominic Bowden at the left-hand side. Doug Foley Jr. and Mike Pavicic. Very close race off the starting line. 1 thou the difference at the starting line at the stripe. Pavicic gets there first. He breaks out. And the win line's going to go to Doug Foley Jr. Left-hand side. The driver from Mooresville, North Carolina, is 2 over the dial-in and moving on to round number 2. Hey, do not forget, re-entries are available at the Blue Top Tent located beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Make sure you go get signed up for the re-entry round, as you still have a chance at the $30,000 prize today. Derek Dignitz and Ted Cannon sharing driving duties of this car this weekend with Bill Curtis Jr. Cannon on the right-hand side, Dignitz into the left-hand lane. They're off, they're running. Win line's going to go to Derek Dignitz 5 flat on the 497 Dylan Dignitz is your winner over Ted Cannon. Cannon breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Coming up now, this is Daryl Forsyth of Bethalto, Illinois, in a 2011 Nelson chassis dragster left-hand side. And Ken Barsima. Barsima leaves first. He's in the right-hand side. Forsyth trying to wheel him in. At the finish line, win light's going to go to Daryl Forsyth. He is 1 over the dial-in. Barsima got there first. He broke out by 2 thousandths of a second. Daryl Forsyth going to be your winner at the left-hand side. A reminder, entry number 095, Dustin Long, 095, Dustin Long. You are the potential buy round 1 of Dragster class competition. And the win light, left-hand side, going 1 over the dial-in, dead on 5, picking up the win over Mick Magner. This is Mitchell Vincent and Chad Covert. Covert, quite possibly the best appearing car of the weekend. Love the paint job on the side chick rear engine dragster of Chad Covert. Covert taken off too early, almost as though the car rolled through the beams. And the win's going to go to Mitchell Vincent. Both drivers throw it off by that one. But Vincent, the lesser of the 2 red lights, is going to be your winner over Chad Covert. That'll bring up Tim Vincent and Blake Vangsness. Vangsness on the right-hand side, 20-year-old from Rockford, Illinois. Double entered with a 5:23 dial-in for Vangsness, driving for Jeff Land of Durand, Illinois. Tim Vincent, a $3,000 winner from just 2 weeks ago right here at Byron Dragway. 488 dial-in for Vincent, 523 dial-in for Vangsness. Tim Vincent is the winner over Blake Vangsness in this pair. Vangsness is going to go red by 3 thousandths of a second. Tim Vincent, 008 reaction time, is your winner in the left-hand lane. That'll bring up Ryan Fasano and Scott Lemon. Lemon, all the way from Gallatin, Tennessee. That is the DRS sponsored entry on the right-hand side. 465 dial-in for Lemon. 485 dial-in for Ryan Fasano. Left-hand side, the all-white rear-engine dragster from Salem, Wisconsin. And what should be a very good matchup between Fasano and Lemon here in the opening round of dragster class competition. Dead on 4, Ryan Fasano, your winner over Scott Lemon. Lemon gets their first breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second. Fasano is your winner. All right, we need pink dragsters. Pink dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Pink dragsters to staging lanes 3 and 4. Round 1, pink dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Reminder, enter number 095. Dustin Long, you are the potential buy. Round 1 of dragster class competition. You'll report to lane number 1. Well, we need pink dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Nick Folk and Kenny Rapaz. Close race at the stripe. Well, they are both well out of the throttle. Shutting it down early. Nick Folk, 006 reaction time. Exactly 1/10 over the dial-in. Nick Folk is your winner. It appears the car of Ken Rapaz was off pace. Folk is going to coast on through for the win. Here comes Troy Williams Jr. and Machine Gun Kelly Spears. Spears from New Milford, Illinois. 484 dial-in for Spears on the right-hand side. 467 dial-in for Troy Williams Jr. of Daytona Beach, Florida. Troy Williams Jr. by 3 thousandths of a second. He gets there first. He gets the win over Machine Gun Kelly Spears. Johnny Brannon and Dennis Lund Jr. Lund to the right-hand side. That is a supercharged rear-engine tractor, 445. Dial to the right-hand side. A lot of horsepower on track, but a little too much. He will break out 443.8. On the 445 dial-in, he'll break out. Johnny Brannon moves on to the next round. 465 on the 463 dial-in. Wow, both drivers are dead on the dial-in. Dead on 2 on the right-hand side. Dead on 5 left-hand lane. 008 reaction time for Tom Dauber. Dead on 2 on the right-hand side for entry number 5829. Not yet on file, but he is your winner in the Long Motorsports entry on the right-hand side. One of, if not the best race of the day today. Jeff Cheney up in his second entry. He's in the right-hand side, paired up with John Brannon of Dunedin, Florida. 484 dial-in for Brannon. 473 dial-in for Cheney. At the finish line, win light's going to go to Jeff Cheney in the right-hand side. A 002 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in. Brannon was 008 on the starting lane, but 3 over the dial-in. Win light to Jeff Cheney in the right-hand side. Hey, in round number 2 of door car class competition, door car class, Charlie Hammer, 5337. Charlie Hammer, you are the new potential buy in round number 2 of door car competition. Round 2, potential buy, Charlie Hammer, 5337. A final call for pink dragsters. Pink dragsters to the lanes, please. Odd left, even right. Odd left, even right. Third call, pink dragsters. We need all pink dragsters to the lanes, please. A win on the right-hand side for entry number 5016. Not yet on file, but he is the winner over Brian Folk in the opening round of Dragster class. Bring up Dan Narschwitz and Charlie Hammer. Hammer already a round winner in the opening round of door car class, of which he is the potential buy now. Round 2 of the door car category. He's at the left-hand side. Short wheelbase dragster with a 461 dial-in. Narschwitz right-hand side, 452 dial-in in the right lane. At the stripe, 1 over the dial-in, 11 on the tree. Win light to Charlie Hammer. And he is now 2 for 2 in the opening round of competition. That'll bring up Grace Haas and Eric Grace. How about that, Sedona? Grace is going to win this round. Which one will it be? Well, we're going to find out here in just a minute. Grace Haas, left-hand side. I think she just graduated from high school this spring. 498 dial-in for the talented golfer from Stillman Valley, Illinois, of Grace Haas. Her opponent, that is the amazing Grace. Eric Grace, body shop owner from Brooklyn, Wisconsin, who was half a second quicker with a 448 dial-in. A red line start for Eric Grace, and Grace Haas is your winner. 498.2 on the 498 dial-in, 28 on the tree, dead on tube. Grace Haas advancing on to the next round. A beautiful dragster to the left-hand side. This is Tim Wirtz of Nampa, Idaho. 453 dial-in for Wirtz. Paired up with the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop sponsored dragster of Carla Pontillo. Pontillo on the right-hand side. 484 dial-in for the driver from Kenosha, Wisconsin. 453 for Tim Wirtz. And this one's going to go to Tim Wirtz. Pontillo had the starting line advantage. She was 009 green at the starting line. She got there first with room to spare, but breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Wirtz wasn't bad on the tree. He was 11 on the tree and dead on 3. 14,000 total package for Tim Wirtz. Your winner in the left-hand side. That'll bring up now Donovan Williams, the 22-year-old driver from Sarasota, Florida, with a 478 dial-in, paired up with Brandon Phillips, another young 20-something-year-old driver from Fulton, Illinois. 523 dial for Phillips in the right-hand side. And the win line's going to go to Donovan Williams. 1 over the dial, 19 on the tree. He is your winner over Brandon Phillips. On a double breakout, T.C. Williams, right-hand side, your big champion from 1 year ago, is the winner. 479.9 on the 480 dial and breaking out by just 1/1000th of a second. His opponent broke out by 4 thousandths. That's the difference in breakout. T.C. Williams comes away the winner. This is Stephen McCrory from Cartersville, Georgia. 34-year-old from Champs Performance, part of the Overkill Motorsports FTI on-site team. He's in the left-hand lane, a 471 dialed in for McCrory, paired up with Jessica Bogacki. 469 dialed in for Bogacki in the right-hand side of Carterville, Illinois. Close race at the starting line and at the stripe. Double breakout. Win line to Stephen McCrory. 470 with a 4 on the 471 dial in. McCrory, your winner over Bogacki. That'll bring up Dale Killer Jones in the right-hand side out of Milan, Illinois. 464 dial in for Jones in the right-hand side. Paired up with the Touring Pro, that is Will Holloman of Pine Level, North Carolina. 455 dial in for Holloman in the left-hand lane. We're going to put out a final call for Pink Dragsters. Final call, Pink Dragsters. Looks like Dustin Long has found his home there in lane number 1. That is your potential buy for round 1 of Dragster class competition. And Will Holloman's going to be your winner. 458 on the 455 dial in. 11 on the tree. Gets there first. Gets the win by 3 thousandths of a second over Dale Killer Jones. That'll bring up Joe Kerner and Shane Pope. Pope on the right-hand side. 475 dial in for the hired driver from Bruce Van Stratton Motorsports. Paired up with Joe Kerner, left-hand side out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota. 2011 Racecraft Chassis Dragster with a 494 dial-in. Very good drag race, but only one can be the winner. That's going to be Joe Kerner. 16 on the tree to Pope's 13. Pope is 1 over the dial-in. Kerner goes dead on 6. Margin of victory, 6 thousandths of a second at the stripe in favor of Joe Kerner. This is Doug Foley Jr., left-hand side from Mooresville, North Carolina, paired up with Sean Dieters of Moline, Illinois. 42 dialing for Dieters, 461 for Foley. Working the throttle already at the stripe. Win light's going to go to Sean Dieters. He is dead on 7. 16 on the tree. He lights the win light. Foley had the starting line advantage. He was 003 at the Christmas tree. But he's going to be 3, almost 4 numbers over the dial-in. And Sean Dieters is your winner in the right-hand lane. That'll bring up Mike Bonebright and Billy Curtis Jr. Curtis sharing the driving duties of Ted Cannon's rear-engine dragster on the right-hand side, a car that is based out of Rochelle, Illinois. 503 dial-in for Curtis on the right-hand side. 495 dial-in for Mike Bonebright, left-hand side of Rochelle, Illinois. Another very good race. Bonebright, 005 at the starting line. He got there first, but he will break out by 0.02 of a second. And how about that Bill Curtis Jr.? To my knowledge, the first time he's ever competed in that car. In competition, he'll come away the winner. 11 on the tree. 1 over the dial-in. Bill Curtis Jr. with the round win in the opening round. That'll bring up Adam Sweet and Jeff Jones. Jones double entered with a 483 dial-in right-hand side. For the rear-engine dragster from Beloit, Wisconsin, his opponent, that is Adam Sweet of Davis, Illinois. From Modern Solutions Pest Control, 488 dial-in for Sweet. Well, it'll be a pair of red lights at the start. 003 red for Jones, 001 red for Sweet. 2 thou, that's the difference in red lights, and Adam Sweet will be your winner left-hand side over Jeff Jones. All right, buckle up. This is the fastest car on the property, certainly the lowest dial we have seen so far. 430 dialing for the supercharged rear-engine dragster of Dennis DiValerio. DiValerio was the $100,000 champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals in 2018. And he's a bit of a tinkerer. That's what his friends say about him. You'd think once you've got a dynamite combination that wins races that you would never touch it, just leave it alone. That's not the case for Dennis DiValerio. Always working, always refining. I think he just gets bored and wants something to do. Dennis DiValerio with a supercharged rear-engine dragster was a finalist out here 2 weeks ago. Had a 426 plastered on that car all weekend 2 weeks ago. A little bit hotter conditions here this weekend. He's got it dialed up to a 430. And the left-hand side for a former champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals, this is Dennis DiValerio, paired up with Jared Bulk. At the finish line, Jared Bulk is your winner. 003 reaction time. 3 over the dial-in. He is your winner. DiValerio also 3 over the dial-in, but he left too much at the starting line. 24 was the ball for DiValerio. 003 for Bulk. And Jared Bulk is your winner. Dustin Loines coming up now. A 493 dial-in for the Goonco TV sponsored entry. Drag Racing Television, the sponsor of Dustin Loines' rear-engine dragster from Michigan at the left-hand side. Paired up with Vince Mastrata, 462 dial-in for the Car Star sponsored entry of Vince Mastrata. Well, a very last and final call for Pink Dragsters. Pink Dragsters. Last and final call, Pink Dragsters. You should be in the staging lanes as we are whittling our way through this opening round of Dragster class competition. Dustin Loines, Vince Mastrata. And the win line's going to go to Vince Mastrata. He is 1 over the dial, and Loines was dead on 0. Starter line advantage went to Mastrata, and he's going to go on to the next round. Going to bring up Lee Burkholder on the right-hand side of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. White dragster with black graphics on the side. Paired up with Nate Kelly, the Gone Batty, rear-engine dragster from Tinley Park, Illinois. 492 dial-in for Kelly, under the watchful eye of his longtime crew chief, Grandpa Steve. And a win light to Lee Burkholder, dead on 9. And moving on to the next round over Nate Kelly. That is Chris Mullins, from Lincoln, Illinois, 25-year-old IBEW apprentice electrician lineman. An admirable trade for Chris Mullins on the right-hand side. Beautiful car, paired up with Jay Allen, also an IBEW union electrician. Allen, an electrician. Mullins, an overhead lineman. So a very energetic bunch between Jay Allen and Chris Mullins. And the win light's going to go to Jay Allen. 009 reaction time. Dead on 5. 14 thou. That's the total package for Jay Allen in the tower side of Utica, Illinois. Brad Antonioni, John Schober have completed their burnouts. They are your next pair. 502 dial in for Schober on the right-hand side of the real estate agent. Out of Orland Park, Illinois, 483 dial in for Brad Antonioni. Carpenter, home builder from West Bend, Wisconsin. You're in the tower side. I believe Antonioni is going to be sharing the driving duties of his car with Josh Goyke beginning tomorrow, I understand. So we're going to see a lot of that dragster on the left-hand side this weekend. Antonioni left lane, Schober right-hand side. And John Schober by 4 thousandths of a second will get the win over Brad Antonioni. Schober, 503 and the 502 dial-in. He is your winner over Brad Antonioni. Coming up next, this is Scott LaBuddy, who picked up an entry from Bruce Call. Bruce Call with a gremlin in his car for unexpected reasons. The thing just unexpectedly shuts off for unknown reasons. He fought that gremlin over Memorial Day weekend. 2 weeks ago, never had that problem creep up once. But it reared its ugly head once again, and so the entry now falls in the lap of Scott LaBuddy, who was double-entered. And that is terrible news for the rest of the competition because he is one tough customer. Paired up with Blake Vangsness, the 20-year-old sensation from Rockford, Illinois. He is a hired driver for Jeff Land Motorsports. 523 dial-in for Vangsness, 477 dial-in for LaBuddy. Both drivers taking their time. It'll be a red light start for Scott LaBuddy. Win light to Blake Vangsness. 522 and the 523 dial-in. Vangsness is your winner. He was 18 green on the tree. LaBuddy goes red by 11 thou. And Vangsness will advance. We'll bring up Jeff Highland and Dominic Bowden. Highland on the right-hand side of Oswego, Illinois. 479 dial-in for Highland, 467 dial-in for Dominic Bowden. Good drag race. Bowden is your winner, going dead on 4. 467.4 on the 467 dial-in. 20 on the tree, and he's moving on to the next round over Jeff Highland. Highland got there first. He had room to spare, but he will break out, and Dominic Bowden comes away the winner. All right, this is the second quickest and second fastest car on the property. That is the Pro-Charged rear-engine dragster of Kevin Robertson out of Port Washington, Wisconsin. 440 dial-in for Robertson on the left-hand side. 474 dial-in in the right lane for Eric Pavicic. Red light start for Pavicic by 2 thousandths of a second. Kevin Robertson going to motor on through for the win. 441 on the 440 dial-in. Like I said, Pavicic goes red by 2 thou. Robertson moves on to round number 2. Well, an almost heads-up drag race right here between Scotty Haas and Joe Covert. 483 dialing for Haas to the left-hand side from nearby Stillman Valley, Illinois. Covert. All the way from Saukville, Wisconsin, 484 dialing for Covert. And what is, without a doubt, one of the most eye-catching cars of the weekend. Very tastefully done as well. They're going to be wheel-to-wheel the whole way down at the stripe. Win light's going to go to Scotty Haas on a double breakout. Both drivers going 481. Haas down to 483. A 484 dial-in for Covert. The lesser of the two breakouts was Scotty Haas, your winner in the left-hand lane. Hey, we got a Dragster broken down on the return road. We have a Dragster broken down on the return road. If anyone has the means to tow a Dragster back to their pit area, I'm sure they will forever have a debt of gratitude and appreciative for your help. So we have a Dragster broken down on the return road. If you got a golf cart with a tow strap, they would certainly appreciate a tow back. A red light on the right-hand side, win light, left lane for entry number 5413, 007 green reaction time. Well, a final call for re-entries in the door car side. Final call for re-entry. To sign up for your re-entry to the door car side, please make sure you make your way to the blue top tent. If you're looking to re-enter for the door car side, we ask you to do so now. Yes. This is your potential buy, Dustin Long on the left-hand side, and he will not use the buy, and he's going to lose it in this round here. Entry number 343X picks up the win on the right-hand side, and that is a wrap for round number 1 in Dragster class competition. All right, the random potential buy for the re-entry round of door cars. It is a random buy. It does not carry beyond this round, but if there's an odd number, potential buy, the re-entry round of door cars is entry number 457, Todd Hone. Todd Hone, entry number 457. Todd Hone is the potential buy of the door car re-entry round. We'll take our blue no-box door car re-entry. Blue no-box door car re-entry to lanes 3 and 4. Blue no-box door car re-entry to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Blue no-box door car re-entry. Blue no-box door car re-entry to the lanes, please. So the second call for blue no-box door car re-entry. Blue no-box door car re-entry. Looking for blue no-box door car re-entry to the lanes, please. Oh, a final call for blue, no box, door car re-entry. Blue, no box, door car re-entry. Final call, blue, no box, door car re-entry. Todd Hone, you are the potential buy of the door car re-entry round, entry number 457. Todd Hone is the random potential buy for the re-entry round of door car class. That buy does not carry. It is merely there in case we have an odd number of cars to determine who that belongs to. And here we go. This is the opening pair in the re-entry round of door car class competition. Kyle Riley and Clay Schleter coming out first. Schleter on the right-hand side, a 632 dial-in for the Malibu. Right-hand side out of Verona, Wisconsin. Riley in the Tesla Model Y with an 864 dial-in for the driver from Sauk Village, Illinois. Well, clean green, away they go. Riley's out front. Here comes Schleter at the stripe. Win light to Kyle Riley. 003 reaction time. 876 on the 864 dial-in. Kyle Riley, your winner over Clay Schleter. The opening pair of the re-entry round of door cars. Cameron Mason and Jason Huggins. They are your next pair. Huggins on the right-hand side of the 72 Vega wagon with a 653 dial-in. Cameron Mason, 683 dial-in for the Camaro from Winnebago, Illinois. At the finish line, win light's going to go to Cameron Mason. 1 over the dial-in. Picking up the win over Jason Huggins. And the call goes out now for the yellow no-box door car re-entry. Yellow no-box door car re-entry. To the lanes, please. Yellow no-box door car re-entry to the staging lanes, please. Kip Norup and Brent Rutherford, pair of local racers. Rutherford from just down the road in Oregon, Illinois. 683 dial-in for Rutherford on the right-hand side of the Pontiac Firebird. 647 dial-in for Kip Norup in the Thunderbird. Battle of the Birds. 005 red for Rutherford. 008 green for Norup. And Norup will advance into the next round, going dead on 9 in the left-hand side. Your next pair, Shane Pope and Bob Dish. Dish in the right-hand side. 665 dial-in for the Vega wagon from Verona, Wisconsin. 684 dial-in for Shane Pope. And the Ford Pinto from Mount Morris, Illinois. Pope is already a $10,000 champion from earlier this year over Memorial Day weekend. They are off. They are running at the stripe. Win light's going to go to Shane Pope. Wow, check it out. Trip, zip, green. Perfect reaction time for Shane Pope in the Pinto. And that's going to be a car that you won't want to match up against all weekend long. Richard Mason and Rick Carker coming up now. Carker on the right-hand side. That is a Ford Probe from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And Mason in the Buick. A 676 dial-in for Mason. 593 dial-in for Carker. And Rick Carker will be the winner. Mason's going to go red by 4 thousandths of a second. Carker, 595 and a 593 dial-in. Rick Carker, your winner, right-hand lane. Doug Lancaster coming up now in a no-box Roadster from Morrison, Illinois. 597 dial-in for Lancaster, right-hand side. 621 dial-in for Mel Knott in the 48 Pontiac, left-hand side. A second call for yellow no-box door car. Second call, yellow no-box door car. Todd Hone, you are potential buy. You will report to lane number 1. Todd Hone will report to lane number 1. A problem for Mel Knott in the Pontiac left-hand side. And Lancaster into the Roadster is going to advance on to the next round, coasting through to a 6:22 elapsed time. Andy Schmall, Mark Marusik coming up now. Marusik at the right-hand side. 584 dial-in for the third-generation Chevrolet Camaro from Minooka, Illinois. Used to race a Chevy, too, a car that actually won the Best Appearing honors at the NHRA Division Finals in 2017. He is on the right-hand side. 2016, I stand corrected. 597 dial-in for Andy Schmall in the Beretta from Idaho Falls, Idaho. And this race is going to be all Schmall. 603 on the 597 dial-in. He was 16 green on the tree, and he'll get the win over Mark Marusik. Marusik was 1 over the dial-in, but he left too much at the starting line. Dusty Winrich coming up now on the left-hand side. 642 was his dial-in. He kindly came up and corrected his name pronunciation. We were calling him Weinrich. But much like what he wants to do today, he wants to win rich at the Firecracker Bracket National. So Dusty Winrich and Bob Moeller on track at the finish line. Win line's going to go to Winrich, left-hand side. 644 on the 642 dial-in for the pickup truck from Cornell, Wisconsin. Your winner over Bob Moeller. And coming up next, this is Gene Milton and Mike Chucky Olson. Olson on the right-hand side, the beautiful 70 Chevelle from Stoughton, Wisconsin, with a 670 dial-in on the right-hand side. Milton, Ford Ranger pickup truck from Somerset, Wisconsin, 661 dial-in for Gene Milton. And at the finish line, this one's going to be Gene Milton, 683 on the 661 dial-in. She'll chop down the Christmas tree. Both drivers a bit off the mark. And Milton is your winner. All right, we have not called boxcars. If you are a boxcar, please remove yourself from the staging lanes. If you are a boxcar, then we do not need you in the lanes. These are just no box re-entry. No box re-entry. We have not called any boxcars at this point. Do we have any boxcars out there? Anybody a box? So final call, yellow, no box door car re-entry. Final call, yellow, no box door car re-entry. So a final call for yellow, no box, re-entry, door car. Final call for yellow, no box, door car, re-entry. Final call, yellow, no box, door car, re-entry. Brandon Schmall, Darren Burkhart. We continue on with the no box re-entry car. Schmall on the left-hand side. Burkhart in the right-hand lane. 690 dial for Burkhart, 619 for Schmall. One buy in the door car class, that's Todd Hone. One buy in the door car class, potential buy is Todd Hone. So that's at the tail end of door car. All right, here we go. Brandon Schmall and Darren Burkhart. And a red light start for Burkhart. Win light to Brandon Schmall in the left-hand side. Jordan Ansel, she was a runner-up out here in the Pro Eliminator category just 2 weeks ago. She's in the Malibu left-hand side from Morris, Illinois. 690 dial-in for Jordan Ansel. 678 dial-in for Taylor Schlater, right-hand side. The Chevy S10 from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. And we're now looking for blue box door car re-entry. Blue box door car re-entry to the lanes, please. Blue box door car re-entry. Blue box door car re-entry. 001 red for Taylor Schlater. And Jordan Ansel is your winner. We'll see Jordan in round number 2. 693 on the 690 dial-in. Jordan Ansel moving on to the next round. Chad Cannon, Kyle Riley coming up next. Riley in the Tesla Model Y right-hand side. 864 dial-in for Riley. He is already a round winner in the re-entry round earlier. Can he be 2 for 2 in the re-entry round? No, he will not. Chad Cannon will get the win. Morgan Hickson on the right-hand side, sharing the driving duties of the Buick GSX with her father, John Hickson. Here this weekend, 628 dial-in for the Buick of Morgan Hickson, right-hand side. 586 for Jim Sibley in the Monza. Close race off the starting line. Flip a coin. It is going to be that close at the stripe. Win light on a double breakout goes to Morgan Hickson, as she will get the win, breaking out by just 0.06 of a second, the lesser of the two breakouts. So we are looking for blue box door car re-entry, blue box door car re-entry, blue box door car re-entry to the lanes, please. Blue box door car re-entry to the staging lanes, please. And this is the blend line now from no box into box. Door car re-entry. Final call for blue box door car re-entry. Final call, blue box door car re-entry. We will be calling the yellow box door car re-entry soon. You are on standby. Yellow box door car re-entry. Ricky Pena and Aaron Schott. Coming up now, Ricky Pena, the rum runner, Chevy 2 left-hand side from Palos Park, Illinois. Schott in that hard-launching Z28 Chevrolet Camaro from Watertown, Wisconsin. And at the finish line, Ricky Pena. He's going to be your winner. 17 on the tree, 2 over the dial-in. Aaron Schott got there first, breaks out by 15 thousandths of a second, and Ricky Pena goes on to round number 2. Colin Hurley and Jim Oliver coming up next. Oliver on the right-hand side of the 66 Chevy 2 from New Lenox, Illinois with a 560 dial-in. 511 is a dial-in for Colin Hurley on the left-hand side. A finalist in the Firecracker Bracket Nationals back in 2021. In the Cutlass is Colin Hurley. And the winner is going to be Colin Hurley. 11 on the tree, 2 over the dial-in, getting the win over Jim Oliver. And we will now put the call out for yellow box door cars. Yellow box door cars to the lanes, please. Yellow box door cars to the lanes, please, for the re-entry round. They got 4 things to check off on our list here. Yellow, check. Box, check. Door car, check. Re-entry check. Yellow box door car re-entry. We need you to the lanes, please. Yellow box door car re-entry. To the starting lane, please. Big block, Sean Anderson and Myron Street. On track at the finish line. The win line's going to go to Myron Street. He'll go dead on 7. 39 on the tree, and Myron Street is your winner over Big block Sean. Kevin Wilbur and Buck Davenport. Your next pair. 591 dial-in for Davenport on the right-hand side. 588 dial-in for Wilbur on the left-hand side. The winners of this round have earned their way back into round 2 of the main event. Almost heads up here between Wilbur and Davenport. They'll be wheel-to-wheel the whole way down. And the stripe win light's going to go to Kevin Wilbur. Kevin Wilbur goes dead on 2, 008 reaction time, 10 thou. That's the total package and the winning package for that matter for Kevin Wilbur. Tim Wirtz and Mike Hobson. Coming up now, Hobson to the right-hand side. He's from not too far away, just down the road in Freeport, Illinois. 555 dial-in for Hobson. Tim Wirtz, he's far from home. A 515 dial-in for the Corvette Roadster from Nampa, Idaho. Double 02 red for Mike Hobson. Tim Wirtz, 1 over the dial-in. He's making a long tow all the way from Idaho. Worthwhile as he has raced his way back into the main event. That'll bring up Mike Schlater and Ed Nemec. Hey, a big tip of the cap to Ed Nemec on the right-hand side. Driver of that Corvette. Helped to repaint the staging lanes last week. Restriping the lanes, renumbering them. A big tip of the cap to Ed Nemec, Andy Schmal, Doug Cruz, and Robin Cruz for doing so. Here comes Mike Schlater in the left-hand lane. The Olds 442 out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Owner of Mike's Mobile. Talented auto repair shop. At the finish line, Ed Nemec goes dead on 6, gets the win in the right-hand lane over Mike Schlater. Pairing up Dave Ansel and Jason Spittle. Spittle on the right-hand side, sponsored by Wright Trailer Sales. He is from Salem, Wisconsin. The beautiful Camaro right-hand side, 525 dial-in for Spittle, 526 dial-in for Dave Ansel. Almost heads up between the two. Dave Ansel's going to be the winner. He'll go 5:29 on the 5:26 dial-in. 009 reaction time for Ansel. Gets there first, gets the win by 0.04 of a second. Spittle had a trip, zip, perfect reaction time on the right-hand side, but was unable to run the number. He is 4, almost 5 over the dial-in. Ansel, 009 reaction time, 3 over and change. He is your winner by 4 thou at the stripe. We have a driver in need of a tow back to his pit area. I believe he is broke down at time slips by the sounds of things. But if anybody has a golf cart with a tow strap that would be so kind, I do believe we got a car broke down at the time slip booth. All for Kevin Wilbur, the Nova of Kevin Wilbur. He is in desperate need of a tow back to his pit area. Hey, we're paging Lane Dickin. Lane Dickin to the tower, please. Paging Lane Dickin to the tower, please. Don Schomer, Gary Williams on track. And the win line's going to go to Gary Williams. 002 reaction time. 3 over the dial-in, picking up the win over Don Schomer. Okay, we're looking for Lane Dickin. Paging Lane Dickin to the tower, please. Lane Dickin, please report to the tower. We're paging Lane Dickin to the tower, please. Final call, yellow box door car re-entry. If you are a door car re-entry and if you have not been down the track, you need to be in the lanes. We are just about through the re-entry round of door cars. Final call, door cars for the re-entry round. We are almost done with the round. We need Lane Dickin to the tower, please. If anybody knows the whereabouts of Lane Dickin, paging Lane Dickin to the tower, please. Bill Curtis Sr. and Pat Gillespie coming up now. Gillespie in the right-hand side. Curtis in the left-hand lane. At the finish line, Curtis is your winner. 17 green on the tree. 4 over the dial-in. He'll get the win over Pat Gillespie. Tim Folker goes dead on 5. He'll get the win by 19 ten-thousandths of a second over Doug Cruz in the re-entry round. A red line for Clay Schlater and a win in the left-hand lane. Jeff Baldridge, Alex Rissy on track at this time. And at the finish line, win line's going to go to Jeff Baldridge. Dead on 5. 24 on the tree, 29 thou. That's his total package. In the Cutlass, moving on to the next round is Jeff Baldridge. Vince Magracina and Brian Folk coming up now. Magracina left-hand side of 5. 73 dialing for the Monza from Pecatonica, Illinois. Folk in the red Beretta from Durand, Illinois. Part of that Folk Race Cars team in the right-hand side. .009 red for Vince Magracina, and Brian Folk is your winner. 533 on the 535 dial-in, advancing into round number 2. Gentleman Jim Laughlin and Zach Manasiri at the starting line. Manasiri in the right-hand lane. And a 655 dial-in for the gentleman in the Malibu. Looks like 2 pair left in this re-entry round of door car class. And Zach Manasiri going dead on 2 will be your winner in the right-hand side over Jim Laughlin. And Todd Hone going dead on 2 is your winner over Colin Hurley. Hurley breaking out by 5 thousandths of a second. Todd Hone is your winner. Okay, in the re-entry round of Dragsters, the random potential buy for the re-entry round of Dragsters, this does not carry, but the potential buy of the re-entry round of Dragsters is entry number 303N, Nate Kelly. 303N, Nate Kelly, you are the potential buy in the re-entry round of Dragsters. That is a random buy that does not carry beyond this round. It is only used if there is a random number or an odd number of cars in this round. We're looking for the green Dragsters re-entry. Green Dragster re-entry to lanes 3 and 4. Green Dragster re-entry to lanes 3 and 4. Green Dragster re-entry to lanes 3 and 4. So a second call for green Dragster re-entry. Green Dragster re-entry. Second call to the lanes, please. Green Dragster re-entry. To the staging lanes, please. Green Dragster re-entry to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4, odd left, even right. Hey, Kevin. Kevin Wilbur. Kevin Wilbur. You'll be a green Dragster, okay? So you'll be green. Sedona, are you ready for the re-entry round of Dragsters? If you're ready, I'm ready. Here we go. Dustin Wirtz, Jim Prevost leading the way. Wow, two very quick, very fast Dragsters to open the round. Wirtz to the left-hand side. 454 dialing for the driver from Idaho. He's in the left lane. Prevost from Mundelein, Illinois. A 453 dialing for Jim Prevost. A reminder, Nate Kelly, 303N. Nate Kelly, you are the potential buy of the re-entry round Dragster. Please report to lane number 1. Nate Kelly to lane number 1. And at the finish line, Jim Prevost. He'll come away the winner on the right-hand side. 1 over the dial and 14 on the tree. 17 thou at the stripe in favor of Jim Prevost. Dustin Wirtz was dead on 3, but left a little bit too much at the starting line. And Jim Prevost, right-hand lane, is your winner. Jesse Lassick and Jeff Cheney. Coming up next, Cheney on the right-hand side. 474 dialing for the driver from Cambridge, Minnesota. Paired up with Jesse Lassick, the 17-year-old from LaSalle, Illinois. And the win line's going to go to Jeff Cheney, right-hand lane by 8 thousandths of a second. He'll get there first. He'll get the win over Lassick. Both drivers, 2 over the dial-in. Cheney, 11 on the tree to Lassick's 21. Cheney is the winner. That'll bring up Donovan Williams and Ken Barsima. Dragsters, there is still time to get re-entered. Dragsters, there is still time to get re-entered. Ray Smith, I believe we've got a re-entry headed your way from the tower. Right there, the blue top tent, sir. Right by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Wow, what a knockdown fight this one was. Donovan Williams, the 22-year-old, is your winner. 1 over the dial and 11 on the tree. Donovan Williams, 22 years old, from the Sunshine State of Florida, and he'll be the winner. How about Ted Cannon? Dead on 9 on the right-hand side. Getting the win over Tom Dauber. Dauber was 1 over the dial and 33 on the tree. Cannon 26 on the tree. Dead on 9. 15 thou margin of victory for Ted Cannon in the right-hand lane. Stephen Liss Jr. and Mick Magner on track at the finish line. This one is over at the start. 003 rent for Stephen Liss Jr. Mick Magner, 009 reaction time, and he'll move on to the second round of eliminations. A final call for green Dragster re-entry. We're going to put the first call out for pink Dragster re-entry. We're looking for Pink Dragster re-entry. Pink Dragster re-entry. We are looking for Pink Dragster re-entry to the staging lanes, please. Pink Dragster re-entry to the staging lanes, please. This is Doug Foley Jr., left-hand side. 463 dial-in, paired up with Nick Mistrado. Mistrado, 465 dial-in for the Car Star sponsored entry from Frankfort, Illinois. How about Foley? Trip, zip, green, 1 over the dial-in. I don't think Doug Foley's related to Mick Foley, but he used to always say, have a nice day. And I tell you what, trip, zip, reaction time, he's having a very nice day for Doug Foley Jr. Stephen McCrory from Cartersville, Georgia, in the left-hand lane, paired up with Eric Pavicic from nearby Polo, Illinois. 473 dial-in for Pavicic, 462 dial-in for McCrory. Very good drag race at the stripes. Stephen McCrory comes away the winner, going dead on 4 to get the win. Pavicic took him through. He had room to spare, but breaks out by the narrowest of margins, just 1 thou at the stripe. Pavicic breaks out. Stephen McCrory will advance into the second round. So we put out a final call already for green dragsters. We'll take pink dragsters at this time. Pink dragsters, we are looking for you. Re-entry round. Pink dragster re-entry. And Dustin Long, he was the potential buy in round number 1. He lost round number 1, but he has already won the re-entry round, so we'll see Dustin Long again in round number 2. Red light start for Machine Gun Kelly Spears. Dustin Long is your winner. From DragRaceResults.com comes Scott Lemon on the right-hand side, hailing from Gallatin, Tennessee. A 466 dial-in for Lemon on the right-hand side. Paired up with one tough customer. That is Brian Folk, left-hand side. The VP Racing Lubricants sponsored Folk Race Cars rear-engine dragster from Durand, Illinois. 468 dial-in for Folk. And at the finish line, going dead on 8, 003. That's 11th out total package for your winner, Brian Folk, in the left-hand lane. Scott Lemon, he got there first, breaks out by 0.02 of a second, took him through by 1,000th of a second. There was simply nothing he could do at the stripe. Brian Folk is your winner.
Forrest Lipke, left lane, 490 dial-in, Dan Kike. Brandon, Wisconsin, 472 the dial-in on Dan in the right lane. 5,000 separates them at the starting line, finish line. Give the win to Dan Kite, goes 473 on the 472. Forrest was 492 on the 490. Dan Kite, your winner. Mike Bonebright, Rochelle, Illinois, left lane, 495 dial in. Chad Covert, Wisconsin, 484 dial in for Chad in the right lane. Win light, Mike Bonebright, left lane, 498 on the 495. Chad, 488 on the 484. Mike Bonebright, your winner. Dustin Loans, left lane, 493 dial in. Right lane, Mike Pavicic, 513 dial in on Mike. Finish line, Dustin Loins, your winner, 496 on the 493. Mike Pavicic was closer to the dial in. Dustin had a better reaction time. John Brannon, out of Florida, 486 dial in. Bruce Call, also out of Florida. How can that possibly be? Guys drive over 1,000 miles to race each other. Whoops, excuse me, that's Scott LaBuddy over there in the right lane. Well, both drivers aren't from Florida, but both cars are from Florida. All right, win light, Bruce Call, 478 on the 477. I'm sorry, that's Scott LaBuddy, 478 on the 477. Wow, we've got a lot of horsepower coming up here. We have Dennis DiValario with the 433 dial in. Right lane, Dennis Lund Jr., 444 dial in. Two of the fastest cars on the property going to square off right here. that was just two very fast dragsters leaving the starting line. Give the win to Dennis Lund, goes dead on 9 for the win. Dennis DiValario breaks out by 2. The Battle of the Supercharged. Dennis Lund Jr., your winner.
If you are a re-entry dragster and if you have not run this round, you need to be in the lanes immediately. We need any re-entry dragsters that have not been down the track to the lanes immediately. We are almost through the re-entry round.
Dan Narswich, right lane, 455 dial in. Brad Antonioni, left lane, 484 for Brad. Give the win light to Brad Antonioni, 486 on the 484. Dan, I don't know what happened there. We were on a 505 on the 455. Eric Grace, left lane, 448 dial in. Right lane, Brandon Phillips, 525. Brooklyn, Wisconsin's home for Eric Grace. Fulton, Illinois for Brandon Phillips. Win light, Brandon Phillips, 526 on the 525. Eric was dead on with the 1. Brandon, a little bit better at the starting line.
Last chance re-entry dragsters should all be in the lanes. We're down to the final few. Last chance re-entry dragsters down to the final couple left. If you're not there, you will be missing out.
Shane Pope, 476 in the left lane. Jessica Bogacki, right lane, 470 out of Cartersville, Illinois. Win light, Shane Pope, 477 on the 476. Jessica breaks out by 2 thousandths. Shane Pope, your winner. Chris Sullivan over there in the right lane, 447 the dial in for Chris. Dale Jones in the left lane, 465 for Dale. Win light, Dale Jones, 466 on the 465. Chris was a 450 on the 447. Chris better at the starting line, Dale better finish line. Eric Pavicic, left lane, 473 dial in. Chris Mullins, right lane, 460. Eric is a lineman. Chris is an apprentice lineman. The electric company's doling it out here. Win light, Chris Mullins goes 61 on the 60. Eric was 474. Chris just a little bit better at the Christmas tree. Chris Mullins, your winner. Nate Kelly here from Tinley Park, Illinois. All right, we got Nate Kelly left lane, 492. Right lane, Ken Rapaz, 5 flat from Bradley, Illinois. Win light, Nate Kelly, 502 on the 492. Ken was 514 on the 5 flat. 8,000 separated him at the starting line. Finish line, Nate Kelly takes the win.
A reminder, the Byrons for round number 2 in the door car side. Charlie Hamma, 5337. Charlie Hamma, potential buy in the door car side. Dragster class entry number 5839. 5839. Lane Dickin, potential buy on the Dragster side. We need the blue no-box door car for round number 2. Blue no-box door car, round 2 to lanes 3 and 4. Blue no-box door car, round number 2. To the staging lanes, please. Round number 2. Eliminations in the blue no-box door cars. To the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Odd left, even right. Blue no-box door cars. To the lanes, please, for round number 2. At last, Ray Smith, we find ourselves in round number 2 of elimination. John Coyle, Nick Hastings, 2 heavy hitters. Coyle, a former division champion in the Chevy 2 left-hand side, a 756 Dylan. Hastings in the Pontiac T1000. And a red light start for John Coyle by 7 thousandths of a second. And Nick Hastings is going to come away the winner, shutting it down early, coasting through to a 667 at a mere 79 miles per hour. Coming up next, Doug Lancaster in the no-box Roadster from Morrison, Illinois. 597 dial-in for Lancaster, right-hand side. 864 dial-in for Kyle Riley in the Tesla Model Y, left-hand side. It'll be a red line start for Riley. Win light to Doug Lancaster. Lancaster goes dead on 4. 597 with the 4 on the 597 dial-in. Big Black Sean Anderson and Roger Morris. Your next pair. A Morris on the right-hand side. I think Roger was 2 for 2 in the opening round of Super Pro. No box door car competition. He's got the 79 Buick Regal right-hand side that he calls the Red Dragon from Divine Concrete. Paired up with Big Block Sean Anderson, the engine builder from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Close race off the starting line and at the finish line. Give the win to Big Block Sean. He's going to go 6 over the dial and pick up the win over Morris. Morris more than a 10th off the dial-in. Anderson gets the win. Kip Norup and Chris Wicker, your next pair. A Wicker right-hand side, a 710 dial-in for the Buick from Machesney Park, Illinois. Kip Norup, former division champion in the NHRA Pro Eliminator category. A 648 dial-in for Norup. An elected official from right here in Byron, Illinois. And the politician's going to be out shaking hands and kissing babies. He's going on to round number 3. 654 on the 648 dial-in. Norup gets the win over Chris Wicker. That'll bring up Brando Carlson and Brandon Schmall. Schmall on the right-hand side, Chevrolet Nova. From Palo, Iowa, 619 dial-in for Schmall. 572 dial-in for Brando Carlson. Carlson double entered. He did win round 1 with both entries. So he's got 2 alive in round number 2. To this point, we have only called the blue no-box door cars. And the blue no-box door cars only. We will be calling yellow no-box door cars soon. And Brando Carlson's going to be down to his lone entry as Brandon Schmall will get the win right-hand side. 30 on the tree. 625 with the 2 on the 619 dial-in. Brandon Schmall moves on to round number 3. Ricky Pena coming up now. Paired up with that 69 Chevelle on the right-hand side. Driver that is not yet on file. We need to locate the card on this one. Entry number 5X13. .663 dial-in for the Super Sport Chevelle on the right-hand side. He'll get a slight head start against Pena, the Rum Runner Chevy 2. You can hear them working the throttle at the finish line. Ricky Pena, he's going to get the win. 664 on the 648 dial-in. Number of drivers running a ways off the dial-in here in round number 2. It has been some time since they've seen the track. 009 reaction time for Ricky Pena, picking up the win over Tyler Loeb. Final call for blue no box door car. Final call, blue no box door car. We'll be calling yellow no box door car in just a moment. Final call, blue no box door car to the lanes, please. Big matchup here. This may be the biggest race of the round. Shane Pope and Troy Bogner. Wow, what a contest. Pope's going to come out on top. 11 on the tree, 2 over the dial-in. Taking out Troy Bogner in this round. Shane Boney and Jeff Billiter. Billiter, the overall runner-up of this great event 1 year ago. He's in the Vega Wagon right-hand side. 666 the dial-in for Jeff Billiter of Byron, Illinois. Shane Boney in the pickup truck left-hand side out of Bellevue, Minnesota. 591 dial-in for Boney and the left-hand side. And at the finish line, Shane Boney is the winner. 008 reaction time. He's 4 over the dial-in. Billiter was 10 on the tree. They were right there at the tree, but Billiter 672 on the 666 dial-in. Boney, closer to the dial, is your winner. Richard Mason and Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Laughlin on the right-hand side, a 653 dial-in for the Malibu out of Albany, Wisconsin. 676 dial-in for Richard Mason, left-hand side of Winnebago, Illinois, and the 1986 Buick left-hand side. Yellow no box door car. Yellow no box door car. We are calling yellow no box door car to the lanes, please, for round number 2 of eliminations. Gentleman Jim Laughlin will get the win right here over Richard Mason. Mason's 1 over the dial, Laughlin's 2 over the dial, and starting line advantage to Laughlin on the right-hand side. He'll capitalize and get the win. Andy Schmall and Rick Carker. Coming up now, Carker on the right-hand side, driving a borrowed car. His Ford Falcon out of commission this weekend. He'll keep it a blue oval. Racing a Ford Probe, the only Probe we have in competition this weekend. 595 dial-in for Carker on the right-hand side. 597 dial-in for Andy Schmall in the left-hand lane. A red line start for Rick Carker and Andy Schmall. Will advance into round number 3. 11 on the tree, 2 under the dial-in. Schmall moving on to the next round. Again, we are looking for the yellow no-box door car, round number 2. Yellow no-box door car, round number 2 to the staging lanes. Yellow no-box door car, round number 2 to the staging lanes, please. And here we go. Dave Hamilton and Nick Hastings. We continue on with no box cars. Hastings in the Pontiac right-hand side. Hamilton making his return to Byron Dragway after about a 10-year hiatus from the Playground of Power. He's got a 621 dial-in in the Pontiac. 623 dial-in for Hastings in the Pontiac T1000 right-hand side from Shelby, Ohio. And at the stripe, Hastings is your winner. Again, we're looking for yellow, no box door cars. Yellow, no box door cars. Looking for yellow, no box door cars. To the lanes, please. For round number 2. Yellow, no box door cars. To the lanes, please. For round number 2. Chad Vangsness and Kenny Norup, your next pair. Norup in the right-hand side. The Ford Thunderbird from Byron, Illinois, with a 587 dial-in. Paired up with Chad Vangsness, a double-entered Pontiac Firebird from the Windy City of Chicago, Illinois. 660 dial-in for Vangsness. 587 for Norup. Clean green, away they go at the finish line. Scoreboard says double breakout. Kenny Norup is the winner. 586 with a 6 on the 587 dial-in. Norup breaking out by just 0.004 of a second. Vangsness by breaking out by just a little bit more. John Hickson and Roger Morris coming up next. A pair of Buicks at the starting line. Morris going to leave first with a 673 dial-in with the Divine Concrete sponsor, Red Dragon Buick Regal. Hickson in the Buick GSX from Plainfield, Illinois. A red light start for Hickson, and Roger Morris will light the win lights. 671.5 on the 673 dial-in. Roger Morris advances into the next round. Final call for yellow. No box door cars. Final call for yellow. No box door cars to the lanes, please. Final call, yellow. No box door cars to the stagey lanes, please. Gene Milton and Jason Huggins. Huggins in the right-hand side of 583 dial-in. For the Chevy Monte Carlo from Morrison, Illinois. Gene Milton in the Ford Ranger pickup truck from Somerset, Wisconsin. Milton will get there first, but she will break out in the process. Huggins, wow, 008 reaction time, dead on zero. 8 foul total package for Huggins, who will advance into the next round. That'll bring up Randy Wolf. In the Dodge Durango right-hand side, a 777 dial-in for Wolf. 643 dial-in for Dustin Winrich in the left-hand lane. And a red light start for Winrich. He corrected us earlier, Sedona. You'll recall we were announcing him as Weinrich. But it's a pretty easy way of remembering Winrich because it says, well, that's my goal this weekend is to win rich at the Firecracker Bracket National. So a pretty memorable name for Dusty. Randy Wolf comes away the winner, though, with the Dodge Durango. How about that? The street-legal Dodge Durango has scrapped his way all the way into round number 3 of no box door car. Brandon Schmall and Todd Hone coming up now. Hone on the right-hand side, a 595 dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. That's where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. Paired up with Brandon Schmall of Palo, Iowa. I don't know of any popular songs written about the state of Iowa. If anybody knows of any popular songs about the state of Iowa, stop upstairs and let us know. Didn't Slipknot have an album titled Iowa? That sounds right. So Brandon Schmall in the Nova, Hone in the Firebird. Head start's going to go to the Pontiac in the right-hand lane. And a minute light to Todd Hone, exactly 1 over the dial-in, gets there first by 0.06 of a second. Todd Hone will pick up the win light over Brandon Schmall in round number 2. That'll bring up Chad Cannon and Aaron Johnson. Johnson to the right-hand side of Polo, Illinois. 632 dial-in for the Camaro, right-hand side. 643 dial-in for Chad Cannon, left-hand side. 2000 model Chevrolet Camaro from nearby Winnebago, Illinois, for Cannon. Cannon's had some gremlins. He might have been the driver looking for a freeze plug, if I had to guess. But they have got that snafu behind them. They are ready for the weekend at the finish line. 008 reaction time. Chad Cannon is your winner, left-hand side. Cannon is 3 over the dial-in. Johnson is 4 over the dial-in. And Cannon is your winner in the left-hand lane. Brian Dundee, Troy Bogner. Very good race on track at this time, and the win line's going to go to Troy Bogner, who is down to his lone entry at this point. He'll pick up the round win. 009 reaction time for Bogner. He's 3 over the dial-in. Dundee misses the mark, 607 on the 6 flat dial-in. And Troy Bogner is your winner on the right-hand side. A final call for yellow no-box door car. Final call, yellow no-box door car. A final call for any no-box door cars in round number 2. Final call, no-box door car, round number 2. Pair of red lights. Mike Southwick, the lesser of the two. And that Southwick and Robertson racing team, they just dropped the motor in that car like 2 nights ago. And they are advancing into round number 3 with that performance there. Pair of red lights. Southwick 007 red. Ansel was 25 red. And I guess we do have a song written about Iowa. What was the title? Sure can get cold in Davenport. How do the words go? Would you mind singing a number from Sure Can Get Cold in Davenport? All right, Sedona. It's been determined. Now, did you know that fact, or did you look that up? All right, you cheated. See, I knew the Slipknot one. I'm not proud of it, I guess, but yeah, they're cool. Cameron Mason, Morgan Hickson. Coming up now, Hickson to the right-hand side, sharing the driving duties of the Buick GSX with her father, John Hickson. 627 dial-in for Morgan on the right-hand side. 683 dial-in for Cameron Mason to the left-hand side. Mason, a former $30,000 champion of this event about 3 years ago. So Mason's out front. Here comes Hickson. 2 go down, 1 come back at the stripe. Win line's going to go to Cameron Mason. 1 over the dial-in. Hickson is 2 over the dial-in. Slight advantage of the tree for Mason, and she will be back for round number 3. Blue Box Door Cars. Blue Box Door Cars will take you to lanes 3 and 4, odd left, even right. First call, Blue Box Door Cars. Brings you to lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. Blue Box Door Cars to lanes 3 and 4. Patrick Hill, Chad Vangsness. Here we go. Patrick Hill, left-hand side, the owner of Chicago Waterjet Incorporated, located in Elk Grove Village, Illinois. 639 dial-in for Hill in the Malibu, left-hand side. Paired up with Chad Vangsness, the accountant from Chicago, Illinois. 658 dial-in. His young daughter, Vale, taking in her first drag race here today, cheering on her dad. And at the stripe, a win light to Patrick Hill. 009 reaction time, 4 over the dial-in. Vangsness breaking out by 4 thousandths. Patrick Hill chopping down the tree and getting the win. Ricky Pena and Shane Boney, pair of double-entered racers. Boney in the S10 pickup truck from Bellevue, Minnesota. He's a truck driver by trade and a truck driver at the racetrack also. 592 for Boney. 647 for the Rum Runner Chevy 2 of Ricky Pena. Double 001 red for Boney and a win light in the left-hand side. Brando Carlson and Scotty Richardson. Carlson, the last no boxer of the round, paired up with the first boxer and Scotty Richardson. Richardson in the Chevy 2 of the 604 Dial-In. Carlson, the no box Camaro 574 Dial-In. At the finish line, give the win to Scotty Richardson. 008 reaction time, dead on 5, 13 foul total package for Scotty Richardson. Well, two drivers that are far from home, Randy Folk and Tim Wirtz. Wirtz in the right-hand side from Idaho. Folk all the way from Florida, and I bet if you split the difference, you do find yourself at Byron, Illinois. $5.99 for Folk. In the Corvette left-hand side, $5.15 for Wirtz. In the Corvette Roadster, right-hand side. And a red line start for Tim Wirtz in the right-hand lane. Win light to Randy Folk going 6 flat on the $5.99 at Dial-In. Hey, a shout out to Terry McGraw. Tuned in, watching live on Byron Dragway TV. A little banged up over the week. Has a broken foot. It is in the boot, but he says he'll be back here for the next race weekend in July. Thanks for tuning in, Terry. We miss you. See you soon. Jamie Schmall and Gary Williams coming up next. Williams on the right-hand side. $5.75 Dial-In for the Chevy S10 pickup truck from Bradenton, Florida. $6.60 Dial-In for Jamie Schmall, left-hand side. In the Chevrolet Nova, red light start for Williams, win light to Schmall, left-hand side. A 007 reaction time, dead on 2. 9 foul total package for Jamie Schmall. Identical 009 reaction times, and Dave Ansel going 1 over the Dial-In is going to come away the winner in a very, very close contest. 9 foul, that's the margin of victory for Dave Ansel in the left-hand lane. Joe Hansen and Ryan McCann. Coming up now, Hansen into the right-hand lane, a 604 Dial-In for the Monza from Williams Bay, Wisconsin. 687 Dial-In for Ryan McCann, left-hand lane, in the Nova from Madison, Wisconsin. They're off, they're running. The can out front. Hansen trying to reel him in at the 8th mile mark. Win light's going to go to Ryan McCann, 5 over the Dial-In, and he is your winner. And Stephen McCrory will get the win over Andrew Seymour. Seymour, that photogenic, beautiful 67 Camaro, unable to run the number. McCrory is your winner, 635 on the 622 dial-in. Kevin Swartz and Ed Nemec, your next pair. Swartz double entered at the Malibu left-hand side. Been one of the more consistent cars of 2022. A special welcome to Greg Dietrich, catching the festivities of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Good to see you, Mr. Dietrich. 727 dial-in for Swartz at the left-hand side. 538 for Ed and Nemec in the right-hand lane. A problem for Nemec. He'll go red by a wide margin, and the car just idles down the strip. Kevin Swartz, the automatic winner. He'll go 728 on the 727 dial-in. And Brandon Swartz runs the 40-meter dash all the way back to the pit area, fist bumping the whole way back. And this will be a very good matchup right here between Colin Estes and Luke Bogacki. Bogacki in the Corvette Roadster right-hand side from Carterville, Illinois. Very quick car, 481 dial-in for Bogacki. Estes in the Pontiac Acadian at the stripe, win light. We'll go to Bogacki. He is exactly one over the dial-in, 482 on the 481 dial. Both drivers were 006 reaction time. It was a wash at the tree. Estes got there first. He wanted the stripe. He took it. He broke out by 12 thousandths of a second. Bogacki won over. He'll get the win. Identical reaction times, and at the finish line, win light in the right-hand lane to Steve Folk over Mitch Vincent. And we'll call yellow box door cars. Yellow box door cars to the lanes, please. Yellow box door cars to the lanes, please. A red line start for Aaron Milton. He is 22 red. Give the win to Vince Magracina with a 00 reaction time. Magracina is your winner right-hand side. Now we got Machine Gun Kelly Spears from New Milford, Illinois. A 544 dial-in. Spears struggling a bit with the burnout. He's going to try for a third time, I do believe. Patiently waiting, that is the Agitator Camaro of Myron Street. In the right-hand side, a Minnesota-based driver with a 684 dial-in for Street. Going dead on one, Myron Street is your winner. 18 on the tree, takes him through by 6 thousandths of a second. Myron Street over Machine Gun Kelly Spears. Spears had a 004 reaction time, but he was 2 over the dial-in. In 6 thousandths, the margin of victory in the right-hand side for Myron Street. That'll bring up Jim Zink and Andrew DiPiazza. DiPiazza right-hand side, Chevrolet Camaro from Long Grove, Illinois with a 511 dial-in. Zink, 627 dial-in for the Chevy 2 from Sterling, Illinois. A red light start for Jim Zink, and Andrew DiPiazza punches his ticket into round number 3. Going dead on 6, 17 on the tree. DiPiazza looking tough on this Friday afternoon at Byron Dragway. And a red line start for Colin Hurley. Brian Folk is your winner of the red Beretta right-hand side. 11 on the tree, 533 on the 535 dial, and Hurley going red by 4 thousandths of a second. That'll bring up Brian Lynch and Tim Folker. Folker in the right-hand side was the poster car for the weekend 2 weeks ago. .647 dial-in for Folker, 723 dial-in for Brian Lynch. At the finish line, win light. Brian Lynch, 2 over the dial exactly. 725 on a 723 dial-in, 27 on the tree. This race was all Lynch from start to finish. So Mike Bloomfield Jr. coming up now on the S10 pickup truck, right-hand side with a 634 dial-in. Paired up with the hometown racer from right here in Byron, Illinois, that is Brent Vincent. The third-generation Chevrolet Camaro from Vincent Motorsports in the left-hand side. .004 red for Bloomfield. Brent Vincent is .003 green, and moving on to round number 3. On a double breakout, Nick Folk is your winner over Dusty Winrich. 15 on the tree for Winrich in the pickup truck. 003 reaction time for Folk in the Cobalt. Folk breaking out by just 4 thousandths of a second. He is the lesser of the 2 breakouts, and Nick Folk will advance on to the next round. That is Ed the Boss Man Bousman coming up in that beautiful 55 Chevy from Comanche, Iowa. Lane Dickens, 16 on the tree. Bowsman, 001 on the right-hand side. Bowsman is your winner. Both drivers won over the dial-in, but Bowsman, starting line advantage, will get the win. 200 over the is a margin of victory for Bowsman on the right-hand side. David Bones Johnson and Rob Livingston. Livingston on the right-hand side, the Pontiac Firebird. With a 518 dial-in, 574 for Johnson in the left-hand side. Dave under the watchful eye of his father, Sam. Sam, the original driver of this car, but turned over the driving duties, probably 6 or 7 years ago. And David has not let go of the steering wheel since. He's done quite well as well, picking up, I think, 3 big checks along the way. So it has certainly paid dividends. At the stripe, win light to David Bones Johnson. He goes dead on 8, 22 on the tree, 30 thou total package. Livingston breaks out by 100th, and David Bones Johnson is your winner. Final call for box door cars. Final call, box door cars. We are almost through this round. If you are a door car and you have not been on the track for round number 2, well, we are just about through the round. You need to be there. If you are a door car that's entered in round number 2 still and you have not been on the track, you need to be there. You need to be there now. This is the Folk Race Cars Corvette left-hand side from Bradenton, Florida. $5.99 dial-in. Brianna Folk in the Corvette. Zach Manasiri in the S10 pickup truck. Give the win to Zach Manasiri. 17 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. Zach Manasiri marching on to the next round. .001 red for Hanson on the right-hand side. And a win line for the Chevy 2 left-hand side of entry number 4X. Jerry Van Howen and Scotty Richardson, your next pair. Richardson, right-hand side, a 604 dial-in for the Chevrolet Nova from Barberville, Tennessee. Van Howen of nearby Seward, Illinois. At the stripe, give the win to Scotty Richardson. 1 over the dial and 17 on the tree, and marching on to round at number 3. I believe Scotty still in with 2 entries, headed into round number 3. I'll bring up Bill Curtis Sr. and Jeff Baldridge. Last call for door cars. Last call for door cars. If we've got any door cars left that are still in for round number 2, we need you to the staging lanes immediately. We are almost through round number 2 of door car competition. If you have not been down the track and if you are still in for round number 2, you should be there and ready to go. We are almost through this round. Curtis Baldridge at the starting line. Double breakout. Bill Curtis is your winner. 006 reaction time. He'll break out by just 0.06 of a second. Baldridge wanted the stripe. He took it, breaking out by more. Bill Curtis, the lesser of the 2 breakouts, comes away the winner. We await for a few drivers to get suited up and ready to go. All right, a last and final call. Last and final call for door car entries in round number 2. We are almost through this round. And if you are not there, you will miss the round, but we need you now. Last and final call, door cars for round number 2. And Ryan McCann, 006 reaction time. One over the dial, and he'll get the win over Tim Wirtz. And here comes your next pair, Kevin Swartz and Andrew DiPiazza. 511 dial-in for DiPiazza in the right-hand side. 728 for Kevin Swartz in the left-hand lane. At the finish line, Swartz is going to go dead on 4, but he left too much at the starting line. DiPiazza's 009 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in, and DiPiazza will advance to round number 3. We are ready for green Dragster entries. Green Dragster entries will take you to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4, odd left, even right. Green Dragsters, round number 3 to the lanes, please. Round 3, green Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Melissa Heldman and Colin Estes. Coming up next. Estes is on the right-hand side of the Pontiac Acadia. 603 dial-in for the Acadian. Heldman, 668 dial-in for the GMC Sonoma. Hailing from Yorkville, Illinois. On a double breakout, Melissa Heldman is the winner. 17 on the tree for Heldman. She'll break out going 665.9 on the 668 dial-in. Estes 6 flat on the 603. Hey, second call, green Dragsters. Second call, green Dragsters to the lanes, please. Second call, green Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Second call, green Dragsters to the staging lanes, please, for round number 2 of eliminations. So, Charlie Hama and Myron Street, a double breakout. Charlie Hama is going to carry the buy-in around at number 3 for the door car side. Going 491.8 on the 492 dial-in. Street had the better reaction time, got there first, took too much stripe. Double breakout, Hama is your winner, and he'll carry the buy-in around at number 3. Hey, a reminder on the Dragster side, entry number 58395839. Lane Dickin is the potential buy in this round number 2 of Dragster class competition. Lane Dickin, 5839. You are the potential buy, round 2 of Dragsters. Lane Dickin will report to staging lane number 1. Potential by round 2 Dragsters. Lane Dickin, you will report to staging lane number 1. Round number 2, Dragster class competition. Dustin Loins of Pinckney, Michigan. In the left-hand side, the Goonco TV sponsored entry with a 493 dial-in paired up with Jeff Cheney. 475 dial-in for Cheney in the right-hand side of Cambridge, Minnesota. Wow, identical 0-13 reaction times. And both drivers won over the dial-in. 18 thou over the dial to be exact for Dustin Loins. 17 thou over the dial-in for Jeff Cheney. That's it, 1,000th of a second. The margin of victory for Jeff Cheney in the right-hand side over Dustin Loins. This is Tucker Cancelar of Colfax, Iowa. Left-hand side with the 460 dial-in paired up against last year's Firecracker Bracket Nationals champion T.C. Williams. 479 dial-in for Williams in the right-hand side, 460 for Cancelar in the left-hand lane. Both drivers on a fantastic run, and at the stripe going dead on 7, T.C. Williams by 1 thou at the stripe. 10 on the tree for Cancelar, 15 on the tree for Williams. Cancelar is 1 over with the 3. Williams 1 over with the 7, or dead on 7, excuse me. And that's what gets the job done by 1 thou at the stripe, T.C. Williams. Kevin Wilbur and Chris Sullivan, your next pair. Kevin Wilbur and Chris Sullivan at the starting line. 4:48 dialing for Sullivan. Very quick. Dragster right-hand side. They're going to leave almost side by side because Wilbur really missed the tree. So Sullivan's going to ease it on down. 1/10 over the dial-in. 4:58. Yeah, just a mere 129 miles per hour for the Right Trailer Sales sponsored entry of Chris Sullivan. Scotty Haas coming up a 483 dial-in for the talented pipe fitter from Stillman Valley, Illinois, paired up with Jim Prevost with a 453 dial-in for Prevost in the right-hand lane. At the finish line, give the win to Scotty Haas. He'll go dead on 5. He is 14 on the tree, 19,000 total package. Your winner, Scotty Haas, over Jim Prevost. Well, she is celebrating 50 years of bracket racing at the Playground of Power. Started her career early on a motorcycle for many years before going to the rear-engine dragster you see here. 491 dial-in for Fisher, 456 for the touring professional Will Holloman. Will Holloman, your winner, left-hand side over Monty Fisher. And entry number 1X78 is going to get the win at the left-hand side over Mike Bonebright. Stephen McCrory and Scott LaBuddy. LaBuddy in the right-hand lane. He is double entered this weekend. A 478 dial-in for LaBuddy, a multi-time track champion. He knows his way down the strip at Byron Dragway. Paired up with Stephen McCrory all the way from Cartersville, Georgia. 462 dial-in for McCrory. .009 reaction time for Scott LaBuddy, dead on 0, 9 thou total package. What a performance from Scott LaBuddy. That is certainly a driver. You never want to lay your guard down around LaBuddy because he will pounce and take advantage. Lee Burkholder and Derek Dignitz. Derek Dignitz and Lee Burkholder. Burkholder double entered in that rear engine dragster from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. 484 dial-in for Burkholder. Derek Dignitz wasn't supposed to be here today, but his schedule allowed it. Here he is with a 499 dial-in for that dragster from Slinger, Wisconsin. And Burkholder is going to miss the tree. Dignitz coasting on through to a 508 for the win. Dustin Wirtz, Gary Williams, staged up and on track. A red light start for Wirtz on the right-hand side. Gary Williams is your winner. He is one under the dial-in, 478 on the 479 dial-in. You will remember Gary Williams in, I believe, 2019 was the year. Was a runner-up on Saturday, the runner-up on Sunday. Looking to go one more round in 2022. Hey, a final call for green dragsters. Final call, green dragsters. Pink dragsters. What am I doing? Pink dragsters. Pink dragsters, be ready in your pit. We're going to be calling you soon. Pink dragsters, be ready in your pit. We will be calling you soon. Mick Magner in the right-hand side, paired up with entry number 4745. And at the finish line, left-hand lane is your winner, going one over the dial-in. Nick Folk, Ted Cannon, win light to Ted Cannon to the right-hand side. 0-11 reaction time for Ted Cannon. He's going to go dead on one. 12th down total package for the dragster of Ted Cannon from Rochelle, Illinois. Nick Folk breaking out by 8 thousandths of a second. Cannon still took him through and got the win in that pair. Dominic Bowden and Jeff Jones. Coming up now, Jones in the right-hand side, 482 dial-in, 441 for Dominic Bowden. Pink dragsters, pink dragsters. We need pink dragsters to the lanes, please. We are looking for pink dragsters to the staging lanes. Pink dragsters to the lanes, please. At the finish line, Jeff Jones is your winner. Both drivers won over the dial-in. Jeff Jones better at the tree. 14 for the bulb against Bowden's 22. Jeff Jones, your winner by 11th thou at the stripe. Coming up next, Donovan Williams and Dennis Lund Jr. Wow, there's some horsepower at the starting line. 443 dial-in for Dennis Lund Jr. from Lebanon, Tennessee. 477 dial-in for Donovan Williams, the 22-year-old hotshot from Sarasota, Florida. Dennis Lund Jr. goes dead on 5. 21 on the tree. He is your winner. 26 thou total package. And the blown entry supercharge for Dennis Lund Jr. is your winner in the right-hand lane. Well, we go from one supercharged entry to the next. That is Dustin Long on the right-hand side. With a 452 dial-in for Long. 487 dial-in for Mitchell Vincent, left-hand side of the Cal right. Sponsored entry from St. Charles, Illinois. Double breakout, and Mitchell Vincent comes away the winner over Dustin Long. So we have called all colors for the Dragster class. Started with the green Dragster, now we're into the pink Dragster. So pink Dragsters. We have called all Dragsters to the lanes. We have called all Dragsters for round number 2. If you are a Dragster and if you have not been on the track yet here in round number 2, this is your chance. We need all Dragsters for round number 2 that are still in competition. Beginning round number 3, we will no longer call by color. Instead, we're going to be calling for the double entries that are still in to show up at the head of their line. So if we've got any double entries that are still in come round number 3, be ready. We're going to be calling you up first. We're not going to call by color beginning in round number 3, but rather we will be calling double entries first. We'll be given a heads up, kind of a head start to the lanes for the double entry cars. So beginning round number 3, we will no longer be calling by color, but rather we'll be calling for double entries to show up at the head of the line. Dan Kike, Jeff Cheney. Here we go. 473 dial-in for Kike, 475 for Cheney. And this race is all Dan Kike. 005 reaction time. He's won over the dial-in. And he's advancing into round number 3. All the way from Gretna, Nebraska, that is Matt Rose, the financial advisor in the right-hand lane. 630 cubic inches of big block Chevy power between the frame rails. Paired up with Ryan Fasano from nearby Salem, Wisconsin. At the finish line, Fasano is your winner by 2/10,000ths of a second. That's .0002 margin of victory for Fasano. We'll go 486 with an 8 on the 486 dial, and he is dead on 8. Rose is dead on 5. Starting line advantage went to Fasano. What a race. One of, if not the closest of the day today. Chris Mullins is your winner, going dead on 7 on the right-hand side. A 003 reaction time. His opponent was dead on 8, but 18 on the tree. 16th, that's the margin of victory for Chris Mullins, the overhead electrical lineman in the right-hand lane. Shane Pope and Brandon Phillips, your next pair. Phillips in the right-hand side. Young driver from Fulton, Illinois with a 525 dial-in. He finds himself paired up with Shane Pope with a 476 dial for Pope, the hired driver for Bruce Van Stratton Motorsports. About a half a second. That'll be the head start for Phillips in the right-hand lane. He's halfway to the Christmas tree. Then here comes Pope. At the finish line, win light to Brandon Phillips. 006 reaction time. He's dead on 4. That is a 10,000 total package for Brandon Phillips. Shane Pope was 15 on the tree, dead on 3. 18,000 to a 10-pack. 8,000, that's the margin of victory in favor of Brandon Phillips. That'll bring up Brian Folk and Dale Killer Jones. 465 dial-in for Jones on the right-hand side. He is the quicker of the two cars by just 0.03 of a second. The slight head start to Folk in the left-hand lane. The VP Racing lubricant-sponsored entry from Durand, Illinois, Brian Folk. Well, they are dead even at the starting line and at the finish line. Brian Folk will get the job done. Both drivers well off the mark, both going through at just 126 miles per hour. Brian Folk prevails as the winner, 12 on the tree. 475 on the 468 dial-in. Dale Jones was 13 on the tree, but he was well off the pace, and that opened the door for Folk. Johnny Brannon coming up against Blake Vangsness. Brannon left-hand side from Dunedin, Florida. 463 dial-in for Brannon. 522 dial-in for Blake Vangsness. We are looking for Lane Dickin, 5839, Lane Dickin to lane 1. You are the potential buyer. Red line start for Johnny Brannon, win light to Blake Vangsness. 524 on the 522 dial-in. Vangsness is your winner in the right-hand lane. Tim Vincent and Sean Dieters coming up next. Dieters on the right-hand side from Moline, Illinois. In the SD race cars, 2019 chassis car from Moline, Sean Dieters with a 482 dial-in, 484 for Tim Vincent. A race winner at Byron Dragway just 2 short weeks ago. 003 red for Vincent. Win line's going to go to Sean Dieters in the right-hand side. Dieters is dead on 7. Going on to round number 3. Troy Williams Jr. and Jared Bulk coming up now. Bulk on the right-hand side from Sabula, Iowa. 29-year-old plumber pipe fitter. Well, the 5.16 dial-in for Bulk. Paired up with the driver from the Sunshine State. On the most famous beach in the world, Daytona Beach, Florida. That is Troy Williams Jr. with the FTI on-site support car. What a drag race at the stripe. Wow, you're not going to believe this one. Troy Williams Jr. was trip zip green, and he is not going to advance into the next round. That'll be Jared Bulk who gets the win with a 008 reaction time. Dead on 4, 12 foul total pack for Jared Bulk. Taking out Troy Williams Jr., who had a perfect light. Williams at this time is saying, what do I got to do to get a win? Charlie Hama and Vince Mastrada, your next pair. Mastrada right-hand side, a 4.62 dial-in. For the rear-engine dragster from New Lenox, Illinois. Charlie Hama, double-entered, racing both on the door car side as well as the dragster side. 4.64 dial-in for Hama in the left-hand lane. And Hama will go red. Mastrada will go on. 009 reaction time for Vince Mastrada, and he is 1 over the dial-in. And that'll bring up your next pair. And burning out across the starting line, that is Scotty Haas and T.C. Williams. I stand corrected. That is Grace Haas doing the driving duties. Grace has raced a little bit of everything at Byron Dragway in recent years. Of course, her junior dragster, we know her in. She was racing a Jeep Grand Cherokee earlier the year in the high school category. And now she's in the rear-engine dragster. You see left-hand side for the local driver from Stillman Valley, Illinois. That is Grace Haas with a 498 dial-in. She is paired up with another young gun. That is T.C. Williams. Just 21 years of age with a 479 dial-in on the right-hand side. That is the young man who took home the top prize 1 year ago this weekend. The richest race in track history, paying out $160,000 last year for T.C. Williams on the right-hand side. And T.C. going to push it just a little bit too far. 004 red for T.C. Williams. He was dead on 3, but it was just not meant to be. Grace Haas is your winner, going 496.7 on the 498 dial-in. Your next pair, Adam Sweet and John Schober. Schober in the right-hand lane, a 501 dial-in. For the dragster on the right-hand side. .491 dial-in for Sweet in the left-hand side. We are winding our way through this round number 2 of Dragster Class Competition. Final call for pink dragsters. If you are a dragster and if you have not been on track for round number 2, you need to be there. Please get there as soon as possible. So we're going to be wrapping up this round before we know it. Great reaction time off the starting line for both drivers. 13 on the tree for Sweet, 16 on the tree for Schober at the finish line. Schober, 2 over the dial, and he'll get the win by 7 thousandths of a second over Adam Sweet. Doug Foley Jr. out of Morrisville, North Carolina with a 462 dial on the left-hand side. He is paired up with Mike Bonebright, veteran driver from Rochelle, Illinois. Most recently a race winner at Byron Dragway over the Labor Day weekend of the U.S. Bracket Nationals. last fall. Both drivers are going to go red. And the win line is going to go to Doug Foley Jr. 14 red for Bone Bright, 001 red for Foley. And that's how the cookie crumbles on that one. That'll bring up one of the quicker and faster cars on the property. That is the Pro-Charged rear-engine dragster from Port Washington, Wisconsin. As driven, as tuned, as maintained by Kevin Robertson with a 442 dialing in the left-hand side. He is paired up with Lee Burkholder, who was double entered with the white dragster right-hand side from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And a red light start for Kevin Robertson. He's going to take it out the back door. 158 miles per hour. But the wind line is going to glow in the right-hand lane for Lee Burkholder. 485 and a 484 Dylan. And Burkholder advances into round number 3. Coming up next, Jay Allen and Scott LaBuddy. LaBuddy picked up a double entry here today. Under the misfortune of Bruce Call's dragster not being able to run. So Call, without confidence in his car, has passed his entry along to one of the best drivers in the last decade at Byron Dragway. He is a multi-time track champion. And he goes by the name of Scott LaBuddy. 478 is the dial-in for LaBuddy in the right-hand side. Against a veteran driver at Byron Dragway, who's parked that car in the winner's circle on more than one occasion. The always tough, the always competitive Jay Allen of Utica, Illinois. What a drag race. Jay Allen, 008 reaction time. Bruce Call, 007 reaction time. Bruce Call. Scott LaBuddy, 007 light, dead on 4. That is an 11th hour total package, and that's going to get the win over Jay Allen. Allen was 008 on the starting line, 1 over at the stripe. Scott LaBuddy moving on to round number 3. Nate Kelly and Bill Curtis Jr. Curtis sharing the driving duties of Ted Cannon's rear-engine dragster. That's in the right-hand side. A 504 dial-in for Curtis. His first time ever in competition with this car, and already he's picked up a round 1 win. Can he keep it going? He's paired up with Nate Kelly, a former junior driver, one of the best in the business from the junior ranks. He's always a threat to get deep into eliminations. Will this be the day that Nate Kelly breaks through? 492 dial-in for Kelly, 504 for Curtis. And you just cannot argue with the natural talent of Bill Curtis Jr. 002 reaction time, dead on 8. That is a 10th total package for Bill Curtis Jr., who's just driving that car like he stole it. Well, he didn't steal it from Ted. Ted is lending it to him. They're sharing it, if you will. Question is, will he give it back after this weekend? Truly impressive performance from the wheelman, Bill Curtis Jr. Tucker Cancelar in the left-hand lane with a 461 dial-in for the Iowa-based rear-engine dragster. Joe Kerner in the right-hand side, all the way from Coon Rapids, Minnesota. 494 dial-in for Kerner, 461 for Cancelar. This ought to be a good one. Cancelar goes dead on 2, gets the win, 23 on the tree, 25 total package. Kerner was 004 at the starting line, took him through by 23 thou at the stripe. Breaks out by 2 thou. He had room to spare. Just took too much real estate. Cancelar is your winner. Will Holloman driving the Bear Motorsports. Dragster left-hand side. Oh, very low 457 dial-in. Can he catch Donovan Williams? Well, he's not going to have to catch him. Williams is going to get their first breakout by 8 thousandths of a second. And the win line's going to go to Will Holloman, touring professional. We got Brad Antonioni and Dustin Loynes. Loynes on the right-hand side of the Goonco TV. Sponsored entry from Pinckney, Michigan. 493 dial-in for Loynes on the right-hand side. 485 dial-in for Antonioni of West Bend, Wisconsin. If we could just clear the golf carts at the head of the staging lanes, we're going to be calling our double-entered no-box door cars. All right, double-entered no-box door cars. Double-entered no-box door cars. Double breakout. Dustin Loynes is your winner over Brad Antonioni. Both drivers break it out. Loynes by just 1 thou at the stripe. Coming away the winner. Hey, if you are a double-entered no-box door car, all colors of double-entered no-box door cars, we will take you to the staging lanes, please. If you are a double-entered no-box door car going into round number 3, we'll take you to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. Any and all double-entered no-box cars, we will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Any and all double-entered no-box door cars to lanes 3 and 4. That goes for all colors of double-entered no-box door cars. Dominic Bowden and Scotty Haas. Scotty Haas in the right-hand side, 483 dial-in for the driver from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. Bowden of Channahon, Illinois, right on the I-80 corridor. Win line's going to go to Dominic Bowden, dead on 2. He is your winner. Haas had the starting line advantage. Haas got there first, but Haas breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. Bowden punches his ticket into the next round. And this is Lane Dickin. He will collect his Byron here to conclude round number 2 of Dragster class competition. So a final call for double-entered no-box door cars. Double-entered no-box door cars. Again, beginning round number 3, we will no longer call by color. No longer calling by color at this point. Double-entered no-box door cars. We are looking for you. Lane Dickin on the Byron 007 reaction time, dead on 1/8 thou. Just for fun for Lane Dickin to conclude that round. All right, no box door cars. If you are still in with 2 entries at this time, we need you right now to lanes 3 and 4. We're going to be calling the rest of the no box door cars here in just a minute. So a final call for any double-entered no box door cars going into round number 3. All right, we'll take all the no-box door cars. All the no-box door cars for round number 3. That is blue. That is yellow. We'll take all no-box door cars for round number 3. If you are a no-box door car and you are still in competition, we'll take you to the lanes, please. We've got the double entries at the head of the lanes. Doubles, they'll come right back around, regardless of the outcome. And the call goes out now for all no-box door cars, round number 3. That is blue, that is yellow. We want you both. Of course, we know, Sedona, the blue and yellow makes green. All right, let's not even go down that rabbit hole. Blue and yellow, no-box door cars. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3 of door car competition. Well, a big matchup right off the start in round number 3 of door car competition. These are the no boxers, Ricky Pena and Nick Hastings. Head start's going to go to Pena, left-hand side, a 648 dial-in for the Rum Runner Chevy 2. Out of Palos Park, Illinois, 623 dial-in for Hastings in the right-hand lane in the Pontiac T1000. Well, clean green, away they go, and at the finish line, win line's going to go to Nick Hastings in the right-hand side. He is 12 green on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. Pena was 21 at the starting line, got there first, broke out by 7 thousandths of a second. Big block Sean Anderson, 645 dial-in with a Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. 597 dial-in for Doug Lancaster. And the no-box Roadster from Morrison, Illinois. Pair of red lights hit the starting line. 007 red for Anderson, 001 red for Lancaster. Lancaster, lesser of the two. Red light starts. He is your winner in the right-hand lane. The new potential buy come round number 3 of Dragster class. That'll be entry number 331G, Bill Curtis Jr. Billy Curtis Jr., 331G. That is your new potential buy for round number 3 of Dragster class competition. Don't forget, Charlie Hamill continues to carry the buy here in round 3 of the door car category. Charlie Hamill will report to lane number 1 shortly. What a tip of the cap over there to Rick Robertson and Mike Southwick. They just got the motor in that car, I think, on Wednesday night. They've been thrashing and working hard to get a motor in that car, and I tell you what, the hard work is paying dividends for the Robertson and Southwick crew. They find themselves already in round number 3. So, Kip Norup and Mike Southwick closely dialed this pair. 647 for Norup, 650 for Southwick. At the finish line, win line's going to go to Kip Norup. 001 reaction time, dead on 2. 3 thou total package for Kip Norup as Mike Southwick will go red. Double entered box door cars. Double entered box door cars will take you to lane 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8. Double entered box door cars to staging lanes 7 and 8, please. If you are a double entered box door car, we'll take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. And another pair of red lights side by side. 2,000 the difference in red lights. Andy Schmall, 11 red to Huggins is 13 red. And Andy Schmall will be the beneficiary of the double red light. Randy Wolf and Chad Cannon on track. Rod Wolf on the right-hand side of the Dodge Durango. He will go red, and Chad Cannon will go on to the next round. Going one over the dial, 643 on the 642 dial, and Chad Cannon advancing to the next round. So once more, if you are a double-entered double-entered box cars will take you to lane 7 and 8, lane 7 and 8. If you are a double-entered box car, we are looking for you, staging lane 7 and 8, double-entered box cars, please. Brandon Schmall and Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Laughlin on the right-hand side. The Malibu with a 654 dial-in. Schmall in the Nova. 619 dial-in for Schmall from Pedalo, Iowa. And what should be a very good matchup between these two Chevys. .004 reaction time for Jim Laughlin. He'll get there first with room to spare, but he'll break it out by 6 thousandths at the stripe. Brandon Schmall, 1 over the dial, gets the win, 29 on the tree, and we'll see Brandon Schmall in round number 4. Shane Boney, Troy Bogner coming up next. Closely dialed right here, 591 for Boney in the pickup truck, 596 for Bogner in the Camaro. And a red line start for Shane Boney by 15 thousandths of a second. How about that Troy Bogner, dead on 0, advancing into round number 4. Patrick Hill and Shane Pope coming up now. Pope in the left right-hand side in the Pinto with a 683 dial, and he'll get a head start against Patrick Hill, the flat black vinyl top Chevrolet Malibu from Arlington Heights, Illinois. 639 dial-in for Hill, 683 for Shane Pope. Continuing on with no box door cars in this round number 3. And Shane Pope's going to go dead on 2, and he needed every bit of that dead on his dial-in. Patrick Hill had the starting line advantage. He was 11 on the tree to Pope's 29. Pope goes dead on, and that's what he needs to get the win by 4 thousandths at the stripe. Cameron Mason, Roger Morris. Win light's going to go to Mason as Roger Morris will go red by 5 thousandths of a second. Cameron Mason was 005 at the starting line. And Cameron Mason is your winner left-hand side. We're going to go on hold here for just a moment. A report of some debris on track. So we'll go on hold here for just a moment to try to retrieve the debris located down by the quarter-mile finish line area just outside the groove. And we're looking for all of our box store cars, all box store cars for round number 3. That includes blue, that includes yellow. We're looking for all colors of box store cars for round number 3. To lanes 7 and 8, please. All box store cars for round 3 to lanes 7 and 8. We are looking for all colors of box door cars to the lanes, please. Lanes 7 and 8 for round number 3. Ricky Pena and Todd Hone coming up now. Hone on the right-hand side, 595 dialing for the Thunderbird. Or Firebird, excuse me, from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Big difference between a Thunderbird and a Firebird, especially in that era. That's inexcusable. Captain, I should be reprimanded. You should take over the announcing duties for the rest of this round. Well, a red light start for Ricky Pena by 0.003 of a second, and Todd Hone will get the automatic win. 596 on the 595 dial-in. I said that, Camden. I called your Bronco a Chevy Bronco today?
Did.
Wow. Wow. What would be interesting is to transcribe this, you know, get after the race is over, see how many words are said, and then figure out what the percentage of mistakes are. It's probably a 15% mistake ratio for me, I'm going to say. All right, Nick Hastings and Kenny Norup might be 20%. I think it climbs as the day goes on. Norup in the right-hand side, that is a Thunderbird from the Ford factory. He's from Byron, Illinois, paired up with Nick Hastings in the Pontiac T1000. The Pontiac's got the head start. Here comes the Thunderbird at the finish line. Nick Hastings, 003 reaction time. 3 over the dial, 626 with the 2 on the 623 dial-in. And Nick Hastings, all the way from Shelby, Ohio, will pick up the round win. So that appears to be the last of our no-boxers. And from here on out this round, it'll be all box cars through round number 3. Charlie Hamlin continues to sit on the potential bye here in round number 3. We'll have to ask the golf carts to please move out of lanes 9 and 10. Lanes 9 and 10, please move those golf carts out of the way. Thank you kindly. Hey, we'll ask drivers kindly not to take the short gate across the head of the staging lanes. Please go around the staging lanes. That is a pedestrian and a pit vehicle gate, if anything. But not for race cars to cross over through the short gate, so please do go around the staging lanes. Thank you kindly. Ryan McCann and Scotty Richardson. 604 dialing for Richardson with the pop top. Chevy 2 right-hand side from Barberville, Kentucky. 688 dialing for Ryan McCann out of Madison, Wisconsin, the college town, with a 688 dialing for the Nova. And the win line's going to go to Scotty Richardson. 1 over the dial-in, 13 on the tree. Gets there first, gets the win by 5 thou at the stripe. David Bones Johnson and Andrew DiPiazza Classic Ford versus Chevy matchup. Johnson into the Mustang 573 dial. He'll leave first. DiPiazza double entered with that Camaro in the right-hand lane. 511 dialing for DiPiazza. DiPiazza's going to go dead on 8. 17 on the tree and get the win over David Bones Johnson. Johnson got there first. He had room to spare. That was Johnson's race to win, but he'll break out by 2 thou. At the stripe, takes him through by 14, breaks out by 2. DiPiazza's going to be your winner in the right-hand lane. All right, Brian Lynch and Stephen McCrory. McCrory in the right-hand side, doing the driving duties of the Pontiac Firebird, left-hand side from Taylorsville, Georgia. At the finish line, Brian Lynch is going to be the winner in the left-hand side. A 008 reaction time. 1 over the dial-in. McCrory got there first, took the stripe. He breaks out. And Brian Lynch is your winner. Coming up now, this is Kevin Swartz and Vince Magracina. Swartz, one of the slower cars on the box side, but I tell you what, he has been very competitive. Without a doubt, one of his standout years so far for Kevin Swartz. But he'd like a big breakout win here this weekend without a doubt, and he's going to go rounds again this weekend. Kevin Swartz, 729 on the 727 dial-in. He'll be back for round number 4. Magracina got there first. He breaks out. by 4 thousandths of a second. Took him through by 52 thou, broke out by 4 thou. And Swartz advances into the next round. Steve Folk coming up, the one they call Crane, and that's two-door, 62 Chevy 2 wagon, right-hand lane. 620 dial-in for Folk. 567 dial-in for Bill Curtis Sr. Almost identical reaction times, and at the stripe, win light to Curtis. 1 over the dial-in for both drivers. Curtis was 23 on the tree. Folk was 25 on the tree, 17 ten-thousandths of a second. That is the margin of victory for Bill Curtis and Winnebago Walt Gray. Melissa Heldman and Luke Bogacki. Bogacki in the Corvette Roadster right-hand side from This Is Bracket Racing Elite and Mosier Engineering. 483 dial-in for Bogacki, 665 dial-in for Heldman. .007 and dead on 7, Luke Bogacki, 14 thou total package in a right-hand side. And that is one fast door slammer, a 483 dial-in, a 138 mile per hour speed. One of the faster door cars here this weekend. Brett Vincent and Nick Folk coming up now. Folk on the right-hand side, 574 dial-in. This may well be a rematch from this morning. Yes, it is. Nick Folk was a re-entry, and these two raced off in first round. Vincent was the winner in the opening round, but this time it's going to be Nick Folk. Wow, both drivers go dead on the dial, and dead on 8 for Vincent, dead on 2 for Folk, 15 on the tree for Vincent, 18 on the tree for Folk, 3 thou. That's the margin of victory for Nick Folk in the Cobalt right-hand side. Probably the best pair of the round so far. Dave Ansel and Ed Bausman, well, they're darn near neighbors in the pit area. And regardless of how cordial they may be in the pits, this is eliminations. This is round number 3. They're going to let it all hang out. Bausman into the 55 Chevy right-hand lane. Ansel in the Camaro left-hand side at the finish line. Win line to Dave Ansel. He is dead on 9. Moving on to round number 4 in the Camaro. Bausman got there first, broke out. Ansel moves on to round number 4. And here comes the agitator. That is Byron Street in the 68 Camaro right-hand side. A 680 dial-in for Street of Minnesota, paired up with Randy Folk all the way from Bradenton, Florida, with a 6 flat dial-in for Folk in the left-hand lane. And taillights aglow, win light for Randy Folk in the left-hand lane. 003 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in. Mosey on through to 104 miles per hour. Randy Folk will get the win light over Byron Street. Sedona, that was a first. Well, the track phone, it rings up here to the tower, so we get all the calls. It's a good way to get a hold of us. But phone call came from the manager of McDonald's in Byron asking how late we're going to be racing till this evening. Because whenever racing's done, he says they always get an influx of customers in the drive-thru at McDonald's. So I tell you what, tip of the cap to the good team at McDonald's in Byron. Planning ahead, trying to keep the service as fast as the racing at Byron Dragway. But you know what that means, Camden? Monday morning, we're going to solicit a sponsorship from McDonald's in Byron because apparently we're feeding them a lot of customers. They're feeding our customers burgers, but we're feeding a lot of customers apparently to the McDonald's in Byron. So that's a new one, Sedona. That's a new phone call. We haven't had that one before. All right, Stefan List, double entered, racing both the Dragster side and the door car side. Here he is in the door car. That is the 67 Chevrolet Nova from West Bend, Wisconsin, as sponsored by Wright Trailer Sales. Paired up with Ryan McCann. Ryan is double entered. In the Nova, you see left-hand side for Madison, Wisconsin. Head start's going to go to McCann in the left-hand lane. Well, the 687 dial. McCann, a former track champion of Byron Dragway, and he is looking good here this Friday. 689 on the 687 dial and 001 reaction time for Ryan McCann. And the McCann Mobile is looking hard to beat on this Friday evening. All right, we've got all the double-entered box cars back around to conclude this round. So it looks like we've got 6 pairs and a bye run, and then we'll be finding our way all the way into round 3 of Dragster class here shortly. A reminder, 331G, Bill Curtis Jr. is the potential bye in round number 3 of Dragster class competition for the Dragsters. Just like we did for the door cars this round, we will not be calling by color, but rather we'll be looking for any double entries to report to the head of the staging lanes. In fact, we're going to do that right now. We'll take double-entered, any double-entered Dragsters, whether it be the driver, whether it be the car that is double-entered. We'll take the doubles to lanes 3 and 4, double-entered Dragsters, round 3, to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Double-entered Dragsters. They can be green, they can be pink, they can be any color. If it's a Dragster that's double-entered, we'll take you to lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. Double-entered Dragsters, lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3. Brian Folk and Aaron Milton staged up and ready to go. Great race off the starting line. Identical reaction times and at the stripe going dead on one. Brian Folk is your winner. 15 foul total package for Folk. Milton was 13 on the tree, but he'll break out, and Folk will be back. Jamie Schmall and Zach Manasiri. That is your next pair. Manasiri on the right-hand side of Orland Park, Illinois. The Chevy S10 pickup truck with a 622 dial-in. He'll give the head start to Jamie Schmall, left-hand lane. 659 dial for Schmall in the 72 Chevrolet Nova, all the way from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Once again, we're looking for double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters, lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. If you are a double-entered dragster, we need you, please, to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4, double-entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Jamie Schmall is the winner. 660 with a 5 on the 659 dial, and she'll get there first. Take the stripe by 0.02 of a second over Zach Manasiri. Close race off the starting line. 28 on the tree for Schmall, 23 for Manasiri. Slight edge to the pickup truck. At the finish line, though, Schmall closer to the dial-in. She will get the win by 2 thou at the stripe. And always a sportsman, Doug Cruz, exchanging pleasantries with John Schober. Sedona, that's my favorite part of the sport. Sportsmanship. Good people everywhere you look here at Byron Dragway, and they are what make this fun. And fast cars, they make it fun too. The good people, fast cars, that's it. Those two things. Okay. Good people, fast cars, and big payouts, but that's it. Just those three things make it. Okay, you've got me, Sedona. Good people, fast cars, big payouts, and a beautiful track to do it at. Okay, that's it. Cut me off. We could go on and on about all the things we love about drag racing here at Byron Dragway. Okay, a pair of double-entered cars that have already won this round. And now they're paired up with their second entry apiece. Andrew DiPiazza and Scotty Richardson. One of these two top guns will be down to their final entry after this pair. So I'm going to call this the marquee matchup of round number 3 door car competition. Richardson on the left-hand side, appearing to have lost lane choice. I believe that he preferred the right-hand lane in the previous time we saw Richardson this round. 603 dial-in for Richardson. DiPiazza fitting in comfortably there in the right-hand lane. I can't remember the last time I saw DiPiazza race in a left-hand lane, Sedona. It might date all the way back to 2018, if memory serves. 512 dial-in for DiPiazza. 603 dial-in for Scotty Richardson. Close race, and at the finish line, DiPiazza goes dead on 4. 14 on the tree. That is an 18,000 total package for Andrew DiPiazza, your winner over Scotty Richardson. So Richardson is now down to his final entry. Looks like DiPiazza is the lone box car that is still double entered. And it looks like Nick Hastings is the lone no box car double entered in the door car side. So a final call for any double-entered dragsters. If you are a double-entered dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. If you are a double-entered dragster, we are in desperate need of you at this time. Charlie Hama will collect his buy and punch his ticket into the next round of door car competition. Dragsters coming out next. So a final call for any double-entered dragsters. Final call, double-entered dragsters. We will be calling the rest of the fleet here in just a moment. If you are a double-entered dragster, maybe you are sharing a car, maybe you are driving the same car twice, whatever the circumstance, we need those double entries to the head of the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. Double-entered dragsters, we need you at the head of the staging lanes because we are now calling all dragsters for round number 3. All dragsters Whether it's green, whether it's pink, that doesn't matter here. In round number 3, we're taking all dragsters to the lanes at this time. Lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4, all dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. So we're looking for all dragsters to the lanes, please, for round number 3. All dragsters to the lanes, please, for round number 3. Looking for all dragsters to the lanes, please, for round number 3. There is a new potential buy in round number 4 of door car category. That's going to be entry number 3303. Kip Norup. Kip Norup, entry number 3303. Your new potential buy for round number 4 of door car competition. Round 4, 3303. Kip Norup. Your new buy in round 4 of door car competition. Pair of double-entered dragsters to kick the round off. Will Holloman, he himself is double-entered twice. Still in with both cars. 456 dial-in for Holloman on the left-hand side from Pine Level, North Carolina. He is paired up with Ted Cannon. Cannon's car being doubled up. Sharing the driving duties with Bill Curtis Jr. Curtis actually is the buy at the end of this round. Win light's going to go to Will Holloman. Double-earner driver already picking up a round to win. 457 on the 456 dial-in. Both drivers won over the dial-in, but Holloman superior at the starting line. 22 on the tree to Cannon's 46. So Holloman will advance into round number 4. And we'll see the car of Ted Cannon as the last car out this round, with Bill Curtis Jr. driving it as the potential buy here at the end of round number 3. Doug Foley Jr. and Lee Burkholder. Both drivers have double entered today. Foley, the only of this pair with 2 entries still in competition. Foley is on the left-hand side of Mooresville, North Carolina. Burkholder right-hand side out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And the win line's going to go to Doug Foley Jr. He is 2 over the dial-in, 11 on the tree, takes him through, gets the win by 15 ten-thousandths of a second at the stripe for Doug Foley Jr. T.C. Williams and Mitch Vincent. This will be a good one. Vincent in the left-hand side, 488 dial-in. For the Cal-Wright sponsored dragster from St. Charles, Illinois. His opponent, last year's overall champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals, T.C. Williams. Sporting a 479 dial-in for the 21-year-old from Winnebago, Illinois. That is a good reminder. Ice cream is available at the diner. And boy, nothing would hit the spot on a 90-degree day quite like a fresh dish of ice cream from the Dragway Diner. Make sure you swing on down. That does sound delicious. Double breakout, Mitchell Vincent is your winner over T.C. Williams. Scotty Haas and Chris Sullivan, your next pair. Sullivan, very quick dragster, right-hand side. Member of the Wright Trailers Racing Team. 447 dial-in for Sullivan on the right-hand side. I believe he is an accountant by trade. Good with numbers. Scotty Haas, the pipe fitter from Stillman Valley, Illinois. 482 dial-in for Haas. Scotty's out front, but here comes Sullivan at the stripe. Chris Sullivan is your winner. He's 1 over the dial-in. 003 reaction time. And we'll see him again in round number 4. Lane Dickin coming up now in the Long Motorsports entry. On the left-hand side, a 456 dial-in for Dickin of Lebanon, Tennessee. His opponent, that is young Brandon Phillips of Fulton, Illinois. 525 dial-in for Phillips. Here in round 3. 008 red for Phillips, and the win's going to go to Lane Dickin. 12 on the tree, 454 on the 456 dial-in. That is Chris Mullins, your winner on the right-hand side, a 003 reaction time, and he is dead on 6. Chris Mullins, the lineman from Lincoln, Illinois, picking up the big round win. Tucker Cancelar coming up with a 460 dial-in for the Iowa-based racer in the left-hand lane, paired up with Scott LaBuddy. 478 dial-in for LaBuddy in the right-hand lane. We're paging Dana Highland. Dana Highland to the staging lanes, please. Paging Dana Highland to the staging lanes, please. Tucker Cancelar, Scott LaBuddy, what a drag race! How about that Tucker Cancelar? 004 reaction time, dead on 3. 7th out total package for Cancelar. Scott LaBuddy was trip, zip, perfect. Could do no better at the starting line. But at the finish line, takes too much stripe, breaks out by 13 thou. At the finish line, Cancelar will be the winner. This is Dustin Loynes from Pinckney, Michigan. The Goonco TV sponsored entry with a 493 dial-in. He is paired up with John Schober out of Orland Park, Illinois. 502 dial-in for Schober into the right-hand lane. And this one is just about over right at the hit. Dustin Loynes is your winner. Schober misses the Christmas tree. Reaction time started with a .1 at the starting line, and that is just not going to hang with the Big Bucks Bracket Bash program of Byron Dragway. Dustin Loynes of Michigan, he'll get the win, going 6 over the dial, 499 on the 493. Derek Dignitz and Vince Mistrada. Vince is one half of the Mistrada brothers racing team. Brother Nick also doing driving duties this weekend. 463 dial-in for Mistrada, 498 for Dignitz. Well, neither driver in a particular hurry to get staged up. Fortunately, we do have lights at Byron Dragway this weekend. Should we have a true burn down that might last until sundown, we've got the lights, so we are ready for it. Derek Dignitz will get the win. 11 on the tree. Dead on 2. Vince Mastrada also goes dead on 2. He's 14 on the tree. Dignitz is 11 on the tree. That's the difference. All of it right there at the starting line. 0.03 of a second in favor of Derek Dignitz. Wow. Mastrada says, I'm 14 on the tree and dead on 2. What do I have to do to advance into round number 4? Jared Bulk on the right-hand side from Sabula, Iowa. He's on the right-hand side, the pipe fitter by trade. He's going to get eliminated here in this round. Win in the left-hand side for 343X, going 1 over the dial-in. Dan Kike and Sean Dieters on track. Margin of victory, 0.05 of a second for Dan Kike in the left-hand lane. He is dead on 1 and getting the win over Dieters. Dieters 4 off the dial-in. Dieters had a superior reaction time, but Kike pulls it off with the win. Grace Haas, Jeff Jones on track at the finish line. Haas, she will break out. Jeff Jones gets the win. 485 and a 483 dial-in. Jeff Jones advancing into round number 4. A final call, Dragsters. Final call, Dragsters. If you are double entered, please make sure you have made your way back to the staging lanes. Final call, Dragsters. We are nearing the end of round number 3 of Dragster class competition. Final call, Dragsters. We are almost through this round. Gary Williams, Jeff Cheney. This one is over at the starting line. 003 red for Cheney and Williams. We'll move on to the next round. 11 on the tree, 478 on the 480 dial-in. Gary Williams, twice a runner-up at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals, hoping to break through and take home a big check this weekend. Ryan Fasano and Dennis Lund Jr. How about that, Dennis Lund Jr.? The supercharged blow and rear engine dragster, 156 miles per hour. He'll get the win. 445 and a 442. Dial-in, he's 19 on the tree. Fasano got there first, broke out by 1/100th of a second. Dennis Lund Jr. is your winner. Dominic Bowden and Blake Vangsness, two regulars at the Playground of Power. Vangsness, a local from Rockford, Illinois, just 20 years of age, driving the Jeff Land Motorsports Dragster with a 523 dial-in for young Blake Vangsness, a third-generation talent from Rockford. He's paired up with Dominic Bowden of Shanahan, Illinois, very talented painter and auto body technician. 468 dial-in for Bowden, 523 for Vangsness. Blake Vangsness, wow, 007 reaction time, dead on 9, 16,000. That's the total package for the hot shot from Rockford, Blake Vangsness. Brian Folk and Doug Foley Jr. Doug Foley on the right-hand side, he is still double-entered. He's already picked up a round win of this round already. And he's got a tall order ahead of him with Brian Folk. Folk's going to go red and check out Doug Foley Jr. Trip Zip Green. He's going to have two Dragsters coming back for round number 4. How about Doug Foley Jr.? You'll remember Doug Foley Jr. was a winner here on a Friday night in 2019 right here at Byron Dragway. And an interesting story about that one. His run went totally to heck. I mean, it was everything that could go wrong at the starting line went wrong for Foley, to the point that he had to not only bottom bulb his dragster, but he actually foot braked his dragster to the $30,000 win on Friday of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals in 2019. But a fun fact about Doug Foley Jr. spent many a years strapped inside of a two-seater dragster for so many years with the driving school, of which he was actually foot braking that car as well. So arguably the best foot brake dragster driver in the country is Doug Foley Jr. He's got two entries coming back for round number 4. So that'll be a car to watch as the day goes on today. We're almost through this round. And we're going to put the call out now for, I believe we're looking for Nick Hastings, who is the lone double-entered no-box door car. Nick Hastings, if you would, go ahead and please proceed to the head of lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. Looking for Nick Hastings, our double-entered no-box door car. We'll take you to the head of lanes 3 and 4. Nick Hastings to the staging lanes, please. Wow, unfortunate set of circumstances for Scott LaBuddy. He'll do the burnout in break, right on the burnout. And Will Holloman will be the beneficiary with a broke by. He's going to go 4:56 with a 6 at a 4:57 dial-in 002 reaction time for Will Holloman. Once again, Kip Norup is a potential buy in round number 4 of of door cars. That is overall for door cars. Kip Norup, potential buy run, round 4 of door car competition. We've got Nick Hastings there. We're looking for all of the no box door cars, all remaining no box door cars to lanes 3 and 4. All remaining no box door cars to lanes 3 and 4. All remaining no box door cars will take you to staging lanes 3 and 4 at this time. And so, Bill Curtis Jr. sharing the driving duties of the Dragster here with Ted Cannon. Cannon's Dragster. Curtis doing the driving right now. He'll have the buy into round number 4 of 5:04 dial-in for Curtis. I'm not sure if he's been any worse than a 00 on the tree so far today. So Curtis certainly feeling right at home in Ted Cannon's Dragster. And he'll shut it down early, and that's a wrap for round number 3 of Dragster class competition. We'll take all of our no-box cars. All no-box cars will take you to the lanes, please. Kip, you are the potential buy. That is overall for door cars. Only one buy run in the round. So you'll follow the boxers when it comes time. Our double is there with Nick Hastings. Hey, a special shout-out to Jace Deering. Jace, we were wrongfully calling you Doug Lancaster all day today, so our apologies. Jace Deering driving the no-box Roadster. And stand by for the round 4 potential buy in Dragster class. Hey, in round 4, Dragster class, entry number 47, Doug Foley Jr., potential buy. Round 4 of Dragsters with car number 47. Doug Foley Jr., car number 47, you are potential buy in round number 4 of Dragster. Take Andrew DiPiazza to lane 5 or 6. Andrew DiPiazza, double entered Andrew DiPiazza to staging lane 5 or 6, please. Jace Deering and Nick Hastings, your first pair of no-box door cars. Hastings on the right-hand side. He is the lone double entry for the no-box door cars with a 623 dial-in and the Pontiac T1000. Deering who we have wrongfully called Doug Lancaster all day today. He is in the Roadster left-hand side. Tip of the cap to Doug Lancaster, calling the track, setting a straight. That's probably error number 929 on my part today. Hastings will leave first, and the Roadster will try to catch him before the 8th mile. And Nick Hastings will now be down to his lone entry. He is 001 red and dead on zero. Truly amazing what Hastings has been able to accomplish in that car. Making it look almost effortless, but he is out with that one. 001 red for Hastings, and he is down to his lone entry in no box door car. Shane Pope, Todd Hone coming up next. Pope on the left-hand side, always tough, always competitive. Never take your eye off that Pinto on the left-hand side. 683 dial-in for Pope. 596 dial-in for Todd Hone in the left-hand lane. We're looking for Andrew DiPiazza to lanes 3 and 4. Andrew DiPiazza lanes 3 and 4. Win light to Shane Pope. 009 reaction time. 1 over the dial-in. Hone got there first. Took him through by 2, but broke out by 3. Nothing he could do. Shane Pope got the win. Andy Schmall and Cameron Mason, your next pair. Mason to the right-hand side, a 682 dial-in for the Camaro from Winnebago, Illinois. 597 dial-in for Andy Schmall in the Beretta left-hand lane from Idaho Falls, Idaho. We are looking for Andrew DiPiazza, our lone double-entered box door car. Andrew, we need you. Andrew DiPiazza, to the lanes, please. And Andy Schmall will get the win right here over Cameron Mason. 003 reaction time for Schmall. He's going to go 1 over the dial-in. Mason also 1 over the dial, but she was 21 on the tree, 17th thou. That's the margin of victory in favor of Andy Schmall. Chad Cannon and Troy Bogner. This will be a good one. Bogner on the right-hand side. We all know about his accomplishments already this year. Twice a winner in Pro Eliminator, undefeated in that quarter-mile category. 596 dial-in for Bogner in the right-hand lane. 643 dial-in for Chad Cannon. The left-hand side on the 4th generation Chevrolet Camaro from Winnebago, Illinois. There he is. Andrew DiPiazza is in the house. He is double-entered. We are now ready for all box door cars for round number 4. All box door cars will take you to the lanes, please. Lanes 5 and 6. Box door cars, lanes 5 and 6. And at the finish line, Bogner is going to be the winner, okay? So box door cars will take you to 5 and 6, please. 5 and 6. Box door cars will take you to staging lanes 5 and 6. Box door cars will take you to the lanes 5 and 6 at this time. So, box door cars, 5 and 6 box door cars. We need you to 5 and 6, please. Box door cars to staging lanes 5 and 6. Box door cars to lanes 5 and 6. This will be the final pair of no-box door cars in round number 4. It'll be all box cars from here on out, with the exception for our potential buy in Kip Norup. Brandon Schmall and Nick Hastings, buckle up. This is going to be a fun one. Schmall on the left-hand side. Schmall in the left-hand side, Chevrolet Nova from Palo, Iowa. Hastings, all the way from Shelby, Ohio. They just about split the difference. They settle on Byron Dragway as the halfway point to meet here in round number 4. 624 dial-in for Hastings, 620 for Schmall. Close race at the stripe. Brandon Schmall on a double breakout over Nick Hastings. 14 on the tree for Schmall, 15 on the tree for Hastings. Schmall's going to go 618 with a 4 on the 620 dial-in. Hastings 621 with a 3 on the 624. The lesser of the two breakouts, that's Brandon Schmall by 11 thou, your winner. Hastings got there first. Schmall gets the win.
All right, all box door cars should be in the lanes and ready to go.
Bill Curtis Sr. and Andrew DiPiazza. DiPiazza, right-hand side. The lone double entry on the door car side, period. Hastings was double coming into this round. He is out with both. So this is your lone double on the door car side. Andrew DiPiazza, 5-12 dial-in for the Camaro from Lawn Grove, Illinois. Give it about a half a second head start to Bill Curtis Sr. and Winnebago Walt Gray. Win light to Andrew DiPiazza. Boy, he is getting comfortable in that seat. Plenty of seat time for DiPiazza today. In a car that has just about as many laps down the track today as anybody. And he is guaranteed that one entry will be back for round number 5. Can he make it 2? We'll find out before this round is through. DiPiazza over Bill Curtis Sr. in that pair. Here comes Dave Ansel and Nick Folk. Wow. Big matchup right here. Folk on the right-hand side. The Cobalt from Durand, Illinois, 572 dial-in. 528 dial-in for Dave Ansel on the left-hand side of the Camaro from Morris, Illinois. They are staged up and ready to go. And Nick Folk advances into the next round. Both drivers, 2 over the dial-in. Folk 006 at the starting line. Ansel was 33. Folk gets there first, gets the win by 19 thou at the stripe. Ryan McCann and Jamie Schmall, your next pair. Schmall in the right-hand lane. 72 Chevrolet Nova from Idaho Falls, Idaho, 659 dial-in for Schmall. 687 dial-in for Ryan McCann of Madison, Wisconsin. Two Novas side by side, wheel to wheel at the stripe. Win light to Ryan McCann. McCann will go 688 on the 687 dial-in. 23 on the tree for Ryan. 24 on the tree for Jamie. Jamie got there first. Takes him through but breaks out. And McCann is your winner. Brian Lynch in a backup car today. Normally you see him in the Dragster, but that car is out of commission, so he brought out the Firebird Trans Am, and he has been going round so far. But he may have found his toughest customer yet. That is Cool Hand, Luke Bogacki, in the Corvette Roadster from Carterville, Illinois. Trans Am's way out front, but here comes the Corvette Roadster at the strike. Bogacki. 18 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. Takes him through by 8 thou. That is his margin of victory for Luke Bogacki. That'll bring up Randy Folk. You know, if Monty Fisher's been at this for 50 years at Byron Dragway, if Bruce Call's been at it for 51 years at Byron Dragway, Randy Folk has to be another one of those drivers that maybe not quite there, but right in the same ballpark is Fisher and Call as far as veteran status at the playground of power. He is in the Chevrolet Corvette left-hand side, picking up the front tires and picking up the round win. 14 on the tree for Folk. He is your winner. Kevin Swartz will go red by 3 thousandths of a second. Swartz was dead on 7, but red by 003, and Randy Folk is your winner on the left-hand side. Scotty Richardson down to his lone entry in the Chevy 2 left-hand side. Roof flap and all. 602 is the dial-in for Richardson. What's the story on the roof flap? Has our pit reporter investigated that one? Curious to know. 491 the dial-in for Charlie Hama, right-hand side. The Oldsmobile Cutlass out of Davenport, Iowa. Almost identical reaction times, and at the stripe, dead on 7. Give this one to Scotty Richardson. He'll take him through by 3 thousandths of a second. That's his margin of victory. Dead on 7, 21 on the tree. Hama was 20 on the tree, just about a wash at the start. Hama, 11 thou over the dial-in. Richardson dead on 7, 3 thou. That's the margin of victory. Richardson will be back for round number 5. We're going to go on hold here for just a moment as we await the double-entered Camaro of Andrew DiPiazza. Already a round winner this round. Can he go 2 for 2 in round number 4? And that's to be determined. Hey, a special thank you to Doug Cruz. An extra special effort in the last couple of weeks getting ready for the Firecracker Bracket Nationals, but I'm going to say that not many people, if anybody, does as much for the Playground of Power as one Doug Cruz. Doug, our hats are off to you. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. All right, Andrew DiPiazza is coming around the corner. So we'll wrap up this round of box tour cars, and it'll be time for Dragsters. Hey, you know what? We're going to go ahead and call Looks like Will Holloman and Doug Foley Jr. are two lone double entries. On the Dragster side, we'll take Will Holloman and Doug Foley to the head of the staging lanes, please, before we call the rest of our Dragsters this round. So we're looking for Will Holloman and Doug Foley Jr. to the head of lanes 3 and 4, to the head of staging lanes 3 and 4 for round number 4. Paging Doug Foley Jr. Doug Foley Jr. to the head of the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. Doug Foley Jr. to lanes 3 and 4, please. Doug Foley Jr. double entry. Now that's going to be not entry number 47. It'll be the opposite of your two entries, Mr. Foley, as entry 47 is your potential bye in round number 4. We'll take all Dragsters, all remaining Dragsters to lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. Dragsters, round 4 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Looking for all Dragsters to lanes 3 and 4, please. Brian Folk and Andrew DiPiazza. DiPiazza already a round winner at the beginning of round number 4. Can he be 2 for 2? Well, that's a tall order against Brian Folk in the red Beretta left-hand side. From the Folk Race Cars team in Durand, Illinois, 5:33 dial-in for Folk, 5:14 for Andrew DiPiazza. And just like that, DiPiazza's down to his lone entry. Brian Folk will get the win. 006 reaction time. 1 over the dial and takes him through by 4 thousandths of a second, and he is your winner. DiPiazza breaking out, trying to chase him down. And Kip Norup now will collect his buy to conclude this round, and the next time you see Norup, it'll be round number 5. Indoor car competition. Norup, a former NHRA division champion. And that is a wrap for round number 4 of door car competition. Dragster class coming out next. So we need all dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. All dragsters to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Looking for all dragsters to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 4. And just a reminder that Doug Foley Jr., entry number 47, that's the potential buy at the end of this round. So we're going to see Doug Foley Jr. at the end of this round with entry number 47. That is the potential buy in round 4. All right, Dragsters, suited up and ready to go. You are coming out here in just a moment's time. Round 4, Dragster Class B, suited up and ready to go. You are coming out in just a moment's time. Will Holloman and Blake Vangsness. Vangsness, the young gun from Rockford, Illinois, just 20 years of age, with a 522 dialer in the right-hand lane. Paired up with a double-entered Dragster, a car that still has 2 entries in at this point. That is Will Holloman, touring professional drag racer from Pine Level, North Carolina. 456 dialing for Holloman, giving the head start to Vangsness at a 522. Close race at the stripe, going dead on 2. Will Holloman is going to get the win. 13 on the tree, dead on 2. That is a 15,000 total package for Holloman. Vangsness, 19 on the tree, but 2 over the dial-in. Holloman is your winner, and he'll be back with his second entry in very short time. Doug Foley Jr. coming up now on the left-hand side. He's got the potential bye at the end of this round with his second car. So a 467 dial-in for Foley in the left-hand lane. 504 dial-in for Bill Curtis Jr., the hired driver for Ted Cannon. Cannon doubling that dragster with Curtis here today. So a 504 dial-in for Curtis, 467 dial-in for Foley. And Foley is down to his lone entry. Win light to Bill Curtis and the Ted Cannon Dragster. 003 reaction time, dead on 6. 9,000 total package for Bill Curtis Jr. And he is just manhandling that dragster each and every round. Curtis, an absolute natural. Lane Dickin coming up now from Lebanon, Tennessee. 455 dial for the dragster left-hand side, paired up with Jeff Jones from just north of the state line in Beloit, Wisconsin. 483 dialing for Jeff Jones in the right-hand side. Jeff Jones, dead on 5. 25 on the tree, 30,000 total package. He'll take Lane Dickin through by 7 thousandths of a second. That's his margin of victory for Jeff Jones. There may be perhaps no driver that wants to break through and win at Byron more than Gary Williams. Twice he was the bridesmaid. Coming up 1 round short in the 100 grander and 1 round short in the 30 grander. 2 days in a row. Gary Williams in the left-hand side and Chris Mullins in the right-hand lane. Mullins, a union lineman from Lincoln, Illinois in the right-hand side. 461 dialing for Mullins, 481 dialing for Gary Williams, who is always tough when he gets to Byron Dragway. And at the finish line, Chris Mullins is your winner. He's going to go dead on 4 on the right-hand side, picking up the win. He's 28 on the tree. Williams had the starting line advantage, but neither driver appearing to want the stripe at the finish line. They're both playing games. Williams perhaps more than Mullins, and Chris Mullins comes away with the win, going dead on 4. We're going to go on hold here for just a moment. Looks like all these cars are in preference for the left-hand lane. And you just never know where Will Holloman might pull up at that second entry. Chances are he wants the left-hand lane. I think he's been going there all day so far today, but on the off chance that he wants the right-hand lane, that could alter the outcome just a touch. So we'll hang loose here just for a moment, wait for Holloman to come back around with the second entry. So waiting on 2 cars just to see if we end up pairing the cars and chipping them, or maybe we've got 1 car that wants the right-hand lane. All right, Holloman says that he is in consensus with the group. He wants the left lane also, so we're going to go ahead and chip these cars. Holloman's going to jump into the tail end of the line, and then Foley is the potential buy. So we're going to go ahead and chip the cars up as they are, because Holloman's just going to follow suit into an odd-numbered lane. So drivers, be ready. We are going to chip you for lane choice. All right, Dustin Loynes and Johnny Izell coming out now. Izell on the right-hand side with a 463 Dylan. Loynes all the way from Michigan in the Goonco TV sponsored entry with a 0.3 of a second handicap start going to Loynes. Red line for Johnny Izell and Dustin Loynes of Michigan. Goes on to the next round. 491.5 and a 493 Dylan. 31 green for Loynes. Izell was 008 red at the starting line. And that was the outcome. We'll take all of our no box door cars for round number 5. All no box door cars for round number 5. Andy Schmall, M554. Andy Schmall, you are the door car potential buy. Andy Schmall, M554, potential buy in round 5 of door cars. So Derek Dignitz and Tucker Cancelar. And the win line's going to go to Cancelar on the left-hand side. 002 reaction time, 1 over and change. Cancelar is your winner. Dignitz took him through by 9, broke out by 5. Leaving him in a little bit of room to spare, but could not tighten it up enough. Cancelar is your winner. All right, Mitchell Vincent and Dennis Lund Jr. The sun beginning to fade off into the west. It is 7:14 p.m. this evening at Byron Dragway, and the shadows growing longer and longer from the tree line of the grandstands off on the west side of the racetrack. Vincent with a 486 Dylan. Dennis Lund Jr. 445 for the supercharged rear-engine dragster from Lebanon, Tennessee. And at the finish line, Dennis Lund Jr. is your winner. 007 reaction time, 1 over the Dylan. 17th thou. That is the total margin of victory for Dennis Lund Jr. in the right-hand side. Vincent taking him through by 44 ten-thousandths of a second, breaking out by 4 thousandths of a second. Not much room to spare. Dennis Lund Jr. is the winner. Chris Sullivan coming up now, and Dan Kike. Kike at the left-hand side, 472 Dylan for the welder from Brandon, Wisconsin. 447 is the Dylan for Chris Sullivan in the right-hand lane. Little Right Trailers sponsored entry of Sullivan. Very quick car from down near Central Illinois. All no box door cars. All no box door cars. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. All no box door cars. We're looking for you. Staging lanes 3 and 4. All no box door cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. How about that? Chris Sullivan, 13 on the tree, 2 over the dial, and he'll get the win over Dan Kike. Kike breaks out. Sullivan goes on to the next round. M554, Andy Schmall. That is a potential buy for round number 5 of door car. Andy Schmall, M554. Potential buy on the door car side. So final call, no box door cars, final call, no box door cars. And we'll take our box door cars to lanes 5 and 6. Box door cars to lanes 5 and 6 for round number 5. Box door cars, we need you to lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Looking for all box door cars to staging lanes 5 and 6. Big matchup between Doug Foley Jr. and Will Holloman. Both drivers came into this round double entered, 2 entries apiece. Foley has already lost 1 entry to begin the round. He's down to his lone entry at this point. Holloman already advanced into round number 5 with his first entry. Looking to do the same right here. Can Holloman keep 2 entries alive going into round number 5? Or will Doug Foley Jr. make do with his lone entry in the left-hand lane? What a drag race. Identical 0-13 reaction times, and Doug Foley Jr. will get the win over Will Holloman. 4:59 on the 4:58 dial, and he's 1 over the dial. Identical 0-13 reaction times. Holloman got there first, breaks out by 15 thousandths of a second. And we have no doubles left in competition at this time. So with Foley's win over Will Holloman, he's going to carry the bye now into round number 5 of Dragster class competition. And just like that, we have no doubles left in competition. That might speed the program up just a touch. And certainly no doubles left at this time. Box door cars, we need you to the lanes, please. We need box door cars to the staging lanes, please. Box door cars, where are you? Box door cars, you are still in eliminations. We need you to the lanes immediately. Lanes 5 and 6, lanes 5 and 6. Box door cars, we need you to the lanes, and we need you now. Brandon Schmall and Shane Pope. Sedona, this race is like a greatest hits album. The hits just keep coming, one track after the next. Brandon Schmall, Shane Pope. Wow, this is good. Pope in the right-hand side, the Pinto with a 683. Dial-in Schmall, 618 to the Nova, left-hand side. Get ready for a fun one. Too close to call from the tower at the stripe. Win light is going to go to Shane Pope in the right-hand side. Kip Norup and Jace Deering coming up next. Deering in the no box roadster right-hand side from Morrison, Illinois. 596 dial-in for Deering. 646 dial-in for Kip Norup in the Thunderbird. And Jace Deering is going to get there. He's going to get the win. 601 on the 596 dial-in over Norup. So that's the last remaining no boxer outside of Andy Schmall, who is the potential bye in this round. And this is the blend line between no box and box. Bogner on the right-hand side of the no box entry. 596 dial-in for Bogner. 687 dial-in for Ryan McCann in the Nova. So the boxer will actually leave first with a 687 dial-in. About a second here, the difference in dial-ins. Head start going to McCann. Final call for box cars. Final call for box cars. And the boxer will get the win. 20 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. Ryan McCann eliminating Troy Bogner here in round number 4. Or round number 5. All right, all the box door cars are there. Be ready to go, drivers. Be ready to go. We are coming out here, round 5, box door cars. No doubles left in door cars or dragsters. We're going to be calling our dragsters for round number 5 here in just a moment. We will be calling dragsters round 5 to lanes 3 and 4. Doug Foley Jr. continues to carry the bye on the dragster side for round 5. Two World Championship winning drag racers at the starting line, Nick Folk and Luke Bogacki. Two of the absolute best in the business here in round number 5. Folk at the left-hand side, the Chevy Cobalt that he wheeled to a runner-up finish at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals 3 years ago. Paired up with Luke Bogacki, also a runner-up from the Friday edition of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals back in 2018. Bogacki in the Corvette Roadster. Very quick car at a 482 dial-in. 572 for Folk in the Cobalt. Dead on 4. Luke Bogacki gets there first, gets the win by 6/10,000ths of a second. Wow, what a drag race. Folk is 12 on the tree. Bogacki is 20 on the tree. Folk goes 12 thou over the dial-in. Bogacki goes dead on 4. Margin of victory, .0006 at the stripe in favor of Cool Hand Luke. Scotty Richardson and Randy Folk coming up now. Richardson left-hand side, a 602 dial-in for the Chevy 2 from Kentucky. 599 dial-in for the 64 Chevrolet Corvette of Randy Folk out of Bradenton, Florida. Folk in the right-hand side, Richardson in the left-hand lane. The absolute who's who of bracket racing at Byron Dragway this weekend. You are not going to believe the numbers when we tell them to you. What a drag race. Scotty Richardson was trip zip green. Randy Folk is 001. Folk gets there first by 0.05 of a second. Randy Folk, your winner. 6 flat with a 4 on the 599 dial-in. Richardson exactly 2 over the dial. Perfect line for Richardson. 001 for Folk. Can you believe it? Unbelievable drag racing right here at the Playground of Power. Sedona, you can just feel it in the air. We're in the midst of a very special race taking place in this Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Andrew DiPiazza, Brian Folk in the red Cavalier coming up. I've been corrected. I called a Bronco a Ford earlier today, and I also called this Cavalier a Beretta earlier today, so I've been really tripping all over my tongue. Folk in the Cavalier right-hand side, 533 dial-in. We've had a Folk in every pair for the last 3 pairs. So far, they're 1 for 2, can they be 2 for 3? We're going to find out. DiPiazza might have something to say about it. You got to be kidding me. Identical reaction times going dead on 3. Brian Folk in the Cavalier is your winner. Sedona, in just the previous two pairs, only one foul separated all those drivers in terms of starting line advantage. That is how incredibly close this racing is. Andy Schmall now will collect the bye here to conclude round number 5 of door car competition. Dragsters, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Dragsters will take you to stage lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Round 5, Dragsters will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Staging lanes 5 and 6. I know it can be kind of a sharp corner there for lanes 3 and 4, so we're going to go over to 5 and 6 with Dragsters here in round number 5. Calling all Dragsters to lanes 5 and 6 for round 5 of eliminations. Andy Schmall. 009 reaction time, dead on 3, 12th pack here on the Byron for Andy Schmall. There will be a new bye for round 6 of door car class competition. That'll be coming up soon, but at this time, we do need all Dragsters to lanes 5 and 6 for round number 5. Doug Foley Jr., you're the potential bye. Park it in lane 1, please, Doug Foley. Lane 1 or 2. Doug Foley Jr., potential bye with entry number 47. Your new potential bye, round 6 of door cars, is going to be entry number 1964, Randy Folk. Randy Folk, entry number 1964. That is your potential bye, round 6 of door car category. It looks like they're all there, Brian Steele. As soon as they are suited up and ready to go, we can kick off second half of round 5 for the Dragsters. Once again, Randy Folk, 1964, entry number 1964, your potential buy in round number 6 of Door Cars. Randy Folk, our new potential buy for round 6 of Door Cars. Round 5 of the Dragster category, Jeff Burns and Dustin Loins. Burns from Lebanon, Tennessee, Loins from Michigan. $4.93 dial-in for Loins in the Goonco TV sponsored entry. $4.45 for the supercharged rear-engine Dragster of Jeff Burns from Lebanon, Tennessee. Close race, but at the stripe, this one's going to go to Jeff Burns on the left-hand side. 446 and a 445, dialing 154 miles per hour. 17 mile per hour difference in speed at the 8th mile. Loins was 32 on the tree. Burns was 27. Loins is going to break out. Burns is your winner in the left-hand lane. Tucker Cancelar, in the left-hand side, Iowa-based driver, paired up with Bill Curtis Jr. And Bill Curtis Jr. is your winner. 2 over the dial-in. 506.9 on the 504 dial-in. He's 14 on the tree. And absolutely doing a fantastic job of wheeling the Ted Cannon-owned rear-engine Dragster. You know, Ted might have a hard time getting that Dragster back. I don't think Bill Curtis is going to want to get out of it. He may well not give up the steering wheel. Chris Mullins coming up now, the lineman from Lincoln, Illinois. Left-hand side, the red, white, and black Dragster. Left-hand side, beautiful car. Paired up with another beautiful hot rod. That is Chris Sullivan from Central, Illinois. And the supercharged Dragster right-hand side, 447 dial-in for Chris Sullivan. Chris Sullivan is your winner. Dead on 5. 11 on the tree. That is a 16 thou total package for Chris Sullivan in the right-hand lane with the win. Will Holloman down to his lone entry, as is Jeff Jones. 454 dialing for Holloman, right-hand lane from Pine Level, North Carolina. Professional driver on the right-hand side. The Bear Motorsports Dragster. Jeff Jones, left-hand side from Beloit, Wisconsin. City worker by trade, drag racer by weekend. 011 red for Jeff Jones. Win line to Will Holloman, 452 with a 5 and a 454 dialing. Holloman is your winner over Jeff Jones. And now Doug Foley Jr. going to stage the tree, break the beam. He'll fulfill his obligation of a bye run. And we'll see Doug Foley Jr. back up here again for rounder number 6. There will be a new potential bye, round 6, in the dragster category. Box store cars, lanes 5 and 6. Box store cars will take you to lanes 5 and 6. No box store cars to lanes 3 and 4. No box store cars, lanes 3 and 4. No box store cars, lanes 3 and 4. Box store cars to lanes 5 and 6. Need all of our door cars remaining to the lanes, please. All door cars still in competition. We need you to the lanes, please. No box 3 and 4, box 5 and 6. No box 3 and 4, box cars 5 and 6. On the Dragster side, entry number 3171, Chris Sullivan. Chris Sullivan, you are the new potential buy. Round 6 of Dragster competition. 3171, Chris Sullivan, you are the new potential buy. Round 6 of Dragsters. All right, we're going to look for our dragsters now to the lanes, please. Dragsters to the lanes, lanes 7 and 8. Dragsters to the lanes 7 and 8, please. We need you there before we can start round 6 of the door cars. Chris Sullivan, you are the potential buy of this round. You can pull over to lanes 1 or 2. Lane 1 or 2, Chris Sullivan. But we need lanes 7 and 8 cleared out. We're looking for dragsters in lanes 7 and 8, so golf carts. Please make room. We're looking for dragsters to lanes 7 and 8 at this time. We'll need golf carts out of 7 and 8. We're looking for dragsters to lanes 7 and 8 at this time. Dragsters, lanes 7 and 8. Chris Sullivan, potential buy. You'll report to lane 1 or 2. Dragsters to lanes 7 and 8, please, at this time. round number 6 of door car competition. Jace Deering and Shane Pope will be the only 2 no-box cars, the only pair of no-boxers. As we're going to have a no-box versus box pair between Andy Schmall and Ryan McCann to follow this pair. $5.95 dial-in for Deering in the no-box Roadster left-hand side. $6.82 dial-in for Pope in the Pinto right-hand lane. Dead on 6. Shane Pope is your winner. Right-hand side, 15 on the tree. And Shane Pope in the always tough, always competitive, always hard to beat Pinto is going to move on to round number 7 in the door car category. And so we'll have a no-box box pairing right here. The no-box entry, that is Andy Schmall on the right-hand side. Chevy Beretta from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Fastronics, the sponsor of that Beretta. Paired up with the box entry of Ryan McCann on the Chevrolet Nova left-hand side from Madison, Wisconsin. So a 687 dial-in for McCann on the left-hand side. He is actually going to have the head start. Crosstalk turned off for Schmall into the right-hand lane. All right, so apparently the no-boxer put a box in the car for this round since he is paired up with a box car. And so he's got a delay box in, so we're going to turn crosstalk back on for Andy Schmall. 596 dial-in for Schmall on the right-hand side. 687 dial-in for McCann in the left-hand lane. And Ryan McCann on a double breakout will be the winner. 686.9 on the 687 dial-in. Schmall breaks out by 6. McCann breaks out by 1. And just like that, Shane Pope is the lone no-box car. So Shane Pope, the last no-box standing. Luke Bogacki and Brian Folk, your next pair. Folk on the right-hand side, 532 dial-in. For the Chevy Cavalier right-hand side from Durand, Illinois. Luke Bogacki, Corvette Roadster with the 482 dial-in. The fastest door car remaining in competition. It'll be a red light start for Bogacki, and Brian Folk will punch his ticket into round number 7. 30 on the tree. He goes 531 with a 9 on the 532 dial-in. Brian Folk advancing on to the next round. And there'll be 2 Folks in the next round, as Randy Folk now collects his buy to conclude round number 6 of door car competition. 598 dial-in for Folk in the 64 Chevrolet Corvette from Bradenton, Florida. .006 reaction time. 596 with an 8 on the 598 dial, and that's a wrap for door cars. And here come the Dragsters. Well, a pair of juniors now to open up the dragster category. That is Doug Foley Jr. from Morrisville, North Carolina. He's on the left-hand side. 456 dial-in for Foley. Paired up with Bill Curtis Jr. of Woodstock, Illinois. He's doing the driving duties for Ted Cannon's rear-engine dragster. Sporting a 504 dial-in for Curtis. Curtis has absolutely been driving like a complete natural all day long today. 00 dead on more times than I can count. He's in the right-hand side in a car that, to my knowledge, this is the first time he's ever wheeled it in competition. 504 dial-in for Curtis. Out a half a second head start over Doug Foley. Win light to Doug Foley Jr. 002 reaction time. He's 2 over the dial-in. He'll get there first. He'll get the win by 7 thousandths of a second. Doug Foley, your winner over Bill Curtis Jr. Jeff Burns in the supercharged rear-engine dragster from Lebanon, Tennessee. 445 dial-in for Burns, 452 for Will Holloman. A whole lot of horsepower on track, and at the finish line going dead on 9. Will Holloman with a trip, zip, perfect reaction time. That is a 9,000 total package for Holloman. And the cream certainly rising to the top here in the late stages of Friday competition. Day 1 of this, the 23rd annual Firecracker Bracket National Sedona. Can you believe it is still only day number 1? It's like the Woodstock of bracket racing at Byron Dragway. Supercharged cars certainly making a statement, a big splash here this weekend. We're going to have 2 blown dragsters reaching the final 3 dragsters here when we get back to round number 7. 447 dial-in for Chris Sullivan. And he's going to go through the motions here to fulfill his obligation for a buy run. 446 with an 8 on the 447 dial-in. Chris Sullivan advances to round number 7. Will Holloman had a perfect light in the pair before, so he is your new potential buy in round number 7. And on the door car side, looks like Ryan McCann, entry number M344, will be your new potential buy over on the door car side. So once again, round number 7, new potential buys. On the door car side, that is Ryan McCann, M344. Ryan McCann, new potential buy, round 7 of door car. On the dragster side, entry number 6, Will Holloman, new potential buy in round 7. Will Holloman, entry number 6. We'll take door cars to the lanes, door cars to the lanes. Ryan McCann, potential bye. Even number of cars, so you'll have lane choice effectively. Dragsters. Ready, dragsters to the lanes, please. Will Holloman with the potential bye onto the dragster side. We'll take dragsters to 7 and 8. Dragsters to 7 and 8. Will Holloman with the potential bye. 3 cars remaining on the dragster side.
All door cars and dragsters to the lanes now. All door cars and dragsters to the lanes now.
All right, dragsters, let's get a move on. Dragsters, we need you to the lanes, please. Dragsters to the lanes. Lane 7 and 8, lane 7 and 8. Come on, dragsters. Door cars are there. Where are the dragsters? We need you in lane 7 and 8 for round number 7. Our radio check, Brian Steele. Well, the lights are cranked on. And dark has fallen upon Byron Dragway for round number 7. The caliber of drivers that reach these rounds is unfathomable. Randy Folk and Shane Pope leading the way for the door cars. Pope has installed a delay box. He started the entire day today with a no box to this point. He has opted to put a box in from this point on the Pinto right-hand side. 682 dialing for Pope on the right-hand side. Almost a 1 second head start for the Ford of Shane Pope. 597 dialing for Randy Folk on the left-hand side for the Corvette from Bradenton, Florida. Wheels up launch for Randy Folk, but will it be enough? No, it will not. Shane Pope goes 003 on the Christmas tree, dead on 3. 682 with a 3 on the 682 dial, and Shane Pope is your winner over Randy Folk. Yeah, now your final pair of door cars in round number 7. This is Ryan McCann and Brian Folk. Folk in the red Cavalier, right-hand side, 532 dialing. 686 dialing for the Nova of Ryan McCann. And Brian Folk with a perfect reaction time. Trip, zip, green, 535 on the 532 dial-in. A breakout for Ryan McCann. He will get there first. Breakout by 0.06 of a second. And Brian Folk with a perfect line advances into the final 2 door cars where he will face Shane Pope. 3 dragsters remain, 2 of which blown supercharged. Doug Foley Jr. from Morrisville, North Carolina, left-hand side from NASCAR country. 455 dial on the left-hand side for Doug Foley Jr. 446 for Chris Sullivan from Central Illinois. The right trailer sponsored entry in the right lane for Sullivan. Too close to call from the tower at the stripe. Win light says Doug Foley Jr. 005 reaction time, exactly 1 over the dial-in. He'll take him through by 9 thousandths of a second and get the win over Chris Sullivan. Sullivan is 008 on the Christmas tree, 1 over and change. Doug Foley Jr. advancing to the final 2 dragsters.
Left lane is the winner.
That's right, left lane is the winner.